good morning, everyone, and welcome to Madonna for the opening round of the Rotax Max Challenge Latvia. It's looking a little bit greasy and wet and damp out on circuit. The perfect way to start some racing on this fine Sunday morning. Fine if you're me commentating from my home in the UK. Maybe less so fine if you're over in Latvia trackside. The 1.06 kilometer circuit, a very wide circuit, and there will be some opportunities for plenty of overtaking. 12, 13 corners in total, and it is really that run coming out of the final corner up into the first sequence where it's wet, it's damp, and you want to carry as much speed as possible into that little left, right, left sequence, the sequence that constantly gets slower as you really bring that car down to a nice slow speed into the left-hander, which is practically a hairpin of turn 3. Your other big overtaking opportunities is going to be turn 9 on the left of your screen, where when the karts pull over to the left to try to open up that right-hander, you can just send it up the inside. But once rain comes into the mix, all of a sudden things get a little bit more difficult in the world of karting. One of the things that I found in particular when commentating or when racing myself is that, unlike Formula 1, for any of our viewers who might be tuning in and maybe hasn't seen much karting previously, karting isn't like Formula 1, where when the rain comes down, all of a sudden the overtaking starts. It's a bit more of the opposite. Once the rain comes down, it's much harder to overtake. There's so much more grip on the racing line in the wet, the off line, compared to the online, but you can see some amazing overtakes. 10 degrees Celsius, overcast, not currently raining from what I can gather, but the track is wet. And if we are in a situation where the track is going to be drying up over the course of the day, that is going to make things so exciting. We're going to be starting off with our first heat of the day with the Rotax Max Micro Maxes at 10:15 local time. That's 8:15 if you're over in the UK, or 9:15 a.m. if you are in main or central Europe, I should say. And we'll be finishing off at about 4:50 p.m. And these are all Heat 2, so yesterday there were some opening heats that were done. This morning we've been having warm-up and practice. I don't know if it was raining yesterday, but if it was, that is going to make things a little bit more exciting. Just in terms of setup, when you have 2 days of racing, you've got that first day can really just allow you to make those little tweaks to the setup from one practice session to a heat, to qualifying, and so on and so forth. But then overnight, if track conditions completely change, sometimes you're starting on a blank slate, especially if drivers haven't been to this circuit before. For most of our drivers, they would have been racing here in either RMC or in previous test sessions and so on and so forth. But if there are any drivers who are making their debut into the Rotax Max Challenge Latvia, whether that's for a first time in the RMC in general, or whether they're maybe making a step up, they're going from the Micro Maxes to the Mini Maxes or Mini Maxes to the Juniors, then it could still be a case of being at this circuit in a new car for the first time, as we've got one driver on screen losing the rear end, held a beautiful slide around the hairpin. I absolutely love to see that. But we are just about 13 minutes away from the start of the race. And at the moment, if I'm not mistaken, I'm going to double check this. I don't want to get it wrong. Going out on the circuit. So we're going to be starting off the day with heat number 2, which is going to be our Micro Maxes. Then we'll have the Mini Maxes. We'll be following that up with our Rotax Juniors, followed by, or I should say our Rotax Max Juniors, followed by the Rotax Max Seniors, and then the Rotax Max DD2. We'll then have our Amateur DD2, followed by the Titson T4s to round out the day. But it is currently the Titsons who are out on circuit. And I do know that Titson as well are running all around Europe. I think it is a relatively new series. I remember when I started karting, Titson weren't around, but that was back in the mid to late 2000s. Now Titson, a much bigger series. They have their, I think Titson have their championship finals in Valencia, if I recall correctly. I remember a whole bunch of karting people that I knew heading to Valencia for that event last year. And either some dirt out on circuit or a little bit of water just trying to be swept off to help the circuit dry up a little bit. That curve does look nice. There's something about when you're a racing driver and you see some curves, you just think, I wonder how nice that would be just to absolutely get over the top of the curb, or whether you need to stay away from the curve. And one of the things that I'm actually quite excited to see today is going to be how much curb can drivers take. Because a lot of the times you get some curbs that can be really greasy, really slippery. The paint is just horrible to be on and you want to stay well away from the curb. Sometimes you just want to take that really wide line, which naturally means you're away from the curb. Other times, curbs can actually hook your car around, give you that little bit of extra stability almost through a corner. And I'm excited to see what our drivers are going to be doing. What are the racing lines around this circuit? My first time seeing racing at Madonna, and I am very, very excited for it. So our Tillotson practice session has indeed drawn to a close. And we will now just be waiting for our next session to begin. The Micro Maxes, which are about 9 or so minutes away. And just to clarify, it is definitely raining because we can see it on these camera angles. So it does not look like there is any chance of the circuit drying up, at least for the foreseeable future. As time progresses, we might see maybe some sunlight breaking through and helping the track to dry up somewhat. And there you can see that run into the final corner. I don't know whether we're going to be getting any late last lap ascends. And that is one of the cool things with karting in the wet. At least, as I mentioned before, you tend to find that it's a bit harder to make overtakes in the wet. But every corner suddenly becomes an overtaking opportunity. It's harder to pull off the overtake, but when you do, it is absolutely special. And on top of that, as I said, every kind of corner becomes that little bit slower. You get a bit of a braking zone. And if you're brave enough, you can send it straight up the inside. Rain is the great equalizer, or in some cases, really sets apart the boys from the men, as we like to say. So those are our Rotax Max Micro Maxes. Getting ready to head out on to circuit. I'm just going to have a quick look over at the entry list and we'll go through some of our drivers who will be racing in this Micro Max race. We've got Jokubas Juozaitis, Tomas Norkus, Emilis Kapkauskas, Andrius Maniusis, Oskaras Bakutis. I'm just going to double check that I've got the right one. Pretty sure I do. No, I think I had the wrong one. Oh, no, I did have the right one. There we go. As our grid order comes up on the screen. That was the Titson T4 series that just finished. So yes, Jokubas Juozaitis, Tomas Norkus, Emilis Kapkauskas, Andrius Maniusis, Oskaras Bakutis, Timas Rimas, Timur Babenko, and Remigius Kraushunas are going to be our drivers in this Micromax field. And you can see them all in the paddock, getting ready to go racing. Some of them nice and lucky with an umbrella to keep them dry. Others just saying the wetsuit is enough to keep the water out. But we are almost ready to go racing here at Madonna's. And I believe that there was originally meant to be a KZ session here, but the KZs are not racing today, I've been informed. So if anyone's looking at the timetable thinking that the KZs are going to be next out, unfortunately, you would be mistaken. So I'm not sure if the entire schedule is moving ahead or if there's just going to be a slightly bigger gap between a few of the heats, as there is the number 16 kart, which is Jokubas Juozaitis. Wet tyres on the karts as well. I'm so used to karting from the UK in a bunch of series. They don't put wet tyres on, so we end up racing in the pouring wet conditions with slicks on. It's an experience and a half, but I've kind of forgotten now the joy of racing with full cut wet tyres. I don't miss out on getting absolutely soaking wet in a go-kart, because one of the things that you find is a lot of the time karting wetsuits don't keep out the water very well, especially if there's a lot of standing water, and you're going to get soaked whether you like it or not. And full credit as well to the marshals. It's fairly stressful. It's fairly long days marshalling when the days are dry and sunny and you get to enjoy watching a bit of racing. But when it's wet and cold, then you kind of just want to go home. You're standing out trying to, keep an eye on all of the racing that is occurring, but you just feel really cold, especially your fingertips. Fingertips get so cold as a marshal. You see, one of the marshals has some very good boots on. His feet aren't going to be getting wet at all. Prepared for the rain today, as I'm sure our drivers are prepared as well. I'm seeing a few people in the chat as well. Along with, I think, was that one of our drivers? It's Emilis Juozaitis, who I believe I was actually commentating on a weekend ago in the Rotax Max Challenge Lithuania. And I think Juozaitis is racing today. He indeed is. He's going to be out in the Rotax Max Mini Max later on today. Is the number 117, the Lithuanian driver. So we look forward to seeing Emilis out on circuit. Very quick driver. And, well, the Mini-Maxes always give us some very, very exciting racing. But do let me know in the YouTube chat as well if there are any particular drivers that you are rooting for or are here to watch. We'll try to make sure that we do get a bit of coverage on them and can say some nice words if we do spot them going for an overtake. Another thing that's always a little bit exciting for me anyway, especially when coming on to a new series, is learning a little bit about said drivers and also slowly becoming a bit more familiar with their cars. So those are our drivers for the Rotax Max Micromaxes. We are just a couple of minutes away now from starting this. And I can already see people leaving the paddock area, the dummy grid. which might mean that we are pretty much ready to go racing. So our first heat of the day, as mentioned before, we had a bunch of heats going on yesterday. Well, I say a bunch of heats. We had lots of practice sessions, and particularly we had heat number 1 of the day, which was Saturday evening from 5:30 to 7:20 local time. Our heats coming up, 6 minutes plus 1 lap for the micro and mini maxes. And it looks like that is a signal to our drivers to get ready, which means that the green flag is going to be dropped and we're going to be going on to our formation lap and then on to our race start. And there you can hear the gentle roar of the engine springing to life. And it is time for our very first heat of the day. Heat number 2 of the weekend for the Rotax Max Micro Maxes. And out onto the circuit go our Micro Maxes. They would have had a practice heat earlier on today, but a chance for them to get finally accustomed. You can see that really wide line being taken through the hairpin, and there is the number 3 kart. Just going to double check who is in that number 3. That is Carlis Berntsen's. One of our, I think it's 8 kart Micromax grid. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We were close. We were close. And that is the run through the final sequence of corners down into turn 11, then through turn 12, and then into the fast left-hander of turn 13. As the drivers get to grips with the circuit. Now making their way into turn 6. And then this begins a fairly long straight down into the sequence of hairpins as Carlis Berntsen gets alongside. Well, I say Carlis Berntsen gets alongside. He lifts off and he allows the 99 of Remigius Krauschunas to pull alongside him. So it is Krauschunas and Berntsen's on the front row of the grid. Berntsen's will be on the inside. Krauschunas on the outside, which could be advantageous into turn 1 on that wider line. And maybe a little bit more grip, a little nod between the drivers as the 99 of Remigius Krauschunas gets ready to go racing. Keep your eyes as well on Andrius Maniusis starting in 4th place. You've got the 49 of Oskaras Bakutis starting in 3rd place. A little bit of bumping, and well, not very happy was Maniusis about the bump heading into turn number 11. Now the question is, when do we see the trigger getting pulled from Carlis Berntsen's? Berntsen's looked majestic at the last RMC Lithuania event. How will things be starting here in RMC Latvia? Our Micromax is then around the final corner, and we are racing for the first time on Sunday. And it is a good start for Carlis Berntsen's. Oskaras Bakutis following through really well from 3rd position. A little bit sideways from the 99 of Krauschunas as he heads into turns 2 and 3. And then back up the hill through turn 5 and up into turn 6. And you can already see Carlis Berntsen has pulled clear. Big set coming through in the battle for 4th place. I'm not sure who that was. That might have been Jokubas Jozaitis, as up the inside goes the 99. Berntsen's going to hold it around the outside, but I think we're going into another formation lap because the yellow flag is out on circuit. So full start for our first race start of the day. No, I thought Krauschunas pulled off one of the most insane sends I've ever seen into the hair, but he was so far back, and then I realised, full yellow out. we're going to restart the race. No major incidents to really take note of. Also want to keep an eye on the 41 of Kapkauskas, Emilis Kapkauskas, starting from 5th place in the 41 kart. That's the green kart on the right-hand side. Quick driver over in RMC Lithuania. Races against Karlis Bensons there as well. Ooh, bit of loading from the left hand, the even-numbered drivers. Here they go then, through the final corner, and we're going racing once again. How's the start from Kraushinas this time? It's much closer, and he's almost alongside Bensons, but a bit too far back as he tries to hold off the 49 of Oscar. And one driver sends it up the inside beautifully into the hairpin of turn 4. And I think hold off move as well. Green flags being waved. No full course yellow this time. No race restart. We are well and truly racing. It's almost 3 abreast on the exit of turn number 6 as they head down into turn number 7, the right-hander, before heading into this sequence of hairpins. By sequence of hairpins, 2 hairpins. Turn 8 and now into turn 9. Karlis Bensons leads away from Remigius Kraushinas. We'll see what the rest of the grid is looking like. That looks to be Emilis Kapkauskas, who is in 4th position, as they make their way now out of turn 12 into turn 13. And so far, so good for the Latvian driver. Karlis Bensons leads from Kriaušiūnas. Then it's Oskaras Bakutis in 3rd place, followed by Emilis Kapkauskas in 4th. Then it's Maniusis in 5th position, followed by Jozaitis in 6th. Bensons is leading, but he's not leading by much because Kraushinas is looking relatively quick at the moment, and he's closing back in to Karlis Bensons. The number 3 kart is not pulling away from the Lithuanian driver directly behind him as they head into hairpin number 2 once again through turn 9, and then on this long stretch towards turn 10. And that, to me, it looks like an overtake. Emilis Kapkauskas has been overtaken by Andrius Maniusis, so the 46 car makes their way up into 4th position. And there is the 46 of Maniusis, who's trying to work his way up to the back of Oskaras Bakutis as they head through turns 2 and then through 3 and into this tight dogleg of turn 4. But Bensons has been reeled in. Kriaušiūnas in the number 99 kart is onto the back of Oskaras Bakutis. But the question is, can he overtake? Where does he want to overtake as well? Kriaušiūnas, though, taking some tighter lines, and he seems to be getting a really good exit out of these corners compared to Karlis Bensons, just really getting fantastic traction out of these lower speed corners. You can see the head lean going into turn number 10. The driver's just brushing against the white line into a few corners, staying off it on the approach into turn 13 as we start a new lap. 2 minutes and 55 seconds to go, plus 1 lap come the end of this. But Kriaušiūnas just looks so fast as we head into the dogleg once again. I'm going to keep my eyes on Maniusis in the 46. He's not really been able to pull away from Kapkauskas, so he's still sitting in 4th position as he tries to reel in Oskaras Bakutis for 3rd place. But your top 2, pretty much nose to tail, about a kart length separating the pair of them as they come out of turn 7 and 8 into turn 9 once again. And you can just see Karlis Bensons brushing against the white line, and that is the 46 of Maniusis, who is through and up into 3rd place. So, fantastic driving from Andrius Maniusis to gain another position. He's pointing forward. He's saying, look, we can catch the top 2, as going off for a second I thought was Kapkauskas. He went very wide into the final corner. And slightly different lines we're seeing from Maniusis and Bakutis in 3rd and 4th position, using that curb heading into the tight hairpin of turn number 4. But it is Maniusis up into 3rd place. He's had a really good start and, well, a good race overall, has the 46. I think gained more positions than any other driver in the race so far. We'll see, though, what he can do about this 2.5-second deficit to the leading group. It is still Karlis Bensons who is leading. And Oskaras Bakutis is starting to fall back from Maniusis. And we'll see whether he falls into the clutches of Kapkauskas in the 41 car. So the gap was 2.5 seconds last time around. Let's see what the gap is now for Maniusis and whether he's able to close in to the top 2 as they come out of turn 13 on to the start-finish straight. The gap is 2.7 seconds. So Maniusis has lost 2/10 this time around. So I don't know if he's going to be able to catch the leading 2, especially with only 2 laps remaining in this race. The next time Karlis Bensons crosses the line, we would have hit the 0-second mark. Remigius Krauschunas with the fastest lap of the race, the driver of the number 99 car, who's currently running in 2nd place with the white and red livery behind Karlis Bensons in the number 3 car with a blue and a red livery, making their way through turn number 8 and into the hairpin of turn 9 once more. Time is running out for Remigius Krauschunas. I have a feeling that unless we see a mistake from Karlis Bensons, he will be taking the victory for heat number 2 of the Rotax Max Challenge Latvia round 1 at Madonna. There's a final lap board out. A look over the shoulder for Karlis Bensons. And he sees that he's got a fairly healthy gap, half a second to Remigius Krauschunas. Through the dogleg, there you go, and there you can see the positions gained. Maniusis lost the position at the start of the race. However, he's been able to gain 2 places back since and up into the top 3. But I say that, you can see that Maniusis has been closed back in once more by Oskaras Bakutis. Will there be any late charges as Krauschunas taking a much tighter line? And he's going to go for the send up the inside into turn 9. Contact between the pair of them. Well, it was the last lap of the race, and Krauschunas, fair play to him, he had to try something. He went up the inside, and, well, Karlis Bensons left plenty of room for him. There was contact nonetheless, but through the final corner, Karlis Bensons will win from Krauschunas, and coming home in 3rd place will be Andrius Maniusis, who had to work hard for that 3rd place position ahead of Oskaras Bakutis. And then in 5th place will be Emilis Kapkauskas. So Karlis Bensons takes the win. He led from start to finish with the exception of about 1 second when Krauschunas centered up the inside. That was a really nice and fantastic final lap battle to watch. Our next race, though, is going to be our Rotax Max Mini Maxes taking out to circuit. A slightly bigger grid than what we had for our Micro Maxes. And the Mini Maxes always do provide us with some fantastic racing. So there are your results. Karlis Bensons ahead of Remigius Krauschunas, then it's Andrius Maniusis, Oskaras Bakutis, Emilis Kapkauskas in 5th, Tomas Norkus in 6th, ahead of Jokubas Juozaitis in 7th, then it's Rems Balodz Nagrado ahead of Valters Vaznis and Rodrigo Lapins. So the energy driver winning is Karlis Bensons. And out on circuit then go our Mini Maxes, which kind of resemble a group of hungry wasps. Or angry wasps, maybe I should say. So formation lap then. We'll get a full formation lap before our drivers get into order. And I think I saw, who was that who was starting on pole? Not 100% sure, but I'll just run through the drivers that we will be seeing racing today. Tauros Simnikas, Gabrielius Terencius, Martin Streibe, Emilis Juozaitis, Martin Slapins, Dominik Dargis, Jokubas Vaskelis, Marks Kononovs, Mikkel Grantins, Dominik Lepp, Ivo Os, Juris Pluxna, Klavs Hans, Keita Spike, Saula Vaitkute, and Joris Stankevicius. So we have had one formation lap complete, and I think this is the point where we'll see our drivers all grouping together. And there's the yellow flag out. So formation lap complete, and drivers will be getting into 2x2 fashion. Just like it was for our Micro Maxes, this is the second Mini Max heat of the weekend. Heat number 1 was yesterday. This is their first heat for today. And who is starting on pole? That is a 1-2-5. Is that the 1-2-5? It is indeed the 1-2-5, which is Jokubas Vaskelis, if I'm not mistaken. And then we have the 1-3-3 of Mikkel Grantins starting on the other side. So Vaskelis, Grantins on the front row of the grid. Trying to see who's that behind Vaskelis as we go into our final sequence of corners. I think that's a 169 of Klavs Hans, who is going to be starting in 3rd place. And also got the 117 of Emilis Juozaitis, who was in the YouTube chat earlier. He's starting this race from 4th position. Here we go then, around the final corner to go racing. A good, clean start, a very good start from the 133, who takes the lead of the race as they head through the opening sequence of corners and up into the dogleg. Vaskelis looking to send it up the inside, is able to get it stopped, but can't get back in front of Grantins as the green flag is out. But Grantins isn't clear as Jokubas Vaskelis goes up the inside into turn 6. He's not going to get a good exit, and he gets absolutely swamped coming out of the corner. No traction whatsoever, but he's going to send it back up the inside, heading into turn number 7. And he continues this really, really good battle with a 118 of Martin Lapins and stays ahead of Lapins. Now goes up the inside into turn number 9. Well, Vaskelis is sending it absolutely everywhere. It's not really working out for him because he's always struggling for traction out of the corners. But your race leader as we head into the final corner is Mikkel Grantins at the front of the field, ahead of Emilis Juozaitis. Then it's Jokubas Vaskelis, followed by the, I'm trying to remember who that is, that's Lapins, who is running in 4th place currently. So Martin Lapins in the 118, and there goes Vaskelis round the outside. He's going to take 2 of them as well, heading into turn 5. Slams the door shut on Lapins, so Lapins cannot get the run out of the corner, but now Vaskelis gets sent into turn 6. Well, I take it all back. Maybe wet weather racing here at Madonna improves as your former race leader spun around, facing the wrong direction, and it is disaster for Mikkel Grantins, who is, well, he's not out of the race, but he's out of the fight for the race lead. I'm pretty sure that was Mikkel Grantins who has gone off. I could be mistaken, but I saw a kart going off the circuit, and I'm pretty sure, no, Grantins is still there. Was it Lapins? It might have been Lapins. We'll see when they cross the line who has disappeared. Yes, it was Lapins. So apologies, Martin Lapins from 4th position, out of the race. Sorry, it's Patrikas Josias who is leading. Sorry, Patrikas, for calling you by the wrong name. Jokubas Vaskelis further down the order as Patrikas searching for any way through, but Juozaitis doing really well to hold on to the lead at the moment. So it's Juozaitis ahead of Josias, ahead of Grantins, though they are your top 3. And then it's about half a second back to the 169 of Klavs Hans, who is within touching distance of our leading group. with just over 3 minutes remaining. And you can see Patrikas Josias just that little bit sideways, getting a bit of a drift on through the final corners as he searches for traction. And you can really see the different types of lines that everyone's taking. Seems to be working out really well for Josias at the moment. As there goes Patrikas up the inside. Josias with the cleanest switchback you might ever see in karting. Emilis Josias, that was cool, calm, and collected. Patrikas Josias went for the send down into turn 5. Emilis Josias did not even bat an eyelid. Timed that to perfection. Well, Patrikas Josias is going for these sends left, right, and center. If he ever sees the opportunity, he goes up the inside. But fair play to Emilis Josias. What a switchback. I could watch that on repeat for the entirety of the day and not get bored. The 117 out of turn 13, the final corner, to start a new lap. And is it just me? No, it's not just me. That gap has extended to Patrikas Josias. Fastest lap of the race, currently going the way of Mikel Grantins, 58.456. And there you can see the gap now that Josias has over Josias. Up to about half a second. Little look over the shoulder coming out of turn 6 and onto the back straight. Well, Grantins hasn't really closed in massively to Josias. He still seems to be a fair bit behind. If anything, he's being closed in now by Klaus Hans. But your leader is indeed Emilis Josias in the 117 car. He is going to be absolutely loving things at the moment. Got the Iridium visor out as well in the rain. Cool kid and a half. But as I say that, Patrikas Josias has kept the gap to Josias this time round. So fairly similar lap times. And you can see that Josias is copying Josias' racing lines this time round. You saw 2 laps ago. Much tighter entries from Patrikas Josias into corners. But now he's starting to emulate the race leader, Emilis Josias, a little bit more. So through turn 8 and into turn number 9. We'll see what the gap is looking like between the top 3. It was half a second between Josias and Josias. You can see that on the left-hand side of the screen. Fast lap of the race, though, goes to Martins Lapins, who was running in 4th place at one point. Let's not forget he spun, climbed his way up into 11th, 2 seconds behind the 162 of Juris Fluxna. We'll see how much that gap comes down, because Lapins is lapping very, very quickly. Well, he's taken about a second out of Fluxna. Maybe a top 10 is possible. Top 9 might be a little bit difficult. Well, Josias, the gap is down to 0.2 of a second at the front of the field. They're pulling away from Mikel Grantin, so your top 2 just seem to be that little bit quicker. Not by a lot, but by a tiny margin compared to everyone else. Patrikas Josias just hasn't been able to find a way through. Well, he has found a way through. He's just found it a little bit difficult to stick the overtake. Look over the shoulder from Josias, and you'll see that Grantins is really far back. Well, not really far back, but about a second as we head into the final corner to start what I believe is going to be the final lap. There is a final lap board. Now, Patrikas Josias, he's brought this gap down even further. No, it's gone up to 0.3 of a second. But Patrikas is going to have to search for something, and we know he likes to go for sends. Will he be able to do one down here? He's going to look for it. You can see that he was sniffing at the opportunity, but it just did not fall his way. Patrikas Josias with the new fastest lap of the race, 58.1. Is he close enough to maybe go for an overtake into turn 9? So we're heading into the hairpin of turn 8. Then we've got a bit of a straight before we head into 9. Turn 10's another overtaking opportunity. He's having a look, uses the curb, but that wide line from Emilis Josias allows him to carry a lot more speed. And now he is home clear. There's going to be nothing that Patrikas Josias can do to get ahead of Emilis Josias. Emilis Josias, well, This has been a really, really great drive for Iosaitis. He'll take the checkered flag for heat number 2 ahead of Patrikas Josias. Then comes Mikel Grantins in 3rd position. Well, a very, very good top 3 and a really good, fun battle at the front of the order as well. And let's also not discount as well in 4th place, Klaus Hans. We'll see once we get the full grid how Martin Lapins has done. He was fighting for 10th place on the last lap or so. We'll see whether he was able to make his way back into the top 10. Every single position counts because it's going to affect where you start for that final race of the day. Here are your results then. Emilis Iosaitis wins from Patrikas Josias and Mikel Grantins. Klaus Hans in 4th ahead of Joris Stankevicius. Then is Jokubas Vaskelis in 6th place ahead of Saule Vaitkute. Then is Ivo Os ahead of Dominic Lepp. Juris Pluxna was able to beat Martin Lapins to the line by half a second nearly. Keita Spike in 12th ahead of Martin Streber. Then Marks Kononovs in 14th ahead of Dominiks Dargis in 15th. And that is your top 15. The field spread by 24 seconds come the end of the race. And now that we have had our mini-maxes complete, our next race is going to be our Rotax Max Juniors. Let's run through our drivers racing in the juniors then. We've got Marco Plinta, Rudolf Alexis, Kristaps Lipins, Bennett Corius, Matas Baljus, Rodrigo Kakers, Markus Jauk, and Majos Mažinas. So I recognize a few of those names from RMC Lithuania. So Majos Mažinas, Markus Jauk was racing earlier on. As there we can see, I think that was Marco Plinta who is starting this race on pole. Yes, Plinta and Corius on the front row of the grid. So the yellow flag's out, formation lap is done, and our drivers will be getting into grid order. So our third heat of the day then, about to get underway. And there is the 266 and the 296. So the 296 is Majos Mažinas. So it's going to be Mažinas who starts on the front row of the grid. And is that... I can't quite read it. Is that the 288? Yes, it's the 288. So Markus Jauk is going to be starting this race on pole. And there is the 222 of Bennett Corius, who's going to be starting this race from 4th position. And I think the 252 of Rodrigo Kakers, who's going to be starting from 3rd. So Kakers in the Lando Norris kart, Jauk in the green kart, and then you've got the 296, which is Majos Mažinas in the red and white kart, starting on the outside of the grid, the left-hand side of the field. Here we go then. Green flag is dropped and we are racing. Clean start from our junior drivers so far, and a good start as well from the pole sitter, and a good start as well from the driver in 3rd place. A little bit of loading and spinning as well. And on to the grass goes the 213. That's Rudolf Alexis. The heel drop to the back of the field, but leading the way without any significant issues is Markus Jauk, the Estonian driver, heads the Rotax Junior field through turn 8 and into turn 9. Still green flag, so we are getting no race restarts for this. And there is Majos Mažinas, who has been able to get back ahead of Rodrigo Kakers. So Machinas, who started on the outside of the grid, just got taken a little bit advantage of. The outside is always quite tricky when you're starting in second. Now Machinas needs to get his head down and close in onto our race leader, Markus Jolk. As they head through the tight complex, turns 4 and then into 5 and now through turn 6. And you can see that wider line being taken by Markus Jolk. But Majas Machinas is definitely closing in. That gap was 7/10 of a second at the start of the lap. It's looking a lot more like 4 to 5/10 of a second now. Through turn 9 and onto, well, almost a back straight. As we see the 228, that's Matas Balchus in the grey Tony car with the 215 directly behind him. That's Kristaps Lipins. Well, the gap is still half a second between Jolk and Machinas, but Machinas, as expected, picked up the fast lap on that lap. As there goes a potential overtake from the 215 of Kristaps Lipins. Not able to make it work though. And have a look at Machinas, definitely closer than he was one lap ago to the rear end of Markus Jolk, the race leader. And there goes the send as well, up the inside from Machinas into turn number 9. Jolk, though, hangs it around the outside and will be able to hold on to the race lead. But Machinas is well and truly here. Is he going to be able to open up this little sequence of corners? No, not quite. And he will just have to sit in behind Jolk for a little bit longer. We've got 4 minutes left, so there is plenty of time for Majas Machinas to pick his way through to the front of the field. I say pick his way through, he's only got one overtake left to make. He was able to get through on Rodrigo Kakers without too much of an issue at the start of the heat. But Markus Jolk is going to be a slightly trickier adversary to overtake. You can really see Jolk's inside left tyre lifting as he throws the car into turn 8. But Jolk has been able to pull out the gap a little bit this time round. There's Rodrigo Kakers with Bennett Corgius in 4th position, just over a second behind. And is that a fastest lap of the race as well for our race leader of Markus Jolk? I think it might have been. I saw it pop up in purple. And I'm just going to check. Rudolf Alexis in 8th. He's closing up to the back of Matas Balchus. Let's not forget that Alexis had that incident on the opening lap. There was a bit of loading from 3-4 drivers. Is that a mistake from Jolk? Well, it looked like he went a little bit wide, and Machinas did not want to blink as he went for the opportunity that had arisen. But again, this is the issue with trying to overtake in the wet. If you go for a send up the inside, you get such a worse exit coming out of the corner 9 times out of 10 that you then lose the position. We saw that from Patrikas Josius in our in our Minimax race earlier on today. The last heat that was actually out before our juniors that are currently on circuit. Well, still things looking good for Mr. Jolk, and he's pulled a little bit of a gap as well over Majas Machinas. And you can see Majas Machinas and indeed your race leader Markus Jolk have really pulled away from Kakers behind them. Rodrigo Kakers, though, still in a very comfortable 3rd place. He's got a 2nd lead, just 1.1 seconds now to Bennett Corgius. Our 2nd Estonian driver as Machinas a bit sideways, heading through the hairpin of turn 4. But York is in a really good rhythm at the moment. The fast lap of the race as well. And he's starting to pull clear of Myers Majinas. He's got the gap up to 0.8 of a second. We're going to have 2 more laps when they cross the line. There's about 25 to 30 seconds when they exit turn 13 and come over the start-finish line. Marcus York has driven very, very well today. He just needs to carry this kind of pace into the final. See the GoPro on the top of the radiator. We'll see how much footage, well, I say we'll see. I hope you get some good footage of this race. Tends to be, though, when things are raining, it just all becomes a bit of a blur sometimes. Well, through turn 9, just 3 corners remaining. Turn 10, and now is going to be the tights. Turn 11, turn 12. All he has to do now is navigate his way through turn 13. And Marcus York, very, very good heat too. Starts the final lap of the race ahead of Myers Majinas. And York just has not been putting a foot wrong. There was that one moment a few laps ago where it looked like he went a little bit wide. I don't know if it was a mistake or whether Myers Majinas thought that he could go for a send. Majinas with the fast lap of the race now. And has been driving well as Majinas. But these top 2, they've been trading lap times. But I think Marcus York has just been trading a little bit better. There was a point where it looked like we might have a bit of a race on our hands, but York has just kept things really clean, really tidy. Also, shout out as well to Rudolf Alexis, who had that incident on the opening lap. He's worked his way past the 2-8, but your race leader, York, will cross the line, takes the checkered flag ahead of Majinas, and then it will be Kakers, who was getting closed in by Corius, but not quite quickly enough. So, let's have a look at our race results. Marcus York takes the win ahead of Myers Majinas and Rodrigo Kakers. Bennett Corius in 4th ahead of Marco Plinta. Then it's Kristaps Lipins and Rudolf Alexis in 7th, with Matas Balchus completing the grid. So, very, very good drive from Marcus York, and indeed Myers Majinas, the pair of them, just showed that they had that little bit of an advantage over the rest of the field. And Myers Majinas will have to go back to the drawing board a little bit and figure out how to find that extra couple of tenths to take the battle to Marcus York for the finals. Well, I think this is time now for our biggest grid of the day, which is our Rotax Max Seniors. 25 karts in total. I'm going to be honest, I have a feeling that I might forget a few names. Well, our spectators are definitely looking a little bit damp and soggy. So let's run through our drivers competing today. We've got Jonas Liutkauskas, Linas Volungevičius, Martin Valts, Karlis Kirikovs, Hendrik Pietz, Bruno Perle, Kaja Spetkus, Tom Strel, Marta Spike, Elisabeth Sulce, Timurs Peserica, Alice Tolstermane, Kate Drobiseva, Arturs Danilevskis, Hans Markus Narusk, Artyoms Sestakovs, Ralf Stammers, Romans Rodionovs, Oliver Kirk, Armandes Sakalis, Adrian Stions, Ricards Keikulis, Marius Karshauskas, Fernando Paimre, and Ilya Sheremetha. I'm just trying to remember some of these drivers that I have commentated on from RMC Lithuania. One driver who really impressed me recently was Alice Tolstermane. A very good final lap race. that I got to witness. So I'll be keeping my eyes out for Stolstermann to see how she performs. Tom Strel as well, a very quick driver. Linas Volungevicius, also one to keep your eyes out for. I remember Stakalis as well. And Fernando Paimre, the Estonian driver in the 377. But we'll see as they come into view, and I can have a look at their numbers. A bit of support in the YouTube chat from Kirikovs. We'll see how Karlis Kirikovs, that's the 309, gets on. The Latvian driver for MRG racing on the Gillard chassis. So it is 309 and 317, I think. So that is Karlis Kirikovs and Martin Zvalts. We'll see whether they will be our drivers starting on the front of the grid. I think they will be, most likely. So now one formation lap, and then the yellow flags, or sorry, I think it might be two formation laps. There's the yellow flag out on the approaching to turn 5. So we are now on to 10-minute heats and 1 lap. We had 10 minutes as well for our juniors. The rest of our heats will all be 10 minutes until we get to our Tilitsons. So that's the 377 on pole, 307 alongside. So the 377 is Fernando Paimre, and the 307 is Martin Zvalts. So Zvalts and Paimre on the front row of the grid. Then it's the 309 and the 384. So the 309 is Karlis Kirikovs, and is that the 384? I think it might be the 304. See, this is why weaving's annoying, because I can't read the numbers. Never mind, it is the 304. Linas Volungevicius. He'll be starting in 4th place. So, let's see how this front row pans out. Paimre on the front row of the grid, starting this race on pole. The Estonian driver with the Latvian of Martin Zvalts alongside. Nice and slow then as they go through the final corner. Bit of an issue for the driver in 3rd place. He's really far back and no green flag is dropped. So, well, I don't know what the issue was for Karlis Kirikovs. Maybe some of his fans in the chat might know and can tell us. But Kirikovs looked like he wasn't in the formation heading into the final corner, and he was trying to get back in. And I think he got back in a bit late, and maybe he was just unhappy with it, so left a big gap so that there would be a race restart. But either way, a little bit strange. I'm sure there was a reason for it. But I'm pretty sure that the false start has been given due to Kirikovs being a bit further behind from the pole sitter than we would have otherwise liked to have seen. And it is really chucking it down as well. There are some massive, massive puddles forming. I think there was one heading in towards turn 7. Well, Fernando Paimre, time to start it all over again. Martin Zvalts alongside as we head into this final sequence of corners, turn 11 and 12. Then it's the run into 13, and then we can go racing once more. And this time, doesn't look like there's any issue for Karlis Kirikovs in the 309, starting from 3rd position. And a few signals of slowing down. Kirikovs doesn't look too happy. Maybe this has been a bit of loading. So here we go then for our seniors. Green flag is dropped, and this time we're away. Paimre, great start. Kirikovs straight up into 2nd place at the inside of the grid, gets away fantastically. It's not the start that Martin Zvalts would have wanted, because he's dropped down to about 5th place, nearly 3 abreast as they head into the dogleg of turn number 4. But Fernando Paimre has started this race exactly how he would have wanted. What a send up the inside from one of our drivers. into turn number 6. But as expected, you just don't get the traction. And now that's a 3-2-8 going up the inside of Tom Strel for 4th position, or is that 5th position potentially? But have a look at Fernando Paimre. He has checked out. He's pulled a huge lead in the space of half a lap, and now coming under pressure. Is that Martins Valts, who's made his way back up into 2nd place? I think it might have been. So Martins Valts, who had not the best of starts. Sorry, that's a 309 of Carlos Kirikovs. So Kirikovs, who started in 3rd position, up into 2nd, which is what we saw on the opening lap of the race. Then comes the 304 of Linas Volungevicius in 3rd position. And Volungevicius up the inside, sideways into the side of Kirikovs. And thank you very much, says the 3-2-8. Is he able to pull off the move? He is indeed. Tom Strel up into 2nd. And, well, it's all getting rather tasty, rather spicy in our Rotax Max Seniors. But Tom Strel up into 2nd place, courtesy of that crazy send that we saw around the outside. Goes to 304, but straight back up the inside comes Carlos Kirikovs, sideways between the pair of them as they lean on each other on the exit of turn 9. Well, this has been some fantastic opening set of laps of battling that we have seen. Well, Madonna is certainly giving us some really exciting battling in the wet for the opening round of the Rotax Max Challenge at Latvia. And, well, nose to tail, Tom Strel up into 2nd. And now he can try to hunt down Fernando Paimre. Well, really good from Strel. We'll see what the pace is looking like. Opportunistic driving and an opportunistic overtake coming in from, is that the 344? It is indeed. Slams the door shut as well on Kirikovs. That is Alice Stolsermane. I said to watch out for Stolsermane. And, well, watch out for Kirikovs because he goes straight up the inside. But Stolsermane has none of that. Hangs around the outside of turn 7, inside into turn 8. And, well, I hate to break it to any Fernando Paimre fans, but he's getting reeled in. As there goes Kirikovs back up the inside of Stolsermane, who is surely going to go up the inside into turn number 11, while these two are properly battling away at one another. And up the inside into the final corner, Stolsermane a little bit tight contact on corner exit as they make their way up the start finish straight. Man around backwards into the tyre barrier after contact with Kirikovs, Carlos Kirikovs and Alice Stolsermane side by side. Well, did one turn across the other? Did one turn into the back of the other? Who was at fault? We leave that to the stewards to decide. But, well, they swapped positions about 4 or 5 times in the space of 3 corners, and you just had a feeling that it was going to end absolutely terribly. And that's what it did for Alice Stolsermane. Well, I saw her at the 2nd round of the Rotax Max Challenge in Lithuania. She was absolutely rapid, elbows out, fantastic racing. We saw more fantastic racing from her, but sadly for us, it only lasted for a couple of laps. We'll keep our eyes on Stolsermane and see whether she can close back in to our field of drivers and maybe pick up some much needed points. But we can't be thinking about that any longer because here up the inside goes Tom Strel. Well, around the outside, Paimre, surely no, he sits behind going into turn number 5, and it is Tom Strel, fastest lap of the race lead as well. And, well, Tom Strel is absolutely flying. The Latvian driver storms to the lead here at Madonna. What does Fernando Paimre have in store? Now that he's been overtaken, he's sticking to the back of Strel, but I have a feeling that Paimre is going to have to go for a move very quickly, otherwise Strel is going to be checking out in the space of a few corners, and it looks like that might already be happening because Tom Strel is gone. And there is Carlos Kirikovs, who is currently running in 4th place. We've not spoken much about Linas Volungevicius. There he is in the blue car running in 3rd place, a very lonely 3rd place at the moment. But you can see that Tom Strel has pulled out a 9/10 lead in less than a lap. Tom Strel is taking to the circuit like a duck takes to water. And Fernando Paimre just has to sit in 2nd. Well, he's trying to follow Strel, but Paimre just doesn't seem to have it. We'll keep an eye on the gap as well between Paimre and Volungevicius too. The gap is currently sat at about 1.7 seconds, 1.8 seconds. Let's see when they come over the line. We've got just over a minute to go. We might actually start focusing on this battle for 4th position because Kirikovs is being closed in by Romans Rodionovs in 4th place. And then comes the 318 of Bruno Perle, and a little bit wide. And Perle's going to try to go for a move. Is he going to be able to go for the switch back up the inside into turn number 5? Pulls it off, and now they're side by side into turn 6. This is where you can get a really bad exit. And, well, it's not bad enough for, for Rodionovs, but it doesn't matter because the 318 of Bruno Perle sends it. Stuffs it up the inside into turn 7. Really nice overtake from Perle. And now Perle will be trying to hunt down Kirikovs in 4th position. The gap at the front then, 1.1 seconds. Tom Strel leads by Paimre, 1.6 seconds ahead of Volungevicius. And then it is this 3-way battle for 4th position. Kirikovs has a little bit more of a gap now as Perle battling with Rodionovs has cost a pair of them a little bit time. And, well, we've not really talked about the 354 of Danilevskis, who has gained 11 positions in this race. That is a drive and a half, as there is the 354, who's now up into 6th place. So Danilevskis started this race from down where? 20th position nearly, and is up into 6th place now. That is absolutely ridiculous. Well, Danilevskis, take your hat off as well. Kirikovs on the outside. That was Perle, who went up the inside into turn number 9. Wasn't able to find the traction, a little bit sideways. We're about to head on to the final lap of the race. 3-4-1 in the grass, Timos Veserica. And that is at turn 11, if I'm not mistaken, or turn 10, actually. And the 310 is off as well. So a few incidents in the final couple of laps. Endrik Pietz was our driver there. As here is Kirikovs, Perle on the outside, heading into turn 6. It is surely the last lap of the race. I think it is. Really good exit from Perle, who heads down the hill in towards turn 7. Will surely get the move off. We'll have a check once we next see them on a camera. But I think Perle has pulled off the move. We'll see whether We'll see whether Danilevskis is able to close into this group. There are your top 3. And we should see Perle just in the corner of a shot, making his way in. There he is. Perle has made the move, but your race winner, Tom Strel, takes the checkered flag ahead of Fernando Paimre. Then it is Linas Volungevicius. And what a final lap. And a race overall from Bruno Perle to come home in 4th ahead of Karlis Kirikovs in 5th position. And we'll have a look at the full-on results momentarily. I want to keep an eye out for where Stolstermann finished as well. Tom Strel wins from Fernando Paimre. Then it's Linas Volungevicius, Bruno Perle, Karlis Kirikovs in 5th, Artus Danilevskis in 6th, Romans Rodionovs in 7th place. And there actually we see Alistair Stolstermann in 17th. Not quite able to get ahead of Marta Spike in the end, but some really, really fantastic racing. And I think one driver that we'll be having to keep our eyes for in the finals is Danilevskis, because he looked fast. Ilya Sheremeta was in 7th or 8th place, I forget which. But we're going to be moving on now to our Rotax Max DD2s, which will be taking out on to circuit. Our geared karts coming up next. And then after our DD2s, I think we'll be having our DD2 Masters shortly after. So we are expecting to start this race in about a minute. You can see that the assembly area has been cleared. which means that our karts will be taking out on to circuit very, very shortly. Let's just quickly run through then our drivers who will be competing for heat number 2 of our DD2s. Tonis Johannes Tormingas is our Estonian driver. Then we've got Sebastian Adari, Rodrigo Frams, Martins Janovskis, Roland Spruder, Maxim Shurko, Matis Malinovskis, Devin Sagadi, Noyes Gerulaitis, Edgars Vilkans, Elmars Mikkelsons, Bruno Van Hanens, Nauris Danebergs, Andreas Opkaup is our field of drivers. I'm trying to think who are big drivers to really be watching out for. Again, a lot of these drivers, new drivers for me to see, but a few of them I recognize from RMC Lithuania. Maxim Shurko, very quick driver for Lenktynia Linea, so he'll be one to watch out for. Outside of Maxim Shurko, I think it's Edgars Vilkans who was very quick, if I remember. It's either Vilkans or Noyes Gerolait. I can't remember which of the two. But our cars take out to circuit. We'll have a formation lap before we get them into 2x2 order, and we have a spinner on the formation lap. Who is that? I think that might have been Elmars Mikkelsons, potentially, but I'm not 100% sure. Anyway, if there is any point to spin, it is on the formation lap. That is when you should get your spins out of the way. As I'm trying to see who that is who is on pole by the looks of things. Is that 420 something? I think it might be. It might be Martins Janovskis. But we'll wait and see when they get information and they slow down a little bit. It'll be slightly easier for us to be able to spot who is starting where. So there's the yellow flag out. Practice complete then for our DD2 drivers. And time to get them into formation order to start this race. Well, we've got our DD2 Masters after this race, followed by our Titson T4, and then we will be heading into our finals. So let's have a look then. Who is starting on pole? That is the 422 of Martins Janovskis. And then it's the 444 of Devin Sagadi, starting in second. Very colourful kart for the Estonian driver. Then we've got the 498 of Nauris Danebergs, who is starting in third, and the 405, I believe that is, of Tonis Johannes Tormingas. So, two Estonians, both of them starting on the outside of the grid. And then on the inside are the Latvians. Latvia versus Estonia on the front row of the grid. Ooh. Needs to be careful. Does Nauris Danebergs, almost going into the side of Tormingas. Here we go then. Nice and slow for our DD2 drivers as we get ready to get another 10-minute heat underway. The green flag is dropped. We are racing. Tormingas moves straight over to the inside, but he's not going to be able to gain any positions. And, well, it's not the start that... Well, it might actually be, because straight back up the inside. Yes, pulls off the move as well, does Sagadi. And back up into second place, although he loses it almost immediately. And now Tormingas goes up the inside into turn number 6. So it's all getting rather leery in this battle for second place. Send up the inside into turn number 7. From the... Oh, straight back comes Tormingas, trying to go up the inside into turn 8. Really great battling for second place. Defensive line from the 444 of Devin Sagadi. Sorry, from the 498 of Danebergs, but I think that was a send then up the inside into turn number 10. They're side by side, staying out of the barriers, guys. And thankfully, everyone is able to make their way through. Who is where? I'm not quite sure. I think I saw Maxim Shurko up into 4th, 5th position, if I'm not mistaken. No, it isn't Shurko. Anyway, what we do know is Martins Janovskis is leading this race from Edgars Vilkans in second place. So Villikans has made a really good start. I think he started in 5th or something, but never mind. He's not going to hold on to that position for longer. There are ascents every single corner. It's hard to keep track of who is who. As going up the inside goes to 4-4-1. That is Matis Malinovskis, who gains a position and moves up into 3rd place. Well, Villikans in the 4-6-9. Edgars Villikans has gained 5 positions. He started this race from down in 7th and is up into 2nd. But as I say that, I think he might have... No, he hasn't dropped a position. He's on the hunt, and he's trying to hunt down Martin Janovskis. So, Edgars Villikans, keep your eyes out for him because he is looking absolutely fantastic. So Janovskis then leads from Villikans in 3rd place, Malinovskis. And in 4th place is Danebergs, who started this race in 3rd position, if I'm not mistaken. So he's down into 4th. Then it's Sagadi in the 444, followed by Tormingas in the 405. And have a look at Edgars Villikans. Where has this come from? Starting down in 7th, he must have had an issue or something in race 1, because here in heat number 2, he is absolutely flying. Where is the ascent coming? You know he's going to go for it. He has a little sniff into turn 10, but that's not going to work. Hugging the curb through turn 11 and 12. Really, really liking to use the curb is Edgars Villikans compared to what we're seeing from Martin Janovskis, the racer leader in the 422 car. But your top 2 then make their way up the hill. 4 minutes to go in this race. Well, Villikans definitely looks slower than Janovskis through that opening sequence of corners, but I think it's through the second half of the lap, through these slightly higher speed corners. Villikans goes up the inside. Contact between the pair of them. Villikans has a little look over his shoulder. Well, these two battling is going to work out quite well for Malinovskis, who's in 3rd. Villikans taking that really wide line, trying to maximize his exit speed. Coming out of turn 8, will he be able to go for a move into turn 9? Just slots in behind your race leader of Janovskis. Still searching for a way through. This is a big overtaking opportunity. He's going to go up the inside. Takes that curb. Can't get the traction out of the corner. And just has to sit behind Janovskis for a couple of corners more. Here comes the send into the final corner from Edgars Villikans. Gets the traction as well, but not quite enough. They're side by side heading up this hill. Villikans will have to slot in behind, and look is closing in. It is the 441 of Matis Malinovskis as they head into the hairpin of turn 4 once again. Tight line then from Janovskis as Edgars Villikans continues to search for a way through. There was 100 separating them as they came over the line last time around. And still Villikans searching for any way through. Defensive lines from Janovskis into pretty much every single corner. On the exit of every single corner, he looks over his shoulders, tries to figure out what Villikans is going to try to do. Well, Villikans has just got the drive coming out of turn 9, and there's nothing that Janovskis could have done about it. And you have to feel that Villikans, he's had so much pace that surely he's going to pull away, but no. Fighting back is Janovskis into the final corner, but it might be a decision that he lives to regret because he's compromised his exit. And this is the part of the circuit where Janovskis is actually quicker than Villikans, although Janovskis would not know about that because he's always been ahead coming into this sequence of corners previously. So here we go then, down into turn 7 once again. That tight line being taken by the 422. Martin Janovskis now no longer trying to hold on to first, trying to hold on to second, but he's not going to be able to hold on for it long because the 441 of Matis Malinovskis up the inside into turn 9, able to hold on to the inside into turn 10 and up into second place. So Janovskis drops down into 3rd. We can see a little battle going on for 4th place between the 498 of that. Who's in the 498? That is now Daneberg, who has Sagadi right behind him. And then comes the one that is Sagadi, Devin Sagadi in the 444, I think just behind, if I'm not mistaken. I think all of the positions have changed this lap. So Sagadi has dropped behind Danebergs in the battle for 4th position. But Edgars Villikans leads the way and is looking pretty good as well to take the win. And And there is Edgar Vilkans. You can see that car on edge, heading through every single corner as he searches for grip. And he's pulled himself, well, it's probably going to be about 2 seconds as he crosses the line this time round. It was 1.7 last time around, 30 seconds, 2.4 seconds. Edgar Vilkans pulls 0.7 of a second on the last lap. Well, they say rain is a great equalizer, and rain really lets the best drivers distinguish themselves. Well, Edgar Vilkans is certainly doing that. This is an incredibly impressive drive from Edgar Vilkans. And, well, he started this race not from the front row of the grid, not from the top 5, but from 7th position. From 7th to 1st, Edgar Vilkans, this is absolutely incredible. He's got 1 lap and 4 corners to go. Doesn't seem to be too much battling happening in the rest of the top 10. Domingas has dropped down to about 10th place. That's a 4.05. Actually just been overtaken by Andreas Obgaub. And there is the last lap board. And I have a feeling it looks like Martin Janowskis is starting to close back into Matis Malinovskis in a battle for 2nd place, but it just looks like it's too little too late. I think there's been a move further down the order, as it looks like the 511 has been overtaken. I'll just double check. That's the 511 of Juris Zalitis, who has been overtaken by Majas Mažinas. I think that might be the battle for the DD2 Masters class lead. So, around the final corner, then comes Edgar Vilkans, a drive and a half from 7th place on the grid. Phenomenal drive from Vilkans. Matis Malinovskis takes 2nd ahead of Martin Janowskis, who started this race from pole. They are your top 3. And then in 4th place, I think, was Devin Sagadi ahead of... who was that who came home in 4th place? I'm not entirely sure. I think it was Pritsei. So that's the DD2 Masters drive. So really good from Pritsei to finish in 5th place in the highest placed DD2 Masters driver. Here are your results then. Edgar Vilkans and Matis Malinovskis, with Martins Janowskis completing your top 3. Then it's Davin Sagadi ahead of Pritsei, your leading DD2 Masters driver. And then it was Andreas Obgaub in 5th position. Just wait to see that order again, and that is our DD2 race done, which I believe means that next up is going to be the Titson T4s. Now, I don't know if we're going to have a small break before the Tillitsons, because I think according to the schedule, we might have 10 or so minutes before the T4s head out. I'll just quickly run through our drivers who will be racing in the Tillotson T4s once that heat does get underway. We've got Rem Schmitz, Rudolfs Toms Bersins, Maya Gomberga, Daniels Peteris Bersins, Ralfs Leyens, Dasse Grossberga, Edvard Skimenis, Orests Maris Revalds, Kirills Dmitrievs, Valters Volosatovs, Robert Zenis, Jakabs Abolins, Marcos Heidemanis, and Christians Lazdans. So that is our grid for our Tillotson race in a few minutes' time. That's one of our... I'm not sure if that was a marshal or spectator just sneaking onto camera there. Hope he didn't show any sensitive information on his phone. And there we have one of our carts being recovered. So presumably our Tillotsons will be getting underway shortly after that. After the Tillotson race, we will be heading on into our final set of races of the day, the finals. which will be the same as the heats that we saw, same ordering of those heats. So I'm just going to double check the timetable quickly. So the Titson race scheduled to start at 2:12 local time, actually, which means that we have, well, nearly a 50-minute break. So we're massively ahead of schedule. So I'm not quite sure when the Titson T4 race will be starting, because we've actually started the DD2 race quite early as well. So I think with that, we're going to take a little break, and we will be back shortly with our final heat of the day. So heat number 2, which will be starting in about 15 minutes time. And that's our, actually, no, I take that back. I think we are pretty much ready. Engines are on. And these are, I think, our DD2s. Yes, they are our DD2 Masters. We're just out, if I'm not mistaken. So let me just check exactly what is happening. Okay, so it is the DD2 Masters who are out on to circuit. So Juris Zalitis, Pritsei, Ivars Us, Haigo Hummel, Argo Tam, Mikolas Machinas, Eke Nurm, and Rudis Klavins are our drivers for this heat. And also, sorry, I was getting the timetable wrong earlier. We've got Heat 2 followed by our Super Heats. And then after the Super Heats, we'll head into the finals. So that is the 433 currently, which let's just double check. Well, we've got the 551, which, sorry, 557, is that? I can't quite tell. Right, it looks like we are almost ready to go racing then. With the 433 starting on pole. I can't seem to get a driver list up. So while I grab that, I apologize, but I'm just going to have to refer to everyone by kart numbers. Here we go then. Green flag is dropped, and we are racing then for our DD2 Masters. And clean start for more then as we head up the hill into turns 3 and 4. Is that going to be a send? Yes, it is. And we've also got a spin further down the order. Green flags are still being waved, so it doesn't look like we are going to be having a false start. And through turn 6 we go. I'm not sure if there was indeed a change of positions. I know that one driver went up the inside. Indeed, he did. So that's a 5-2-3. Who has moved up to the lead of the race. Already starting to see some big gaps forming, and a battle as well for 4th. Is that going to be a move? A little sniff anyway from the 507. Has to back out of it. And I've also just been looking at stewards' bulletins as the 523 has spun as well. So I think, right, so it's Carlos Brisis then who is leading this race. And just behind is, I think, the 575 of Artur Zenis in second position. And then in third is the 507, which is Martin Spikis. And in fifth is the other Spikis of Marcus Spikis. In fact, three Spikis in this race, Martins, Marcus, and Juris. So I'll try my best not to get confused between the three of them. So just to clarify the event, it is the LKK DD2 race. So different to the RMC DD2 race that we had shortly in the previous heat. But so far, things looking very good for Brisis at the front. It's all about this battle for second, though, between the 575 and the 507. Artis Zenis ahead of Spikis, Martin Spikis, in third place. Spikis, though, looking that little bit more stable currently as he searches for a way through, looking up the inside into 9. Good exit, though, from Artur Zenis, who holds on to second position as they head out of turn 12 and now towards turn 13. But the gap nearly 6 seconds spreading across the field. I thought for a second Speakers was going to go up the inside, decides against it. There's a really big puddle on the apex of turn 5 by the looks of things. Doesn't seem to be affecting the carts too much. Some of them do opt for that tighter line into the corner. And you can see as well, Zen is taking a defensive line going into turn 7, or potentially that is just his preferred line in the way. And here goes Speakers up the inside. This time it's a much cleaner overtake. As Zenis tries to get the switchback coming out of the corner, but unable to quite pull it off. Also had a change as well for 4th place with the 534 of Juris Spikis, finding a way through the 554, which is Roman Padans. But at the front of the field, there's a very good drive from Kalis Pristis. And if I'm not mistaken, so Kalis Pristis is in the DD2 or DD2 light class, whereas Speakers and Zenis behind are in the heavyweight class. So Pristis, Zusevics, and Padan, so the 433, 551, and the 554 are all in the standard DD2 class, and then the rest of the field are in the heavyweight class. I'm not sure what weight determines that. just seeing a few of the steward decisions that have been announced. So 2 laps to go, and Brissi is still doing a really good job up at the front of the field. And Zenis has actually fallen behind now Juris Spikis. So Artur Zenis has dropped down to 3rd in class, and there you can see Artur Zenis in the 575 kart. He's just been overtaken by the 534 of Juris Spikis. I think there's also been an overtaken further down the order, actually, and Marcus Spikis in the 523 up to 7th with apparently the fastest lap of the race as well. So that's very impressive from Marcus Spikis. And he has just got past Dimitris Antunevics as well. Last lap board is out. As our drivers make their way up through the turn 1 to 4 complex. There is your race leader, Brikis, who has been rather quick in this race and really enjoying the wet weather conditions. As he looks to the final sequence of corners, and will be taking a near 6-second lead, most likely. It was 5 seconds when he last crossed the line, nearly 10 seconds to Juris Spikis in 3rd. Over the line then, and Brisis takes the win ahead of Martin Spikis in 2nd, and then Juris Spikis in 3rd, followed by Artur Zenis in 4th place. So some big gaps across the field, but a very good drive from Brisis nonetheless. So Carlos Brisis takes the win ahead of Martin Spikis. Then it's Juris Spikis. Artur Zenis in 4th ahead of Roman Padans, who comes 2nd in the DD2 amateur class. Then it's Edmunds Zusevics and Marcus Spikis in 7th. Dimitris Antunevics and Kristaps Kalixons in 9th place to complete the field. So Kristaps had an issue, wasn't able to complete the race by the looks of things, which is why there is that large 4 laps gap. So we can see our Titson cars getting ready to take to the circuit. And they will be our final group for heat number 2. Before we head into our super heats. And the rain is still falling here at Latvia in Madonna for the opening round of the Rotax Max Challenge Latvia. Just a reminder, 2nd round of the championship will be at Sauliai on the 20th and 21st of June. There's a lot of water and some really big puddles forming out on circuit. As the marshals are trying to get as much of that standing water off the circuit as possible. Look at that puddle going into, I think that is turn 7. You really need to take a super wide line into that near-on hairpin. Otherwise, you're just going to be running in a lot of standing water, which I don't imagine will be the fastest way around the circuit. The calm before the storm. As let's just check the schedule very quickly. So the Titsons are scheduled to go out in about 2.5 minutes time at, oh sorry, pardon me, I got that wrong. Are scheduled to go out right now, 11:39 local time. We'll be seeing the Titsons out again for the superheat at 12 minutes past 2 Latvian time. So we should be seeing the Titsons coming out onto circuit any moment now. So it's going to be the 965 who is starting on pole by the looks of things. The 965 is Kirill's Dmitriev's. And he'll be starting ahead of the 919 of Daniel's Peteris Berzins. Then it's going to be Lasdans and Jimenez. So Christian's Lasdans and Edwards Jimenez on the second row of the grid. Then it's Ores Maris Revels, who'll be starting in 5th place, with the 909 of Rudolf Toms Berzin starting in 6th. Then it's Dace Grossberger and Rem Schmitz, who will be lining up in 7th and 8th, with Leyens and Abolins completing the top 10. So that's the 928 of Ralph Leyens and the 967 of Jakobs Abolin. Sorry, the 976 potentially. The yellow flag's out, drivers being told to slow down, get into 2x2 formation. And then we can get our 10-minute heat underway. Sorry, 7-minute heat. So all of the Heat 2 races, 6 and 7 minutes plus 1 lap, and then the Super Heats will be 8 and 10 minutes plus a lap. Finals will be 11, 12, or 14 minutes plus 1 lap. So there is Berzins, who will be starting in pole, or on pole I should say. So the 909 will be our driver to watch out for. And there you can see the drivers making their way through turn 5. Oh, sorry, not through turn 5, through turn 9. So the 919, 965. So the 965, that is Kirill Dmitriev's on pole, with Daniel's Peteris Berzins alongside. So Dmitriev's Berzins on the front row of the grid, and also keep your eyes out for the 985 of Christian's Lasdan. So Lasdan's in 3rd place. Dmitriev, Berzins then front row of the grid. We round the final corner. And we are racing. Good start from Berzins, actually able to tuck into 2nd place immediately, so it doesn't drop down into 3rd as they head through turns 1, 2, and into 3. And now this corner is going to tighten as they go down into the dog leg, a little bit wide, if anything, from Dmitriev, but it will not compromise his run. No spinners by the looks of things, but your top 2 seemingly pulling clear of the rest of the field after just half a lap. But your race leader is your pole sitter. The 965 of Kirill Dmitriev leads the way, but maybe not for much longer. A little bit wide, and is that a signal to do another lap? Well, I'm not quite sure what the finger wag was from the 919 of Berzins. But green flags are waving. We're not going to be getting a full start. We're not getting a race restart, effectively. The top 2 head into the final corner. over the line. The 919 is looking racy. Bertelsins, will he go for a move into turn 4? That is a lot of drivers' favourite overtaking spots, maybe even into turn 5, but just sits behind and continues to wait for a better opportunity. And this might be his opportunity. He tries to take the tight line through turn 6, but as expected, isn't able to get the traction on corner exit. Has to settle for second place, as there's so much standing water. And now it's less important on being on the racing line and more important to avoid the puddles, as the 919 tries to go for a move again, but the 9 Dmitriev is going to be able to cover off the inside going into turn 10 and will hold on to the lead going into turn 11, but a little bit wide. That might be inviting a bit of extra pressure now from Bertelsins, who is on the bumper of Dmitriev's through the final corner and on to the start-finish straight. No way through. Keep your eyes as well out for the 985 of Christian's Lasdans. Who is looking fairly good in third place, half a second separating your top 3. Fast lap of the race as well for Lasdans, but he's made a mistake somewhere on this lap because he's visibly dropped back and away from the leading duo. And look how much standing water is on the apex of turn 8. I mean, there's a lot as well here through turn 9. And you can see that Lasdans is closing back in onto the leading 2. As they head through the final couple of corners to start a new lap. 4 minutes remaining on the clock. Still just sitting nose to tail. Romberga, the 917, with the most overtakes so far of this race. Bit of a mistake this time from Dmitriev's, and through goes Bertelsins on the exit of turn 5. So Dmitriev just a little bit too sideways as he got onto the power. Will he be able to hold on to second place, or will he be able to hold on to the lead? Will Bertelsins? But also do not discount Christian's Lasdans in third. The 985 with the black suit and the white helmet is looking very racy and looking very quick as well, most importantly. But at the moment, things looking good for Bertelsins. Daniel Peteris Bertelsins leads the way. And is putting out a rather comfortable gap as well. He's already got it to half a second when they cross the line. I wouldn't be surprised if that gap is over a second at the end of this rotation. Nose to tail then, as Lasdans searches for a way past Dmitriev's. Oh, big puddle. Interesting to see the different lines being taken, as your race leader Bertelsins likes to just go straight through that puddle at turn number 8, whereas the group behind are avoiding it. Into the final corner then they go. 2 minutes remaining on the clock. The gap at the front of the field is, as we expected, over a second. Daniel Peteris Bertelsins lapping really, really well in his Titson here at Madonna. You can see that gap. Well, that's well over a second now. It's probably going to be 1.5 seconds. It's all about the battle for second. Three-way battle for second between Dmitriev's Lasdans and the 931 of Edvards Jimenez. So Edvards Jimenez, I can't actually remember where Jimenez started this race from, but he's looking good nonetheless. So Lasdans continues just trying to take slightly different lines to Dmitriev's in the hope that maybe he can put Dmitriev's off, or that a mistake will just allow him to sneak alongside. And here comes Lasdans. Well, he's got a good run. They're side by side heading up the hill. And, well, the move is completed by Lasdans under braking. So, Lasdans, Christian's Lasdans up into second place. Now, I'm quite interested to see, actually, what kind of pace Lasdans has up his sleeve. We'll also keep our eyes out for Edvards Jimenez and whether Jimenez can get through on Dimitrievs as well. Jimenez in the neon yellow helmet at the back end of your shot. Just trying to put off Dimitrievs heading into turn 9. Will he be able to get a better exit? No, not quite. And again, just having to sit behind, and you can already see the gap that Lasdans has pulled. Lasdans is looking quite quick. And that's a fast lap of the race. Well, he's closing in onto Berzins at a rapid rate of knot. Are they on the last lap, though? I think we might get 2 laps. There might be an opportunity here for Lasdans to take the win. He is looking really, really fast, and he's caught up to Berzins rapidly. So the gap was 1.3 seconds. If he can get that gap down to maybe 0.6 of a second at the end of this lap, he has a chance. But if it's only about 0.8, then, well, he's going to need to find a little bit more. We'll keep an eye as well on this battle that's on our screen for third place between Dimitrievs and Jimenez in third and fourth, respectively. There is your race leader, and there is Lasdans. I'm sure Lasdans will be thinking, well, if I just had an extra lap, I could have done this. It was 1.3 seconds, 0.9 seconds. There's no question that at the moment, Christian's Lasdans is the quicker of the two, but it's not by enough. And I think even one more lap might not have been enough for him to get onto the back of Rudolf Toms Berzins, but maybe 2 more laps would have been enough. Either way, Rudolf Toms has done more than enough. It was very quick at the start of the race, and he did all of the hard work then. And unfortunately for Christian's Lasdans, just took him a bit too long to get past this driver here with the white helmet, 965, your pole sitter of Kirill Dimitrievs. And here comes your race leader then, the 919. Daniel Speteris Berzins rounds the final corner to win heat number 2. A little fist pump as Christian's Lasdans, only able to gain a 10th on that lap, comes home in second. In third place is going to be Kirill Dimitrievs to complete your Titson T4 podium. So here are your finishing orders then. So, Daniel Speteris Berzins takes the win ahead of Christian Lasdans, then it's Kirill Dimitrievs. Edvards Jimenez in fourth ahead of Rem Schmitz, then it's Rudolf Toms Berzins in sixth. Rals Leyens in seventh ahead of Dace Grossberger and Maya Gomberger. Also, apologies to Daniel Speteris Berzins. I was getting him mixed up with Rudolf Toms Berzins for the majority of that race. Ores Maris Revals in 10th ahead of Valters Volosatovs in 11th. Marcos Heidemanis in 12th ahead of Jakabs Abolins and Robert Zenis in 14th position. And that completes our Tillotson field. So with that, we are now going to be having a short break, and we are timetabled to be back with our first superheat, so effectively heat number 3, at 12:40 local time. So that's 10:40 if you're in the UK like me, or 11:40 if you are in Central Europe, because this is the lunch break at Latvia currently. So stay tuned and we will be back shortly. Welcome back, everyone. We are getting ready to jump on into our super heats for round number 1 of the Rotax Max Challenge Latvia here at Madonas. And as you can see, the rain is coming down. There's a marshal who's fighting some demons with the checkered flag in the background, but it is very, very wet. By fighting demons, we're talking about drying out the flags, because when you have to wave a flag and it is soaked with water, it is really, really heavy. So shake all of that water out, wring out the flags, and well, it is pouring with rain. If I was with my friend to describe how it's raining, but we shall not be doing that because we are on broadcast. But it should be some good sets of races to end off the day after our lunch break has now been completed. We're going to be starting off our super heats with our micro maxes, although our mini maxes, followed by the juniors, seniors, DD2, amateur DD2, and T4, and then we'll do that all over again with our finals. We already had one heat yesterday. We had heat number 2 this morning, and now it is for the super heat. And as you can see, that is the ordering of our next couple of sessions. So we are 2 minutes behind on the previous schedule, so it's now all at 42 instead of 40 for this first race. Our micro maxes that are almost ready to head out on to circuit. So we'll have a quick look at the grid for our micro maxes momentarily, as we saw some really good racing from our micro maxes earlier on today, between the 99 of actually, sorry, it was the 90 of Kriaušinas, wasn't it? Who had a really good battle with Oskaras Bakutis, Emilis Kapkauskas, but it was Jokubas Juozaitis. No, sorry, it was Andrius Maniusis who took the victory. Actually, no, it wasn't. Who was it? It was the number 3. Of course it was. It was the number 3 of Carlis Bensons who won. There we go. And it looks like he's going to be starting on pole again with Kriaušinas alongside. So Remigius Kriaušinas on second position, just as he was in heat number 2 earlier on today. You can see the green car. That is Emilis Kapkauskas, who will be starting in 4th place. And I think the 46 of Andrius Maniusis is starting directly behind Carlis Bensons. That's the driver with the white helmet and the dark, I don't think it's a black car. I think it's a dark green car. It's just a bit hard to see at times. Let's see, though, how this race goes, because it did look like it was some feisty battling. Carlis Bensons managed to break away at the start, and then Kriaušinas was battling like crazy with the duo, or I should probably say trio, because it was Bakutis, Maniusis, and Kapkauskas all fighting him for second place. And that kind of allowed Carlis Bensons to break away. We'll see whether the same thing happens again in our super heat. So now that one formation lap has been completed, our drivers will order up into a 2x2, and then we can get the race underway. So there you can see the yellow flags coming out. The drivers will pull up alongside each other. Bensons, Kriaušinas along one another, and then Kapkauskas and Maniusis alongside. The Latvian driver will lead the swarm of Lithuanians to the start-finish line to start our super heat, just like he did in heat number 2 earlier. As we wait for our drivers to approach the final sequence of corners and wait for the final drivers to join up, as the number 16 of Jokubas Juozaitis just pointing, saying, "That's where I'm meant to be, buddy. Be outside of the circuit, thank you very much." And who does Cut have starting behind him? That's Tomas Norkus, who will be starting in 6th position. but it does look like we are ready to go racing. So Kriaushina starting second, but it is your pole sitter in the number 3 kart, Carlos Bensons with the Lewis Hamilton helmet. Here we go then, out of the final corner, and the green flag has not been dropped, so we will be having a race restart. You see, yep, the yellow flags are being... I don't know if the Micromaxes have realized this yet, but they should do now when they see the yellow flag. And I think that's just because they went out of the final corner a little bit too quickly. So Carlos Benson's a bit too eager to get on the power. You have to be going slow enough so that the entire field is bunched up. You can't get on the power too early and cause a large field spread is essentially the reason for that. As I think that's a 46 of Andrius Maniusis almost going for a cent. Oh, someone really got into a big puddle of water on the approach into turn 9. And that'll be one for effectively a sighting lap. Okay, let's not do that in the race. Let's avoid the big puddle for the race. And sometimes you don't notice it. You go through a corner. There's a bit of communication going on between the 16 and the 46. That is Jokubas Juozaitis and Andrius Maniusis. Maniusis starting in front of Juozaitis. Right, here we go then. Attempt number 2, Carlos Bensons starts on pole in the number 3 kart with Remigius Krauschunas alongside. Green flag is dropped and away we go. Good start for Bensons. Krauschunas drops down into 3rd place. He might drop down into 4th as Manius is trying up the inside in for Krauschunas. Very late with the send up the inside into the hairpin. It works. He covers off the inside as well, heading down into turn 5. Remigius Krauschunas, what a move. Fighting as it's 3 abreast behind him. Heading into turn number 6. Krauschunas still at the front, but here comes Emilis Kapkauskas, who's got a good run. He's going to have the inside down into turn number 7 and will surely hold the position. But as I say that, really good defending from, I think that's Maniusis, who held it round the outside of 7 and is holding on to 3rd place as well. Just double check that that is indeed the 46. It is Andrius Maniusis up into 3rd position. So really good start for Maniusis. But again, Kraus having the same issue that he had in heat number 2, where he just has to battle his way back up into 2nd on the opening lap. And Carlos Bensons has already got a really big lead in front of him. So Bensons leads by what looks to be about 0.8 of a second to Krauschunas, and then comes the 46 of Andrius Maniusis. So 0.9 was the gap when they came over the line. Krauschunas in 2nd behind Bensons, and then Maniusis a further 3.5 behind. Let's see though what kind of pace Maniusis has in store for us, and whether he and indeed Krauschunas can close in onto Carlos Bensons at the front of the field. As expected, the pole sitter putting in the fast lap of the race on the opening lap, a 1.6 minute. And I'm sure we'll be getting down into the 59s come the end of this race. We were saying at the start of the broadcast, maybe it'll stop raining or it's not raining too hard and the track will dry. That is absolutely not happening. The rain is here to stay, and we'll be having some wet races come the end of the day as well. Over the line then, the gap was 0.9 of a second. It is still 0.9 of a second. It's a very equal pace from Bensons and Kriaušunas, and indeed Maniusis. Kapkauskas in 4th and 5th position as Bensons gets a little bit closer to that 59-second lap time that we were highlighting a few moments ago. There are your top 5, and then it is a bit of a gap back to Juozaitis in the number 16 kart ahead of Norkus. And then it's a very big gap back to some of our other micro drivers. Well, that's the 41 and the 49, which is Emilis Kapkauskas and Oskaras Bakutis, who are trying to close in to Kriaušunas and Maniusis in 3rd and 2nd place respectively. So Oskaras Bakutis started this race from 3rd position, and now he's at the back of this train behind Kapkauskas as we come over the line, and Bensons has continued to extend his lead. It's now 1.5 seconds. Kriaušunas does not have the pace to be able to stick with Bensons. We'll see, though, whether Maniusis, if he can find a way through on Kriaušinas, maybe he'll be able to reel in the race leader. But at the moment, that does not seem likely. It is difficult to follow in the wet for karting, especially if you're a little bit on edge about braking late and running the risk, the fear of hitting the back of someone, as Kapkauskas taking that slightly wider line through turn 8. And that has opened up the invite. Well, it opened up the invite to the 49 of Oskaras Bakutis, and it opened up the invite for Bakutis to then have a trip into the mud. And Bakutis will probably say he was squeezed onto the grass, and Kapkauskas will probably say, I didn't know you were there, or come up with some excuse. Who's right, who's wrong? We leave that to the stewards to decide. But Kapkauskas is now in 4th place and isn't under any significant pressure from Bakutis, who has re-emerged in 7th position. So I think for Oskaras Bakutis, the best that he can hope for now is 5th, if he can get past Norkus and Juozaitis as well. But your race leader, Karlis Bensons, is absolutely flying. Kriaušinas, for now, is keeping Maniusis at bay. And as I say that, Maniusis tries to look for a move up the inside of turn 8. He's going to be on the outside now, going into 9. Backs off, slots back in behind Kriaušinas. Doesn't want to do what we saw from Bakutis 1 lap ago. And as I say that, I think I saw Bakutis closing in onto the back of Norkus. He was 1.6 seconds behind. And there goes the rear for the 46 of Andrius Maniusis. Well, that is going to take him out of this battle for 3rd place. He has pace, so he can try to reel in Kapkauskas and Kriaušinas once more, and he's still in 4th place as well, critically. But a lot of work to do now to close into the group of karts ahead. It will take a fair bit of work, and there you can see in the corner of your screen, pardon me, you can see Maniusis trying to clamber back up through the order. Oskaras Bakutis, half a second behind Tomas Norkus, who is in turn 6/10 behind Jokubas Juozaitis. That you can see Kapkauskas not really closing in onto Kriaušinas, just over a second behind on the last lap. We'll see whether that changes at all. So 2.8 seconds, the gap at the front of the field. This time we're probably going to go up to about 3 seconds. So still at 2.8 seconds. And Maniusis has fallen behind Kapkauskas, which is what we saw last time round. Bakutis is now 4/10 behind Norkus, so we can see that group of 3 karts of the shot momentarily. So Oskaras Bakutis trying to make his way back up into P5. As Karlis Bensons sets the new fastest lap of the race, 59.8, which is what we were expecting. We thought we'd see a 59 or 2 being set in this lap. 1 minute, 12 seconds to go. So I think we're going to get 2 more laps when they cross the line. It's going to be close as to whether we get 2 or 3 more laps. Karlis Bensons probably going to cross the line with about 59 seconds, almost exactly to spare, as 2 cars were very close together coming out of turn number 12. We'll see if anyone has changed orders. Bakutis might have got past Norkus. We know that Bakutis has a bit more pace, and indeed he has, so Oskaras Bakutis has made his way up into 6th place. Next up is Jokubas Juozaitis, who is only 2/10 further up the road, but is going to take something special. As there you can see the move going up the inside into turn 5. That was presumably Oskaras Bakutis overtaking Juozaitis for 5th place. 5th place is likely where Bakutis will stay. We might still have a battle for 2nd. Kriaušinas is just under a second ahead of Kapkauskas, so Kapkauskas has brought that gap down by a couple of tenths. Maniusis further 1.3 seconds back. He's not closing in by a huge amount, so it's looking like this might be our final results for the superheat or our micro maxes. Bensons continues to extend his lead at the front of the field to 4.6 seconds. think the last lap board was out. And Bakutis is indeed ahead of Jozaitis. But Carlos Bensons has just been very, very impressive all day today. Whether that was in Iran or here in the Super Heat, and I'm sure as well in Heat 1 yesterday, which we weren't able to watch. It wasn't live streamed. But I'm sure Benson's put in a fantastic, fantastic effort. Here comes Carlos Bensons then. Out of the kink of turn 12. Through the final corner of turn 13. And Bensons will make it 2 out of 2 today. Remigius Krauschinas comes home in second ahead of Emilis Kapkauskas. And a good job as well, let's not forget, from Andrius Maniusis, who was closing into Kapkauskas at the end. I think the gap was well under a second, and it was well over a second when Maniusis made his mistake earlier on in the race. So Bensons from Krauschinas from Kapkauskas is your top 3. Then it's Andrius Maniusis, Oskaras Bakutis, Jokubas Jozaitis, Domas Norkus, Valtas Vasnis, Rems Balods Nagrado in 9th, and Rodrigo Lapins in 10th. So your amateur Micromax winner was Valtas Vasnis. So with our Micromaxes done, our next Super Heat will be our Minimaxes. And the Minimaxes always give us some really entertaining races. Although saying that, particularly today, I think our Rotax Seniors and DD2s have given us some really, really splendid racing. But let's see what the Minimaxes do have in store for us. And you can really see the rain is coming down heavily. A couple of spectators without an umbrella or a hood. How they're doing that, I don't know. Sometimes I do feel like I'm allergic to rain, especially when one of them even has a hood on his coat. Oh, I think he was about to put the hood on. Anyway, Minimaxes about scheduled to start. They've just been given the board, and there is the one. That is a driver to watch out for. Mikel Grantins. He's quick, and he will be towards the front end of the field. Bit of duct tape on the underneath of his helmet, which is probably to stop all of the padding getting soaking wet from the, well, the lakes that are driving through out on circuit. But the driver to watch out for is going to be, I think it's Patrikas Josius. Or was it the 117 of Emilis Jozaitis? I can't remember who won Heat 2. I think it was Jozaitis. Emilis Jozaitis for X-Spirit was very, very fast. Now, Patrikas Josius looked quick, but Jozaitis was able to overtake him on the road to claim that victory. And Mikel Grantins had some pace, but I think he just struggled to get through on Patrikas Josius, unlike Jozaitis. So with the 133 starting in 3rd place, Mikel Grantins has a really good chance of getting ahead of Patrikas Josius into turn 1. So formation lap complete as they make their way out of the final corner. And we are about half a lap away, or 3/4 of a lap away from starting our Rotax Minimax Super Heat. So this race will be 8 minutes long for the Minimaxes, plus one end, of course. The 169 starts this race in 4th place. Another driver to watch out for, Klaus Hans. He was looking quite quick as well at the end of heat number 2. But again, he was just kind of stuck in that train behind Patrikas Josias. To take nothing away from Patrikas, very quick driver, but he had some even quicker drivers right on his tail for a large portion of that race. However, the 117, Emilis Juozaitis, the Lithuanian driver for MRG Racing, will be hoping that he can just break clear at the start and that everyone else behind him, particularly the 133 of Mikael, involved in all of the carnage. But we're green and we are racing. It's a really good start from Patrikas Josias, who's actually ahead going into turns 1 and 2. There's a yellow flag out. I think that's going to be a race restart. And I don't know if that's for the majority of the field maybe being too fast out of the final corner. Maybe it's for Patrikas just getting ahead going into turn 1. I think Patrikas is quite lucky because if this race wasn't restarted, he might have got a jump start penalty for that. It's very rare that you can be in second, get into turn 1 before the pole sitter, and not claim a jump start penalty. So I think Patrikas Josias is going to have to take a mental note of that race start and think, right, I can't do that again. I can't get ahead of Emilis going into turns 1 and 2. And he must make sure that he's behind. So here they come then, through the final little sequence of corners, and then turn 13 will bring us onto the start-finish straight. The green flag is being readied. And here come the drivers. And the green flag is dropped. Again, Patrikas with a very good start, able to get ahead. And following him through as well is Klaus Hans. So, absolutely fantastic. I think there was a bit of an incident with one driver going over the curb somewhat, but Patrikas Josias is leading the way. However, Hans hasn't been able to hold on to the of second. He's actually dropped to third and now might even drop to fourth as well, as he's got Mikael Glantins right behind him. Emilis Juozaitis has reclaimed second position and now will begin the hunt towards Patrikas Josias. We'll see though whether Klaus Hans can, in his composure, start to close back into these leading two. But Patrikas Josias leads the field heading into the final sequence of corners. And here are your top four then. Out of the final corner, across the line to start lap number 2. 1.4 seconds separating the quartet of karts. Josias and Juozaitis 1 and 2. Hans and Gratins 3 and 4. And the Patrikas fans are back in the YouTube chat. Well, Patrikas is certainly going. We'll see whether he extends that half a second lead. And in fairness, actually, I tell you what, Klaus Hans is looking very quick. He's tagging along really well with Emilis Juozaitis. And it looks like Juozaitis is falling back from Patrikas Josias by a substantial amount. The gap was half a second. Surely going to be up to nearly a second, judging by visually what the gap between the two are. There you go, it's 9/10 of a second as the 199 of Joris Stankovičius tries to go for a move. He's going to go up the inside into turn 5. Not sure if he was able to pull it off though. Indeed he was, so you can see him at the front end of the train. Here he comes out of... So Joris Stankovičius moves up the order. And there is Patrikas Josias, who is moving clear of the rest of the field. And Grantins in 4th place. He's staying to the back of Klaus Hans, but he's not really closing in. If anything, he's dropping back by a tiny, tiny amount. As you can see, that slightly tighter line being taken by Hans Klaus going into turn 4. He tries to close into the back of Emilis Jozaitis. So most positions lost. Dominik Lepp, 6 places down the order. Had an incident at some point, which is why he is 12 seconds off the back of the 1, 2, 3, which is Dominik Stargis. Four minutes to go then in the race. And I tell you what, Klaus Hans is looking fairly good. He seems to just be able to stay to the back of Emilis Jozaitis, but I don't think he's pushing like easy at the moment. He's content with whatever pace he currently has and is presumably maybe more so waiting for a mistake from Jozaitis. So out of turn 9 they come. And in fairness to Grantins, he's closed back in onto Klaus Hans. So once again they head into the complex of 11 and 12. Through the first sequence of corners they go, and there comes the move up the inside of Jozaitis goes Klaus Hans, and he pulls off the move, covers the inside going into turn 6. However, switchback coming from Emilis Jozaitis, and Grantins just can't quite get involved. So Emilis Jozaitis holds on to second place, but we can now see that Klaus Hans does have to potentially go for this move. He's been looking quick. He's just been looking a little bit patient behind Jozaitis. He went for an overtake, he pulled it off, but then he just wasn't able to cover off Jozaitis on the exit of turn 6. But Klaus Hans certainly has some very good pace. No way through going into turn 1 or 2. Big opportunity is going to be here going into turn 4. It looks like he's lining up a move. Will he go for it? Not quite, has to again sit behind, and don't forget as well now, Emilis Jozaitis will be wary of the overtake coming into play. And how does Grantins want to approach this? Does he want to try to force the move on Klaus Hans, or maybe even sit behind and say, well, if those two battle for second place, that might open up the door for me to in 2 positions and move up into second place. Again, Klaus Hans searching for a way through. We still have a few minutes left to go in this race. Surely this is going to be the send. Tries for it, but again, really late on the brakes from Emilis Jozaitis, able to hold on to the position. So Klaus Hans is very good at getting the runner out of the final corner and being glued to the back of Emilis Jozaitis, and then trying to have a go into turn 4. But Jozaitis just seems to be a little bit later on the brakes than he was those few laps ago, where we saw Klaus Hans momentarily claim second position from Emilis Jozaitis. But now Jozaitis, wary of that overtake, just seems to be making it a little bit harder for Hans to move. Here we go again, and just as expected, Klaus Hans glued to the rear end of Jozaitis. But too far back this time to go for the send into turn 4. Maybe into turn 5 could be an opportunity. Indeed it is. He's going to go up the inside, but on that wider line, Jozaitis gets a better run. Hans again going for a move up the inside into 6, but once again, on that wider line, more traction for Jozaitis. And now Hans has to be careful about Grantins, who is directly behind him. So, again, it's not worked out for Klaus Hans. He's going to have to go back to the whiteboard. Well, actually, first of all, he's going to have to catch up to Jozaitis, and then he's going to have to go back to the whiteboard and think of something different. And that just seems to be the way it is. Every time he goes for it over, he loses half a second or so. And then he's got to spend the next lap or two trying to close back in. And then once he's closed in, he can then go for another potential overtake. It hasn't taken him long, really. He's closed back up within the space of a couple of corners. He's really, really good through turn 13 is Klaus Hans. See that much wider line he's taking, not as good as what we're seeing from Jozaitis. So that tighter line from Jozaitis going through turn 5 just seems to be working that little bit better for him than it is, or than the wide line is working for Klaus Hans. So 8 and 9, and then down into the final complex. But keep your eyes on Klaus Hans here, because this is where he's really good, through this really fast final corner. And you wouldn't be too surprised if you see him just really catch up fully sideways. Checkered flag is out, though. Patrikas Josias takes the win ahead of Emiltis. Klaus Hans comes home in 3rd, ahead of Mikkel Grantins in 4th. A very good race for our mini-maxes. So Jokubas Vaskelis in 5th, ahead of Saulo Vaitkute in 6th. Then it's Joris Stankiewicz in 7th, ahead of Martins Dreiber in 8th. Martins Lapins in 9th, ahead of Marks Kononovs in 10th. Kita Spike in 11th, ahead of Ivo Os in 12th. Then it's Juris Pluxna, Dominik Dargis, and Dominik Lep in 5th to 15th, respectively. Dominik Lep, one of our drivers who had effectively a DNF. 8 laps down in the end, so clearly some issue in the opening stages of the race. But very good work from Patrikas Josias to take the win. And there is a kart getting pushed back, which is probably our DNF driver. So our next race is going to be the Rotax Max Juniors. Their superheat will be 10 minutes long. So here is then formation up for the Rotax Max Juniors, or the Rotax Junior Max, if you will. So our drivers: Marco Plinta, Rudolf Alexis, Kristaps Lipins, Bennett Korgius, Matas Balchus, Rotackers, Markus Jauk, and Majos Maginas. Markus Jauk, definitely a driver to watch out for, because he won heat number 2. And we'll see whether he can win the super heat as well. I'm trying to remember who else was really one to watch out for. I think Rodrigo Kakin in the 4th. Majos Maginas, definitely one to watch out for as well. I'm trying to remember who is going to be starting alongside Markus Jauk. So there's the 252. That is Bennett Corius. Sorry, Rodrigo Kakers. 222 is Bennett Corius. And starting in third position, well, in fourth is the 296, which is Majas Mažinas. And in third place is the 210 of Marco Plinta. So Plinta in third, and we've often seen the driver starting in third, ending up in second out of the opening corner. So we'll keep an eye on what Marco Plinta can do. And indeed, Rodrigo Kakers starting from second place. So out of 12 they go into the final corner to start their superheat. And the green flag is dropped. We are racing. It's not the best of start from Kakers. Marco Plinta might be able to gain the position, trying to hang it around the outside of 2. Has to slot in behind Kakers. So good stuff from Kakers, but Plinta coming back at him into the hairpin of turn 4. Makes the position work, but actually ends up losing a position himself. And who has come out of all of this on top? Is that... I can't tell. It might be Matas Balchus, who is up into second place, but it is a bit difficult to see. I think it's 215 of Kristaps Lipins potentially, or maybe it's Rudolf Alexis. We'll see once they come in and the timing tower updates for us. So there is the 228 and the 222. Matas Balchus and Bennett Corius. So definitely not Balchus, who is up into second. It's Marco. So Marco Plinta is in second, and in third place is Rudolf Alexis in the 213 kart. However, things so far very good for the Estonian of Mark. The 288 car, a very vibrant green livery and helmet to go with it. So it's been a very good start from Alexis, who started this race down in 7th place, already up into 3rd. Will Rudolf Alexis be able to hold on to 3rd place? So that we're going to have to wait and see. Majas Mažinas has been able to get past Rodrigo Kakers. Now next up for Mažinas is going to be Alexis. And you can see Mažinas is already onto the back of Alexis, trying to go up the inside through turn 6. That's not going to work for him. And there's Rodrigo Kakers with Kristaps Lipins directly behind him. So 2nd and 3rd of Plinta and the 296 of Majas Mažinas. Exit turn 11 and turn 12. Marco Plinta putting in a really sterling job at the moment in 2nd place. I mean, Marcus York has just been absolutely fantastic in these wet conditions. Untouchable so far today. And there goes Mažinas, looking for the move up the inside into turn 6. Going to squeeze as well. Alexis on the exit of the corner. And does that, which prevents Alexis from being able to get that good run, that switch back on the exit of the corner from the wider line. So Majas Mažinas does well and up into 4th place. Through turn 13 we go once again. and up through the opening sequence of corners. 1.7 seconds is the gap at the front of the field. Marcus York ahead of Marco Plinta. And Myers Martinez, as we saw last lap, finding a way through on Rudolf Alexis into turn 6. It's now up into 3rd place, but nearly 2 seconds down on Marco Plinta. So I'm unsure whether that gap is going to be surmountable or not. However, Marcus York has just been driving phenomenally well. Another 5 minutes to go in this heat. However, I say he's been driving phenomenally well. Last time round, he has made a mistake because the gap was 1.7 seconds and it has now dropped down to 1.2 seconds. So Marco Plinta is closing in. But is it a one-lap thing, or is there a issue going on with Marcus York? I mean, in the world of karting, there's rarely an issue, so it tends to be mistakes. But has the pace swung into Plinta's favour, or was it just a one-off mistake from Marcus York? The gap was 1.2, it's now 1.3. So Plinta falls back by a tiny amount on the last lap. Marcus York just needs to keep it on the circuit and keep on putting in these decent laps. However, Marco Plinta, he's got the faster lap of the race as Marco, so it's not just, it wasn't potentially a mistake then for Marcus York. Plinta has some really, really good pace right now. Well, the gap was 1.3 seconds. They exit the final corner. Let's see what the gap is like when they come over the line. Oh, 0.8 seconds. Marco Plinta is on a stormer right now. This is the only battle out on circuit for us. Something has happened as well to Rudolf Alexis because he has dropped down to 8th position. So there must have been something occurring a little bit earlier in the race. Potentially it was last lap. I don't know if there was contact or whether he made a mistake by himself, but Alexis has dropped down to 8th and only 1.5 seconds behind Kristaps Lipins in the 215. But we're keeping our eyes at the front of the field to see whether Marco Plinta can continue to reel in your race leader of Marcus York. It's all the Marcus band at the front of the field. Marcos versus the world. Well, the gap is back up to 1 second now. So trading lap times, but overall it's trading in favor of Marco Plinta. 2 minutes on the clock. If Plinta can put in another good lap like he did 2 laps ago, this gap could come down to about half a second. But York leads by a second as they head into turn 9. Final hairpin that they have to navigate. Through the final corner, has Plinta brought the gap down? So this in favour of Marcus York. And we are nearing the end of the race. We've got 3 laps to go, including this one. So it'll be 2 remaining next time round, and time is definitely running out for Marco Plinter. So through 11 and 12, turn 13, the gap was 1.3 seconds. Has Marcus Jog just started to extend the gap once again? Will Plinter start closing in? No, the gap stays pretty much exactly the same at 1.3 seconds. So advantage no one. In terms of the race, advantage Marcus Jog. Well, one more lap after this lap, penultimate lap of the race currently. Marcus Jog with a little look over the shoulder, I think, at the hairpin, just to try to see and figure out how close is Plinter. Here they come then. Last lap board is out. The gap was 1.3 seconds. It looks like it's back down to about a second. We'll see as they come over the line. Marco Plinter, 1.3 seconds again. So the gap has stabilized between our top two. No other battles to keep an eye out on. And to be fair, this isn't even a battle really, because Marcus Jog has been very, very good in the superheat. And there were a few laps where we saw Marco Plinter closing that gap down. And I started to think, oh, maybe this could be it. But it turned out just to be a small error from Marcus Jog. And there's the checker flag. Marcus Jog picked the victory ahead of Marco Plinter. Matas Martinez will come home in third place ahead of Rodrigo Kakers, who was right behind him at the end. Then it's Benekorius, followed by Matas Balchus. And then rounding out the field is Kristaps Lipins and Rudolf Alexis. Alexis, who had an incident earlier on the race. You can see him banging the steering wheel in frustration. So that brings an end to our Rotax Max Juniors, which means that we're going to be moving on to our seniors shortly. So just a quick recap of the result. Jog, Plinter, Martinez in your top three. Then it's Kakers, Koyes completing your top five. Matas Balchus, Kristaps Lipins and Rudolf Alexis complete your 8-kart field. Next up will be our Rotax Max Seniors, which will be starting in -1 minute time. Here we go then, our Rotax Max Juniors Super Heat. We saw some really good racing from our Rotax Maxes earlier on today. Well, I say our Rotax Max Juniors and the Seniors as well. Let's see how this pans out and whether it will be any different to what we saw from them not that long ago. Sorry, our Rotax Max Seniors. There we go. So, formation lap will complete. And we will be gridding up 2x2. Now, there's a few drivers to really watch out for. Go through them in no particular order. Tom Strel, your winner from race 1, absolutely fantastic. However, Fernando Paimra was leading for a large part of it. Tom Strel was able to work his way up through the field and win from 7th on the grid, if I remember correctly. Alice Stolzermane was rapid. Had that incident, though, with Karlis Kirikovs. And Stolzermane will be absolutely flying in this heat, I think, to work her way up through the order and try to pick up a podium. And I'm trying to remember if there's anyone else to particularly watch out for. I'm sure there are many drivers to watch out for, but I feel like those are the main ones to kind of keep your eyes out for, who will be making some big moves. So it's the 304 starting on pole. That's Linas Volungevicius. And then the 377 in second place. That's Fernando Paimra. No green flag drop down. They were not close enough, which means we will be restarting the race. So, Volungevicius and Paimra on the front row of the grid. That should make for an interesting start. Now, I need to try to spot where is Tom Strel and Alice Stolzermane. I think one other driver was Romans Rodionovs, who came in 4th or something like that. I can't remember about Mariusz Karszauskas as well. Karlis Kirikovs as well was a quick driver. And you can see just how far ahead right now the 304 is of Linas Volungevicius as he desperately tries to work some heat into the tires, and he's saying, where is everyone? Come on, guys. We've got a race to do. 328 of Tom Strel. So Strel is starting this race in 3rd place. That is big. And that's Fernando Paimra, who will be starting in 2nd. And, well, I have a feeling that right now your pole sitter of Linas Volungevicius is saying, look, I'm the pole sitter. I set the pace. If Paimra wants to sit really far back, that's on him. That's not on me. And Paimra is saying, well, I think you should go slower. And I feel like this might be another false start because no, it's not. We're racing. And it is side by side between Paimra and Volungevicius on the run up towards turn 1. Volungevicius holds it. And round the outside for Tom Strel, who takes the lead through turn 3. Will he hold on to it? Yes, just about. Volungevicius tries to fight back as they head through turn 5. And it is very feisty stuff. And, oh, was that a little look? Up the inside goes Fernando Paimra into turn 6, but Volungevicius hangs it around the outside of the sweeping left-hander. And also keep your eyes on Karlis Kirikovs, who is in the white suit with the red and white helmet. He's going up the inside of everyone into turn 7. Someone's really up on the water in the puddle. That was Fernando Paimra, I think. But look at Tom Strel. He has checked out, as I think I saw. Who is that who's made their way up into 4th place with the white helmet? I can't quite identify as we've got a spinner down at turn 11. Thankfully, nobody connects the driver, but Tom Strel leads from Volungevicius. Linas Volungevicius in 2nd place. Then it's Karlis, and in 4th place is Romans Rodionovs in the 362. No changes to positions through the opening sequence of corners. Then we've got the 318 of Bruno Perla in 5th place, ahead of Fernando Paimra in 6th. So Paimra has a lot of work to do, and Stolzermane in 8th position. So keep your eyes out for Alice Stolzermane with the white helmet in the, I'm just trying to remember her cart number, the 344. That's the one. There's Stolzermane, I think, at the back end of this train. So Stolzermane has some work to do, currently in 8th place. So, and just ahead of the white and blue suit, which is Hans Markus Narus, the Estonian driver for Jogisu Karting Klubi. Looks like we've got some Tom Strel fans in the chat. I'm going to be honest, after what we saw in Heat 2, I don't know if there were many people who could doubt Tom Strel, because the pace that he exhibited in that heat was second to none. Here comes a move, though, from the 3.18 right up on the curve from Bruno Perle as he puts on the move on Roman Rodionov. So Perle gains a position. I think that's up into 4th place now. And the next up for him is Carlos Kirikovs. He is indeed up into 4th position. Kirikovs currently holding on to 3rd. It does look like Linas Volungevicius is just pulling away, and there is Alice Stolzmann to the back of this group of cars. I'm really interested to see how this all pans out. Fernando Paimler, who was your pole sitter for heat number 2 and was leading the race for a large part of it, a little bit wide. Stolzmann does not need a second invitation most of the time. Straight up the inside goes Stolzmann, makes a bit of contact with the driver ahead as well, and that's going to upset the kart. And now goes for the move up the inside of turn 6. So Stolzmann, well, I did say Alice Stolzmann knows how to be aggressive, how to get her elbows out, and that's Carlos Kirikovs being overtaken by the 3.18 of Bruno Perle. So Perle is flying right now. He's doing essentially what we kind of saw Tom Strel do one race ago. As there's Fernando Paimler, you can see just behind the, I think that's the 3.82 of, or I guess it's not the 3.82. Double check that momentarily. But Carlos Kirikovs now having dropped down to 4th place. Volungevicius still in 2nd. And then it's Perle. Perle is going. He is checking out as he tries to close in onto Volungevicius. So I think your top 3 might be somewhat set now. Alice Stolzmann behind Fernando Paimler, the Estonian driver. And then the 3.62 Roman Rodionovs ahead of Paimler. And here goes Paimler looking for a move. Has to slot in behind, though. No way through into turn 7. As here come your drivers, Volungevicius, the 3.04 being hunted down by Bruno Perle, who has been very, very impressive, in my opinion, so far this race. Tom Strel continues to just pull clear at the front of the field. Carlos Kirikovs still in 4th with 3 drivers directly behind him. Will Stolzmann go for that overtake down into turn 5? Well, up the inside into 6. And there is Tom Strel, absolutely flying. Well, guys, if you're Tom Strel fan, make sure you do your rain dances before every race, because this guy knows as Paimler is off. Paimler on the grass, and that is through turn 9. So I'm guessing there was some contact on the exit of turn 8, which squeezed him onto the grass. Well, interesting stuff there for Fernando Paimler. He's got some work to do to work his way back up in the order. There is Carlos Kirikovs with Roman Rodionov directly behind, and then it's a second or maybe half a second back to Alice Stolzmann. So Carlos Kirikovs still looking good for that 4th place finish, with Tom's leading. Then it's Volungevicius, and then it is the very fast charging Bruno Perle. And you can see Perle is closing in on Volungevicius, so maybe there'll be some action in the battle for 2nd place before this race draws to a close. This really good 3-way battle for 4th place, with Carlos Kirikovs in 4th, ahead of Roman Rodionov, and then Alice Stolzmann. Don't forget, Kirikovs and Stolzmann had that contact in Heat 2. It caused Stolzmann to finish down in 20th place or something like that. It was really far down the order. So I'm sure if Stolzenmane gets a chance, there's Kirikovs. I'm not sure if he made a mistake or if that was just an outrageous send from that was just ridiculous from Roman Rodionov. What a send and a half on Kirikovs. Well, that's him up into 4th place, and now we've got the fight that, well, I wanted to see, and Stolzenmane has just sent it into turn 11. Stolzenmane is through. There won't be any side-by-side action heading up into turn 1 like there was in heat number 2. So Stolzenmane is through and now can try to hunt down Rodionov for 4th position. But I feel like Kirikov isn't done with this battle just yet. Was he having a little think about going up the inside into 5? Well, he's up the inside going into turn 6. And Stolzenmane will have to go for the switchback on corner exit, has pulled it off. But there's the opportunity for a send into turn 7. Stolzenmane covers off the overtake, holds on. Kirikovs tries to take it really tight through the hairpin of turn 8, and now going to send it up into 9 as well. Well, these two really do love battling. Stolzenmane is pointing forward saying, let's go. But I think Kirikovs knows that he does not have the pace to stick with the likes of Stolzenmane and Roman Rodionov if they pull away. And with that being said, Stolzenmane has been able to pull a few kart lengths clear and can now get a head down and try to close in onto Rodionovs. Well, some really, really fun battling in our Rotax Senior Max once again, as we've kind of become accustomed to seeing today. There is Volungevicius, right out of turn 6. Now, can Stolzenmane close on in to Roman Rodionovs? Well, Rodionovs has been looking fairly good, and well, that's just evident by the fact that he's running in 4th and had to pull off a few overtakes. And there's Fernando Paimra. So Paimra, after that incident, about 5 minutes ago, working his way back up, now on the back of Karlis Kirikovs. And you can be certain that there's going to be a dive somewhere from Fernando Paimra. Where that comes, though, we will have to wait and see. Out of turn 6, you can see Paimra taking that slightly tighter late apex than Kirikovs. Could there be a send down into turn 7? As there's Stolzenmane closing into Rodionov. And we'll see Paimra in the background. Yep, there he is. He's not passed on Kirikovs just yet. As that is the 304. Is he putting a lap on someone? I think that's the 383 or the 363, which is Oliver Kirk. So we are on to the last lap of the race. There is your race leader, Tom Strell. Well, I can't see how far up the order Tom is, but wow, what a drive from Strell. Tom Strell for SM Racing in the Tony kart. He has been ridiculous. Linus Volungevicius running in 2nd place. Still being hunted down by the 318 of Bruno Perlet, but Perlet hasn't quite had the pace. As there's Stolzenmane making a move through as well. That was a really nice overtake, and I think that was into turn 7 if I'm not mistaken. Checker flag is out. That's how far ahead Tom Strel is. Absolutely ridiculous. Roman Rodonovs has been overtaken. And will there be anything left? No, I don't think there will. Volungevicius will come home in 2nd, ahead of Perla, and then it's going to be Stolzenmane in 4th position, if I'm not mistaken, ahead of Rodionovs in 5th place. And then I didn't check if Fernando Paimra had been able to make the move on Karlis Kirikovs. A lot of late action in the race. Somehow we managed to catch, I think, most of it. So we'll just wait for our graphic of the final grid or the final results. And here we go then. So for our Rotax Senior Max Superheat Tom Strel wins from Linus Volungivicius. Then it's Bruno Perle in third. And the first page has already gone, so I'm going to have to do this very quickly the next time it comes up on screen. So in fourth position, Artus Danilevskis, then it's Romans Rodionovs, Fernando Paimre, Carles Kirikovs, Martins Valts. Oh wait, hang on, this is... No, those were the DD2s, weren't they? Hang on, I shall get the results up. I have it on my app. Okay, never mind. I can't get it up. So, actually, I might be able to. No, unfortunately, I can only get the juniors up through the app. The seniors haven't come through yet. We're going to be moving, though, on into our DD2 race. Either way, some really good racing that we saw from our Rotax seniors. And I forgot actually about Artur Danilevskis, who started really far down the order in Heat 2, worked his way up to finish 6th, then up into 4th in that heat, or 3rd with Danilevskis. So we'll see what Danilevskis can do in the final. Here we go though for our DD2 race. So our formation lap is going to be drawing to a close, which means that we're pretty much ready for the race at hand. So after this DD2 race, we will then have after DD2 the Titson T4. Then we'll have a short break before heading into our final set of races. So, starting on pole then is the 422 with the 469 alongside. That is Martins Janowskis in the 422. The 441 is Matis Malinovskis. Keep your eyes out though for Edgar Zvilkans, very quick driver. So, Devin Sagadi was also quite quick, and I think so was Tonis Johannes Domingas. So there's also the 441, that's Matis Malinovskis starting in 4th place. And that is Devin Sagadi starting in 3rd. Let's see what Sagadi can do. So Janowskis on pole. How will this all pan out? Well, very good if your name is Sagadi, because you're already up into 2nd place, which is perfect news for you. As I think that's Vilkans looking at a potential move heading into turn 4, and he's going to go up the inside. Oh, almost takes out the race leader in the process. Somehow got that cart stopped in time, and is getting really feisty through turn 6, and round the outside goes the 422 of Martins Janowskis. Wow, that was crazy. The 469, though, which is Edgar Zvilkan, still searching for a way through. As Sagadi in 3rd place, so he went from 3rd up to 2nd, dropped back down to 3rd, and there is the driver who started in 2nd, the 441 going up the inside, Matis Malinovskis. Will he be able to get the position? No, where's Malinovskis gone? I think he's actually gone off circuit there, because he is out of this battle. No, there he is. He's at the front of the next train, but he has lost a bit of time. And wait, hang on, no, he is up into 3rd, so he made the move stick. It's Sagadi who dropped a couple of positions. I do beg your pardon. for that. So things are looking very good, though, for Janowskis leading the way. But the 422 is... actually, he's been overtaken. Villikens is through. Villikens made the move, I think, into turn 3, but we didn't see it. And Edgar's Villikens has already pulled a fair bit clear, actually. I mean, you can see the gap that he's got as there comes Sagadi trying to find a way through on Roland Spruder. Or actually, I think Spruder had got past him initially. And now this is Sagadi trying to fight back. Spruder covers off the inside, heading down into turn number 10. And we'll hold on to the position as your top 6 then make their way into the final corner. Is this going to be ascended? It is indeed. The 441 getting overtaken. Malinovskis will lose the position to Spruder. So Malinovskis in 3rd, then it's Stormingas ahead of Sagadi. And then comes Dannebergs in 6th ahead of, I think that's Pritzay, who is in 7th, who is the leading DD2 heavyweight driver. Our drivers head down into the sequence of hairpins. There's a 519, that's Pritzay in the heavyweight class, doing a very, very good job fighting with the lightweight drivers. And it's that Sagadi who has really dropped down. I feel like something's happened that we just weren't able to witness. Because all of a sudden, everyone's spread out, and it's just been catching me off as I've then tried to figure out what happened, and then something else has now happened again. What we do know, Edgar Villikens is leading from Martin Janowskis by 1.6 seconds. A further 1.5 seconds to Matis Malinovskis in 3rd place. Then it's Stormingas in 4th, ahead of Sagadi in 5th. So the 2 Estonian drivers in 4th and 5th, followed by Nauris Dannebergs in 7th. Sorry, in 6th place is Dannebergs. And there is the 469 of Edgar Villikens, who is leading the way. And there is the 409 of Stormingas. Sorry, the 405 of Stormingas, who is looking very good. And he's been able to get past Sagadi, who was at one point in 2nd in this race. There's a few Stormingas fans in the chat. But just look at Villikens checking out at the front of the field, 2.3 seconds, and then that gap is only getting bigger and bigger. You know what? I think we need an Edgar Villikens against Tom Strel battle, because these two just seem to be on a different level in the wet conditions. It's so impressive to just watch this gap continue to expand and expand and expand. As Martin Janowskis is probably just seeing that gap open and thinking, well, can't really do much about that. And I don't really blame him, because Edgar Villikens is flying. What was a 2.3 second gap is a 3.2 second gap now, nearly a second quicker on a single lap. Edgar Villikens. Well, Villikens and Tom Strel, you can meet at the nearest McDonald's for a little battle on who's the actual Latvian wet weather master, because both of them are just ridiculous to watch. I'd love to see a Villikens-Strel fight, because not a physical fight, a karting fight, because that would be absolutely fascinating. These two are just something else entirely. And that's to take nothing away, you know, from the likes of Janowskis or Malinovskis, because they're both, you know, quick. If Villikens wasn't here, we'd be talking about how this is a close battle, separated by about a second. But because Villikens is here, it just kind of just goes to show just how much time can be found when you're that at one with a circuit, when you've got the car set up, absolutely sorted out. The different lines being taken by drivers heading down into turn 5, some taking that slightly tighter approach, others trying to take that slightly wider line. It looks like it's a wider line for Malinovskis, whereas Janowskis takes that tighter line into every corner, tries to get it stopped at the apex and then gradually get on the power. You can see it again there, braking on the inside is Malinovskis. But so far, not making a difference. So there's Edgars Villikans. He's gone. Nearly 4 minutes. He might be winning this race by over, 6 seconds. The gap was 4.2 seconds. That's over 5 seconds now, surely. Let's see what the gap has changed to when the timing tower updates. 5.1. It's a consistent 9/10 a lap from Edgars Villikans. Absolutely incredible. Well, I think, yeah, Edgars Villikans, this is just ridiculous. We're going to stop talking about him now, and we're going to focus on this battle for second place between Janovskis and Malinovskis. And Malinovskis going up the inside. Again, taking that tighter line. Janovskis gets the wide line, able to get on the power earlier, goes to the outside. Will he be able to get the run and reclaim the position out of turns 11 and 12? He's going to look to the inside here. No, he's going to slip behind. Malinovskis is up into second position. Janovskis will drop down into third. So Malinovskis up into second place. Now let's see just how much pace he has over Janovskis. Malinovskis is taking those tighter lines through corners, and Janovskis was taking the wider lines. Maybe Janovskis now changes he was driving, and Martin Janovskis can start to try those slightly tighter lines. Maybe he'll find a bit of time. Thormingas is a further 2 seconds down the road, so Janovskis shouldn't be coming under too much pressure from the Estonian driver. Sagadi is a further 6 tenths behind Thormingas, so maybe there's a potential of a change in the battle. Well, up the hill they go, and there is a very stricken-looking Rodrigo Frams. Considering he's absolutely chucking it down with rain, I'm surprised he's taking his helmet off. I'd be keeping the helmet on, a nice little rain hood. But Rodrigo Frams looks like he's definitely seen better days and isn't looking entirely happy, let's say. Well, Malinovskis has pulled out a gap to Janovskis, but it's not a ridiculous pace increase. But he has got that gap up to about half a second or so. I think Janovskis has started to pick up the pace, and Edgars Villikans is only gaining by about half a second a lap or so compared to the second a lap that he was previously gaining. Look at the puddles that are forming on the approach into turn 8. But Malinovskis looking good. 14 seconds remaining before we start the final lap. I don't know if Edgars Villikans is going to cross the line in time. It's going to be really close, actually. I think we're going to get 2 more laps. Villikans would have just crossed the line now, so there is time to go. And the last lap board yet to be held out. I'll tell you what, Malinovskis is putting in some good laps. He's not really losing time to Edgars Villikans. I don't know whether Villikans is still pushing. Villikans might just be thinking, well, I've got this huge lead, don't need to take any risks. I can just focus on bringing the kart home, which could be his plan. By the way, Edgars Villikans, this is just phenomenal. I can't remember how much Tom Strel won in the last race, so I'm going to quickly give this a check. Who got the bigger race win? Was it Strel or will it be Villikans? Well, I can't really see, but I can check from the previous race. Rel won by 3 seconds from Fernando Paimbra in the previous race. Vilkans won by 4 seconds in heat number 2. Well, he's definitely improved on that this time to the final lap of the race, and Edgar Vilkans is, well, moments away from an absolutely ridiculous 7-second lead. We're talking about an 11-minute race, and Edgar Vilkans, I mean, this is just ridiculous. How is he doing this? I don't know. 11-minute race, pulls out a 7-second lead, and these are quality drivers out on circuit. Edgar Vilkans goes through the final corner and takes one of the most dominant race victories I have seen in the RMC categories. Malinovskis, 6.7 seconds behind, takes a very good second place ahead of Janovskis in third position. And then it's Agadi Tormingas, followed by Daneberg, and then Pritze winning in the DD2 Masters category. Here we go then. Edgar Vilkans wins from Matis Malinovskis. Then it's Martin Janovskis, Devin Sagadi in fourth, Tonis Johannes Tormingas in fifth, ahead of Norris Dannenbergs in sixth. Well, some excellent racing from our DD2s. Our next race is going to be our DD2 hobby races. But fun racing, we've got to wait for a couple of carts to get collected. One of which was Rodrigo Frams, who we saw kind of on the side of the circuit, looking very dismayed, very sullen, very wet as well. And then we'll have our amateur DD2 race. That is the 620. Who is in the 620? Well, I've had a look through my entry list. Oh, sorry, 520. That makes sense. I was thinking there aren't any 600 cards. 520, that is Ivers Us, the RM Latvia driver. The Sodi kart. So a few minutes away then from our amateur DD2 race. And well, looks quite happy on that trailer. Very wet still. But Rodrigo Frams, I've always wanted to be on a kart when it gets towed away like that. I mean, the standard joke that I make with my friends is always, that's the fastest you've gone all weekend. But Rodrigo Frams has been quite quick this weekend, in fairness to him. We just need to see that BMW get a little drift coming out of turn 6. To be fair, Rodrigo doesn't look too wet, so maybe the rain is starting to ease up a little bit. Okay, no, the rain's not easing up a little bit. Production has me. I say one thing, production's immediately like, you know what? Let's show Yusuf how much rain there is. And there's a fair bit of rain. Rodrigo's giving some ways. He's getting a full-on tour of the circuit. It's like the procession before the F1 race, but it's the Rodrigo Frams procession. I mean, Frams does need to be in the kart because otherwise there's a chance that the kart could roll off the trailer, which would not be very good for the kart. I'm still trying to wait for the senior results to come up on the app. And that way I can check whether Edgar's Vilkans... I'm pretty sure Edgar's Vilkans won by a larger amount than Tom Strel. But either way, I mean, fair play to both of them. They've both been in ridiculous form, and you cannot see either of them not winning the finals in an hour's time. Or it's about 2 hours' time, actually. Well, our penultimate superheat then of the day. And you can hear the engine notes rising as our amateur DD2 drivers get ready to take to the circuit. This is our race where we've got the 3 Spikis. I don't know if that's father sons or maybe 3 brothers. Could be cousins. Or they could be completely unrelated. There is the 554. Which is Roman Padans with an Alfa Romeo-esque helmet livery design. Now I'm trying to remember what we saw last time. It was Carlos Brisis, the lightweight driver, who took the win by a comfortable margin, and then I think it was Martin Spikis from Yuri Spikis, and then Artur Genis in second, third, and fourth, respectively. For those people joining us, welcome to the opening round of the Rotax Max Challenge Latvia here at Madonnas. Or as all of us commentators like to say, Madonna. We've seen all of our Heat 2 races for the day. We've seen as well the majority of our Super Heat races. So we just have this amateur DD2 race to go, followed by the Titson Super Heat, and then after that we shall be moving on. What are we moving on to? Well, we'll be moving on to our finals. And those are scheduled to start at about 2:50 local time. So that will be 1:50 p.m. for Central Europe, or 12:50 if you are like me in the UK. So it looks like we are pretty much ready to go racing then. Carlos Brisis, or Brisis, starting on pole. And alongside him is the 551 of Edmund Zusevics. Was that the 507? No, it's the 557. And then we've got the 523, that's Marcus Spikis, right behind. Right, we're pretty much ready to go racing then. Into the final corner. There's some big gaps out there, and we are not going to start probably entirely because of the big gap we had to the final couple of karts. So I'm not sure if Brickis was going a little bit too fast for them to be able to catch up, or if there were potentially other issues. So there is the 433 of Brickis, who will be starting this race on pole. Carlos Brickis, and then it is the 5.5. I can't even see now. 5.51 of Edmund Zusevics starting alongside him. And after Zusevics, we then have the 5.07, which is Martin Spikis, Marcus Spikis. So it's all Spikis, second row of the grid. Martin's with the white helmet, and then the orange helmet is Marcus. Looks like we're ready to go racing, and the green flag is dropped. Away we go. Good start from Brickis. Really bad start, actually, for Marcus Spikis. He drops right down the order. As through the opening couple of corners we go. Move going up the inside into turn number 5. And a nice end as well going into turn 6. I'm not sure who that is. They've lost the rear a bit. Oh, Brickis is gone. He's lost the rear. Your race winner from who? Spins around. Well, all of a sudden, the amateur DD2 race has gotten very, very interesting. Because Brickis was rapid in the first race. As there is a 5.07 of Martin Spikis, who is leading the way. Now, can we get a camera on Brickis once he catches up to the field? Because there he is in the background of the shot. He is going to be working his way up through the field quickly. Just lost the rear end. Was it turn 7 or turn 9? Bit too much power. Maybe downshifted when he shouldn't have. Or downshifted at the wrong time. But whatever it was, that is not what we usually see from Carlos Brickis. So there is your 5.07, which is Martin Spikis, who leads the way ahead of the 5.76, or sorry, the 5.75 of Arturs Giannis. And then comes Marcus Spikis. So Spikis 1, Spikis 3. There's also Spikis in 5th as well. Right, so Brickis is now just half a second behind Calixons in the 5.06. He's currently in 7th place. And as I say that, there has been also a change because Edmund Zusevics has dropped down 2 positions, was in 4th. Has fallen behind both Spikis and Roman Padans. For a second, I thought Marcus Spikis was going to go for the send up the inside. Through the final corner they go. Dennis with the fast lap of the race. Now, has Spikis got through? Or is he still behind Calixons? So, Genis and Spikis separated by not much time, actually. However, at the front of the field, Martin Spikis is pulling. And Brickis has lost a bunch of time. He's right behind Calixons. but not just behind Kalixen, but also Zusevics as well. And there goes Marcus Spikis up the inside. Nice move. And now he just needs to catch up to Martin Spikis. So Spikis 1, Spikis 2. We could get a Spikis 3 as well if Juris Spikis can close in. Also quite interesting that Martins and Juris Spikis on the Birol ART chassis, whereas Marcus Spikis, who is currently leading the race, also is in second, is on the Sodi chassis. Well, it's not taking long, has it, for Marcus Spikis to close in onto Martin Spikis? Now, this should be an interesting battle between the pair of them. And also, Sodi chassis versus Birol chassis. But you'd have to think, from pace alone, how quickly Marcus has closed in. Well, it was 1.3 seconds at the start of the lap. The gap is going to be, well, barely a tenth of a second, I think, as they cross the line. There it is. Less than a tenth of a second between the pair of them. Surely there's going to be a send down into turn 4. Sorry, not turn 4, turn 5. They go through turn 4 now. And here they go into 5. Nice wide line for Marcus Spikis as he tries to exit speed. Will it be enough? He's going to go up the inside into 6. Martin Spikis looks for the switchback. Can't get on the power as early as Marcus. So Marcus, fair play to him. On the tighter line, gets on the power super early to make the move work. So through turn 9 they go. And down into turn 10, Marcus Spikis leading the way. What is happening with Brikis? He just can't get through the field. So there's something really weird going on for Brikis here, because we know he's got more pace than that. But whatever reason, is just struggling. I think he's just stuck behind Zusevics. Can't make the overtake and can't get any clean air. He's finally got the move done. So the gap is 10.6 seconds from your race leader to Carlis Brikis. So here we go, the Marcus Spikis making his way through turn 9. And then into the final couple of corners. Pretty much 2 positions gained by everyone. Because Brikis and Zusevics, I think, have both lost a whole bunch of positions. Oh, well, Brikis has made a mistake. He's had a spin or something, because he's dropped down the order. So, City are not going the way of Brikis, and there he is. Sorry, that's Edmund Zusevics. Zusevics has dropped down the order. Was there contact between Zusevics and Brikis? Either way, it has not been Brikis' heat. He was very quick in the previous one. I think he won by something like 10 seconds or so. Brikis won by 5 seconds. Marcus Spikis actually struggled in that race. Was much further down the order. So we have 2 minutes plus 1 lap to go. And Marcus Spikis leads the way. The 507 of Martin Spikis. 1 minute 35 on the clock. So we'll have 3 laps remaining, 2 laps, and then our plus 1 lap. So a 2.4 second lead is what Marcus Spikis currently has. And is continuing to pull that over Martin Spikis. Just got 2 laps to go now. No other real battles to watch out for over a second between pretty much everyone out on circuit. Although, as I say that, Brikis has fallen back. However, I think it's looking like Kalixons and Antonevic separated by less than a second. There could potentially be a change there in the near future. So, here we go then, round the final corner to start the last lap of this race. And here comes Marcus Spikis into turn 8 and 9. Well, through turn 8 and now into turn 9. And just one corner then remaining for Marcus Spikis. And he'll take the checkered flag ahead of Martin Spikis. Then it'll be Arturs Genis. And a bit of a gap back to Genis. And there he is. Spikis 1, 2, 3. But Genis finishes ahead of Juris Spikis. And then after Juris Spikis is going to be Roman Padans. But I'm really confused what has happened to Brikis because he was rapid in heat number 2. So Marcus Spikis wins from Martin Spikis, then it's Arturs Genis, Juris Spikis in 4th, Roman Padans in 5th, Dimitris Antonevics in 6th, Kristaps Kalixons in 7th, Carlis Brikis in 8th, and then Edmunds Zusevics in 9th place. So that brings this race to a close. Next up is going to be the Titson race. So our Titson T4 Superheat is just a few minutes away. And we saw some good racing from the Titson drivers in heat number 2. We'll see whether it continues to provide some excellent races. There is Marcus Spikis getting his car up onto the trolley. So just to remind people of our competitors for the Titson T4 heat coming up. We've got Rem Schmitz, Rudolf Toms Berzins, Maya Gomberga, Daniel Spetteris Berzins, Ralf Legends, Dace Grossberger, Edvards Kimenis, Ores Maris Revolds, Kirils Dmitrievs, Walters Volosatovs, Robert Jenis, Jakobs Abolins, Markus Heidemanis, and Christians Lasdans. And keep your eyes out for Daniel Spetteris Berzins. He won the previous race, but I was getting him mixed up with Rudolf Toms Berzins because I forgot they were in that race. I'm trying to remember who else was noticeable. I think it was Gomberga. Maya Gomberga was one to really watch out for. We'll see whether Gomberga will be part of it again. I think Kirill Dmitrievs was also up at the front end, and Christian Lasdans was also fighting for the podium. So those are the drivers that I would say to watch out for. As there are the Titson drivers on their formation lap. And who do we have at the front? That is the 985 ahead of the 965. So Christian Lasdan starting a pole and Kirill Dmitrievs starting in second. So Lasdan's Dmitrievs on the front row of the grid. And I haven't quite seen who that is starting in third place yet. So here they are then, two abreast. So that is the 931 starting in fourth. 905 will be starting in second. So that's Rem Schmitz and Edvards Kimenis. So keep your eyes out for Schmitz in third. And the 965, the 985 of Christian Lasdans being told slow down a bit by Kirill Dmitrievs. Dmitriev starting on pole. As there's an issue for one of the drivers who can't, I think has lost engine power. So they've probably come to a stop. That's the 929 of Dace Grossberger. Which I don't know if the race is now going to get started without them or not. But there's a green flag, no race start. So I'm presuming Grossberger's kart is going to get recovered first, and then we'll get this Tillotson race underway. Right, we'll probably see on camera shot whether Grossberger has got their kart sorted out or not. But I presume that we are going to go racing this time round. As they make their way out to the hairpin of turn 9. And this is where Grossberger's kart was sat stationary. It has been moved, which I think means that we are ready to go racing. Bad news for That's a Grossberger, but so is the way that racing works sometimes. 985, 965, Dmitriev's on pole. Lasdans in second. We are green and we are racing as we head up the hill. It's a good start actually from the 985. Lasdans from second on the grid takes the lead up into turns 1 to 3. Well, Lasdans absolutely rocketed off the start and already finds himself leading through the opening complex of corners and now out onto what you could effectively call the back straight as they head towards turn number 7. Much wider line that we're seeing from the 985. So Christian Lasdans ahead of Kirill Dmitrievs. And the top 3 breaking away from the rest of the field fairly well at the moment. You can see that big gap that has formed between 3rd and 4th place. Now the final corner they come then. So through turn number 5 they go, and up towards turn 6. Lasdans continues to lead from Dmitrievs. Sideways from Lasdans to Dmitrievs, taking the tighter line and going through the water body. Doesn't seem to affect the kart too negatively, does it, for Dmitrievs? Top 3 have definitely pulled clear. And running in 3rd place is Edvard Skimenis, driver with the neon yellow helmet. Well, the Mazdans have both gained a position, but I'm pretty sure I can't figure out then who lost positions, because they were both on the front row of the grid to start with, if I recall correctly. Well, Grossberger lost 6, Berzins lost 4. Oh, so it was Berzins who started on pole. Daniel Petteris Berzins, but he wasn't actually starting physically on pole for the race. He was meant to start on pole, but he wasn't, because it was the 965 and the 985 on the front row of the grid. So I'm not sure why Berzins was starting so much further down the order, but Berzins has some work to do now to close in to this group at the front of the field, and, well, I should say at the front of the field, your race-leading trio. And, well, Lasdans is pulling clear. Dmitrievs is coming under a bit of pressure now from Skimenis. Well, the rain continues to fall here in Madonnas. You see that much wider line being taken by Dmitrievs. Skimenis, though, does not care less. And behind Skimenis is quickly closing in Daniels Peteris Berzins, who has the fast lap of the race as well now. So Berzins staring at what could be quite a likely 2nd place finish. I think winning might be a bit too ambitious. As the 3 are separated by about a second now, as they come out of turn 6 down towards turn 7. Dmitrievs ahead of Skimenis and Berzins. See Berzin's closing in with the white and red helmet at the back of this trio of karts. Well, through turn 3 and 4 they go. And there comes the move then. Jimenez, he had been lining something up for a while, but really nicely played by Dmitriev. Immediately with a switchback, and there comes the Sen up the inside into turn 8. Lovely stuff from Berzins. However, he fight this one because Jimenez does not want to give it up without a fight. But unfortunately for Jimenez, his fight just isn't quite good enough to match that of Daniel Petteris Berzins, who moves up into third place. 4 minutes to go in this race. You know what? Berzins could still win this. He could win this. It'd be absolutely ridiculous if he does, but it is possible. Last dance is gone, but if Berzins can gain half a second a lap, maybe he could. We'll see what it is at the end of this lap. Started off as 3.3 seconds. If he can bring that down to about 2.7 come the end of this lap and get past Dmitriev quickly, maybe, just maybe, he could pull this off. Well, here they come then, into the final sequence of corners. So, the gap last time round was 3.3 seconds. Let's see what it is this time round. From your race leader, last dance, to the very fast Daniel Petteris Berzins. 3.0 seconds. I don't know how much time he lost behind Dmitriev's. He's not going to be able to go up the inside. Actually, maybe he will. There's a little sniff at the move. And now sends it up the inside of turn 6. Lovely stuff from Berzins. Wastes no time whatsoever. Will there be any fight back here from Dmitriev's heading into turn 7? No, there won't. And now Dmitriev's has to worry about Jimenez once more. Now the question is, when our leading group crosses the line, they'll have about 2 minutes 15 seconds to go, or something like that. Okay, they're going to have about 2 minutes to go. Will that be enough to close in onto last dance? I don't think so. The gap is 3 seconds. I think Berzins, even if he gains a second a lap, that probably wouldn't be enough. There's a maximum of 4 laps remaining in this race. Possibly, though, only going to be 3. And let's see whether Berzins can bring that gap from 3 seconds down. And that was a slow Titson on the side. I don't know who that was. Hopefully that wasn't Christian Slasdans. No, it's not Christian Slasdans. Still see. Well, the gap's come down by nearly a second, really. I think we're going to have 3 more laps in this race. Berzins could potentially do this, but I think he needs Christian Slasdans to have at least 1 bad lap for this to actually be possible. Jimenez has also closed in on to the back of Dmitriev's. So into the final sequence of corners once more. And I think we are going to get 2 more laps. So the gap was 2.2 seconds. Bertesins really needs to get this gap down to at least 1.5. It's only 0.3 of a second. It's not enough. With 2 laps to go, Bertesins needs to gain 2 seconds and overtake Lastans. And we know where Bertesins likes to go for the overtakes, which is down here into turn 5. And that's at the start of the lap. So even if he gained a second this lap, I don't think it would be enough to jump Bertesins. Again, we'll keep an eye on the gap between the top 2 when they come over the line. If you're a Bertesins fan, you really need Lastans to have had a bad lap. And the gap does look less than 1.9 now, maybe it's 1.5, but that's not going to be significant enough. Indeed, it is 1.5. Here they come then, through the final couple of corners. Well, out of turn 6 anyway. So, there is the last lap board. And, well, Lastans should have this race from Bertesins. So here they come then, rounding the final corner. The 985 of Christian Lastans will take the win. Bertesins brought the gap down to just over. Realistically, he needed another 2 laps to even get to the back of Lastans. Dimitriev comes home in 3rd, 0.6 ahead of Jimenez. And then it's a bit of a wait to 5th place, which is Rem Schmitz, who started on the 2nd row of the grid, if I remember rightly. So that brings an end to our super heat. Our next race is going to be our Micromax Finals, which is scheduled to start at 45 past, so in 5 minutes' time. Our race is also for the Titson T4. Christian Lastans wins ahead of Daniel Petteris Bertesins. Then it's Kirlis Dimitrievs, followed by Edvards Jimenez, Rem Schmidt, Orest Maris Revold, Maya Gomberga fighting up to 7th after the issues with the race start. Very impressive from Maya. Ralf Leyens in 8th ahead of Rudolf Toms Bertesins. Dasse Grossberger, actually I can't remember, was it Grossberger or Gomberger who had the issue? I think it was Dasse. So Dasse up to 10th, very impressive. Jakobs Abolins in 11th ahead of Walters Volosatovs, Markus Heidemanis and Robert Jenis in 14th. And that completes our Tillotson grid. So with that, we're going to take a short break before we head back out onto circuit with our first final of the day, which is, of course, our Rotax Micromax. And as I say that, it sounds like we're starting a bit early. So good thing we didn't go to a break, because our Micromaxes are already out on to circuit. So we're pushing ahead of schedule. We were actually running about 10 minutes behind schedule, but now we are ahead of schedule, which is, well, very good news. Always good to be ahead of schedule, unless you're late for the train. And by that, I mean not that you're ahead of schedule, but that the train is ahead of schedule. I had to catch a train recently and I was a little bit late, but thankfully trains in the UK are always late. So still made the train. Okay, so let's have a look then at our drivers competing in the Micromax. Jokubatios, Tomas Norkus, Emilis Kapkauskas, Andrius Maniusis, Oskaras Pakutis, Timas Rimas, Timur Babenko, Remigius Kriaushunas, and our driver in the number 3, Karlis Bernsons. Karlis Bernsons, who won both the Superheat and Heat number 2. There is Kriaushunas. Where is Bernsons? So Bernsons is starting this race from down in 3rd. Bernsons is all the way down the order. So Bernsons must have had an issue in Heat 1, which we didn't see, because today Karlis Bernsons has been on fire. Kriaushunas starts on pole. Now, Kriaushunas' issues have, for the most part, been that he started in 2nd with Bernsons on pole. He's then lost 2nd place through the opening corner and had to fight back up to 2nd, and then Karlis Bernsons was gone. So now Kriaushunas have that issue. That issue is going to fall to Karlis Bernsons. What can Bernsons do from 5th position? Emilis Kapkauskas is a very quick driver as well. Watch out for him. And don't forget the 49 of Oskaras Bakutis starting in 3rd place. So Bakutis, you might almost expect him to be ahead of Kapkauskas through turns 1 and 2. And don't forget Andrius Manius is starting in 4th place. We are green. The flag has been dropped. Away we go. Kriaushunas leads the field away as well. That's a really good start from Kapkauskas. He's gone wide though, over the curb. He controls the car magnificently. But then there's contact with Karlis Bernsons on the exit of turn 4. He'll hold the inside. Bernsons tries to go around the outside of turn number 5. That'll give him the inside into turn 6. Bernsons with a tight line. Kapkauskas with a wide line. Kapkauskas has gone from 2nd to 1st. Down to 6th place. It's been a roller coaster start from Kapkauskas as he fights his way back up into 4th place. I'm watching the battle for 4th, but we've got stuff going for 1st place as well, because Kriaushunas leads the way from the 46. And that is Andrius Maniusis up into 2nd place ahead of Oskaras Bakutis down in 3rd. A fantastic start to our Rotax Micro Max finals here at Madonna's. Well, I say it's fantastic unless your name is Kapkauskas, because you would have been hoping for a much better start considering he was leading going up into turn 3. And now a little bit of pressure here for Karlis Bernsons, who has not had the start he would have wanted, considering he started in 4th place. He's got Jokubas Juozaitis in the 16 car directly behind him, as Kriaushunas leads this trio of karts through turn 5 and turn number 6. Well, this all bit wide for Kriaushunas, and that has opened up the door for the 49. Kriaushunas is going to fight back, though, up the inside. Little bit of a squeeze on corner exit. Sorry, not on the 49, on the 46. Here comes the 49 with a switchback out of turn 8. Now it's side by side between Maniusis and Bakutis heading into turn 9. And, well, it's going to be the 49 of Bakutis who comes out on top. So Oskaras Bakutis up into 2nd place, and now it's Kriaushunas who leads with a bit of a healthy gap. However, let's keep an eye on Kapkauskas and Bernsons. The gap was 2.4 and 2.9 seconds last time round. Have they been able to bring that gap down? They have indeed. Kapkauskas is the fastest driver out on circuit, 2.2 seconds. Well, he was the fastest off the line as well. He was also the fastest going into turn 3. Unfortunately for him, he was a little bit too fast. So things looking good for this race. 8.5 minutes. There's a long, long way to go. It's the longest race for all of our groups, these finals. And, well, for the Micromax to 6, 7, 8-minute heats, well, a 10-minute heat is a big ordeal when you think about how much bigger it is. Sorry, an 11-minute heat compared to the 6 minutes they had for heat number 2. This is almost double the length of their previous races. So it's practically an endurance race for them when you think about it in that sense. But Kriaushunas leads the way, 6 tenths ahead of Bakutis. But look at that gap That is no longer 6/10 of a second. That is more like 6/10 of a cart length, if that even makes any form of sense whatsoever. But Kriaušinas leads by 2/10 from Oskaras Bakutis. Fast lap of the race. What does Bakutis have in store for us? He's looking quick. He's looking racy. Big overtaking spot here. Down into turn 5. Will he go for the send? No. Sits in behind us, Bakutis, as Maniusis is right behind the pair of them, waiting for something to unfold. So Andrius Maniusis currently in third place. A little bit of contact with the rear end of Bakutis, who raises his hand in a moment of frustration, let's say, because he sees that Kriaušinas has pulled away by that tiny bit. Kriaušinas a little bit tighter into this sequence of corners. Is that allowing Bakutis to close in ever so slightly? Well, it's still fairly nip and tuck between the pair, between the trio. Kapkauskas 2.4 seconds behind, 2 seconds behind Maniusis. Essentially, Kapkauskas and Bernsons, they need these two to really start battling. That would allow them to close in. Kriaušinas taking that slightly wider line than Bakutis through the final corner. And have a look at Maniusis. Wide from Kriaušinas. Is that going to give an opportunity? No, Bakutis has to sit in behind. These kids are on the absolute limit of their micromaxes as they head through turn 5, back up the hill into turn 6. Kapkauskas still 2 seconds behind Maniusis as we head through turn number 6. Now back down the hill into our sequence of hairpins. So first of all, into turn 7 again, you're seeing Kriaušinas coming out much wider through 7, and that's allowing Bakutis to try to get a better run, but he's got to worry about Maniusis behind him as well, because Maniusis is for every opportunity. Whenever Bakutis takes that wide line to the exit, all of a sudden he finds Maniusis going for a move. And in the background, I'm just seeing Carlis Bernsons is right onto the back of Kapkauskas. Maybe Bernsons will go for a move in the next lap or so. And have a look at this. Bakutis is really feeling racy here. He's got a good run. He's right on the back of Kriaušinas, heading up the hill. Now, this is where Bakutis is really quick. He's got to try to go up the inside, as he knows sits in behind. Every time I see him poking his nose to the inside into turn 1, I get so excited. But sensibly so, Oskaras Bakutis backs out of the still. Maniusis, he's got to go for the move up the inside into 6. He might be able to do Kriaušinas as well. They're 3 abreast on the exit. But most importantly, Bakutis has the run on Maniusis. Will reclaim the position. Wow, what a send from Maniusis. Bakutis with the switchback reclaims the position, but he is still really tight battling and really respectful battling from all 3 of them. Maniusis back up the inside of Bakutis, who hangs it around the outside and hold on to second place. Absolutely fantastic battling between our leading trio. Kapkauskas still ahead of Bernsons. These 3 should be catching, or these 3 should be getting caught by the 2 behind. But if Kapkauskas and Bernsons are fighting hard, then I don't know if they will gain any time. And Bernsons is up into 4th. So Carlis Bernsons has passed Kapkauskas. He lost a couple of tenths in the process, but there is still 5 minutes to go. That's practically a heat for these Micro Max drivers. Plenty of time left, especially if we see, if we see Bakutis battling with Kriaušinas multiple times. Anyway, down into turn 7 again, you see Kriaušinas coming out super wide through turn 7. That allows Bakutis to try to take it tighter, open up the next corner, but he's never really been able to take significant advantage of that. No send into turn 10, but there will be from Maniusis up the inside, a little bit wide, but there's plenty of Bakutis to try to hold on to the position. Has he been able to do it? Yes, he has. So it is still the 46 of Maniusis in third place. This is such great driving. Maniusis, a little look over the shoulder. Where is Carlis Bernsons? The gap was 2.7 seconds. What is it now? 2.3 seconds. Carlis Bernsons, fastest lap of the race. He's gained 0.4 of a second on that lap, and he is on the charge. This is the driver who won Heat 2 today. He won the Super Heat as well. He's been rapid in the wet. He started down the order in the finals. He did not have a good opening lap, but now that he's got into clean air, he is hunting down the leading trio like there is no tomorrow. Kriaušinas then still leads. For a second I thought it was going to be a send. I then thought that Maniusis might send Bakutis and say, well, you know what, Bakutis, if you're not going to send Kriaušinas, I will send you. Kriaušinas, though, is flying. He's doing a really good job You cannot underestimate how difficult this is for Kriaušūnas to put in these consistent laps in the wet and do it in a way where he's quick enough that Bakutis does not feel comfortable enough to go for an overtake. Manius is searching for a way through. Bernsons gains another 4/10. He's consistently taking nearly half a second out of these leading three, but I think he's just going to run out of laps. I think he needs another 2 or so laps to make this work. Well, this is looking like it's going to be an exciting end to the race. 2 minutes 30 on the clock. It'll probably be about 2 minutes left when they cross the line, and each lap in these Micromax is a minute long. Kriaušūnas still taking those wide lines in, and you can see that Bakutis is able to close in, not quite close enough, not confident enough to send Kriaušūnas into turn 9, and he has to sit behind. Again, you can see that tighter line from Bakutis heading into turn 10, but he's closer. We know that Bakutis is really fast through turns 1, 2, and 3. So he just needs to be right on the back of Kriaušūnas, and then maybe he'll have a chance. Look at Bernsons. The gap was 1.9 seconds. It's 1.3. He's gained 0.6 of a second. Will Carlos Bernsons be able to win this? Well, I'd say if you like an underdog story, maybe, but Carlos Bernsons has easily been the quickest driver today, closely followed by Kriaušūnas, and Andris Maniusis has not been too shabby himself either. And there you can see Carlos Bernsons, he's closing in. I'm sure Papa Bernsons, wherever he's watching from, will be having his head in his hands, watching this, knowing that there's going to be some drama that will certainly unfold. Surely the top 3 does not end in the order it currently is. Surely there will be some changes in the final 2 to 3 minutes of racing here at Madonas for the first round of the RMC Latvia Championship. For our Micromax is a bit wide from Kriaušūnas. That's going to give a really good exit to Oskaras Bakutis to the final corner. This is where Bakutis is quick. There's a blue flag out for one of our Micromaxes. Hopefully they get out of the way and don't cause too much issue. They're all going to have to go around the outside. That might cost them a bit of time. What about Carlos Bernsons? Bernsons is fine. He's now within a second of the leading 3. He's only 0.6 behind Maniusis, but there's less than a minute to go. Will we get one more lap after this one, or will we get 2? That is critical for Carlos Bernsons. And there's someone up on the verge pointing. That might be Papa Bernsons himself, and saying to Carlos, you can do it, but you know who can do it? That's Bakutis going for the move on Kriaušūnas. And now Maniusis says, I'll take advantage of that. Thank you very much. Well, things are getting spicy. Andrius Manius is up into second place, and Kriaušūnas again says, well, I'll just keep on doing my own thing, and you fellas can battle behind me. You cannot discount what Kriaušūnas has done in this race. It might look easy from the side. It might just look like he's putting in his laps, but he is under so much pressure, is Kriaušūnas, and he is delivering remarkably well. Carlos Bernsons, he's closing in, but it's just too little too late. There's a send from Bakutis into turn 4. He'll be compromised coming out of 5, pardon me. Will he be able to get the run coming out of 6? No, he won't. And Kriaušūnas, you can see the head bobbing. I think he's starting to believe. He's starting to know that he's getting close to winning this race. Bit of contact between Maniusis and Bakutis. Heading through turn 7 into turn 8. Now it's turn 9. Carlos Bernsons, will he go for the send? He's going for the move. There's a little bit of contact between the pair of them. Bernsons now side by side. Side pod to side pod with a 49 of Bakutis. Lovely switchback, but Bernsons goes into the side of Bakutis. Bakutis is furious, and well, maybe he should be. Who's at fault? Well, I'm sure the stewards will be looking into that. What we do know for certain, though, is this now a 2-horse battle? No, never mind, the checkered flag is out. Kriaušūnas takes a win from Maniusis. Bakutis, contact at the end. Carlos Bernsons takes 3rd. Bakutis, who was on the precipice of winning the race, ends up finishing in 4th position. Absolute drama. Well, Remigius Kriaušūnas, he might not have won today, but he won when it mattered. He takes a win in the final ahead of Andrius Maniusis. Carlos Bernsons in 3rd, and Oskaras Bakutis, you have to feel for him, in 4th place. Emilis Kapkauskas in 5th, ahead of Jokubas Juozaitis. Then it's Tomas Norkus, Rems Balos Nagrado, Walter Svaznis, and Rodrigo Lapins completing the field. Well, the Micromaxes were certainly entertaining, to say the least. You have to give it to Krauschunas, though. What a drive. I mean, part of me feels bad for Oskaras Bakutis for that last lap incident, but also I feel a bit bad for Carlos Bernsen, how far he had to start in the finals after such a fantastic set of heats today. But Krauschunas, you cannot fault him. He drove absolutely remarkably. He had so much pressure on him, he did not put a foot wrong. Even though he was taking slightly different lines to the duo behind him, they were poking their nose, trying to go for moves. He never changed what he did. He kept on putting in the exact same laps time after time, and he did not buckle under the pressure. Krauschunas, very, very good victory from Remigius Krauschunas. Thoroughly deserved. Our next race, though, will be our Rotax Max Minis, and that should also be very, very exciting to see. And that should be starting in, well, it's already started. I think we're running about 2 to 3 minutes ahead of schedule currently. And this should be interesting. Now, what happened in heat number 2 was Patrikas Josias started in second, got a very good start and took the lead at turn 1. And he held on to the lead from that point onwards. So let's see how this all pans out. A few drivers to really watch out for. Emilis Juozaitis, he won heat number 2 of the day. So essentially the first heat of the day for us. Klaus Hans, very, very quick today. He is another driver to watch out for. We'll see what he can do to climb up through the order. Don't forget, Jokubas Vaskalis has been around that kind of 5th place spot, so maybe keep your eyes out for him as well. Mikael Grantins has been battling for seconds and thirds for majority of the day. Can he go that a little bit better and fight for the win in this race? So the formation lap is complete, and our drivers will be getting into 2x2 formation. 16 car grid, I think, give or take. Well, at least the initial entry list was 16 karts. May have changed since then. And there you can see on the right-hand side of the grid, lining up for pole, is Patrikas Josias in the 125 kart. He came second in Heat 1. He got beaten by Emilis Juozaitis, but he then beat Juozaitis in Heat number 3, the Super Heat. Well, what we do know is that so far today, when we look at Emilis Juozaitis and we look at Patrikas Josias, whoever started in second has ended up winning the race. We'll see whether the same thing happens again in our final. The Minimax is ready to go racing. 3 corners away from this race starting. You can see in third place as we get this a lovely on top camera angle. That white and red kart starting in third. That's the 133 of Mikael Grantins. He's been quick today. Do not count him out. I can't remember where Martins Lapins is starting in this one. He might be the driver actually in 4th place. Actually, no, in 4th, that would be... I'm forgetting, as we're going really early. Surely this is going to be a restart. They've gone way too soon. Patrikas Josias, you cannot start the race that early. They were flooring it through the final corner. That was absolutely madness. I wish we could start the race like that, but that was never, ever going to be the race start. The other driver to watch out for is Klaus Hans, who I think will be starting in 4th place. Picked up a second in the Super Heat earlier on. But Patrikas Josias need to be a little bit slower through the final corner to start off this race. Well, we get to try this one more time then. The anticipation builds that little bit more. And, well, you can see from the driver starting in second place, eager. That's Emilis Jozaitis. He wants to go. He wants to start this race as soon as possible and fight Patrikas Josias for the win. Josias just slowing it down, adding some frustration to Jozaitis. Saying, I decide when we go, not you. Here we go then. Through turn 11 and 12, then it's just turn 13. They really need to slow it down. And Patrikas Josias, he's slowing it down. He's saying, Jozaitis, you need to back off a little bit. You can't be ahead of me at the race start. But it looks like we're ready to go racing, and indeed we do. Not a good start for Patrikas Josias, and Jozaitis now leads, heading through turn 3. A bit wide, but not too wide is the critical point. We are green, we are racing, and your top two, and Josias going up the inside of Jozaitis. Has he made the move work? He has, so he lost the lead. He's reclaimed it. Will there be any fight back from Jozaitis through turn 6 and maybe down the hill into turn 7? Yes, there is, because Jozaitis has reclaimed the lead. That's really late on the brakes. Patrikas Josias sends two, takes it, and spinning out is the 133 of Mikael Grantins. I'm pretty sure that was Grantins. He drops to the back. There will be no chance for Grantins to fight for a podium. But Patrikas Josias, with one of the craziest sends I've ever seen. I thought he was going for second. He knew he was going for first. And there is the 158. That's Ivo Os. So the Latvian driver in the mud. And, well, that's really hard for him to get the cart out. But, wow, that was a race start and a half. And who is that up into third place? I don't even have the name. STA. That's not even up on my list. That was a 199. Oh, yes, it is. Joris Stankovičius. So Joris Stankovičius making their way up into third place. Fantastic stuff. And I think the driver who was on the grass has now recovered, but he's just in front of these three. So Ivo Os is going to be getting the blue flag fairly soon as we get this lovely we get this drone shot. I'd say helicopter, but I'm pretty sure it is just a drone. Emilis Jozaitis, what can he do? What does he have available to try to answer Patrikas Josias with? And keep your eyes on Stankovičius. He is very, very quick at the moment. Now, is this back marker going to be holding back Patrikas Josias? I think so. And Patrikas goes up the inside. There might be a bit of contact between the pair of them. That opens up the door very nicely for Emilis Jozaitis. And following through, Stankovičius up the inside into turn 5. But Patrikas Josias is looking quick. He's looking good. He just needs to keep his head down. Klaus Hans in 4th place. You can see him with the orange helmet and the blue cart. And just ahead of Saula Vaitkuta. And there's contact. That's Vaitkuta. We just mentioned Saula Vaitkuta. I was just about to talk how Vaitkuta has been having a decent final. And Vaitkuta turned around. And, well, that's that 5th place gone. Jokubas Vaskelis will inherit 5th place. And he has Martins Dreiber right behind him. A bit wide for Patrikas Josias. He's pushing. That'll be a bit of kind of a comfort, if you like, to Emilis Jozaitis to know that Patrikas Josias is that much on the limit, that he's making tiny mistakes like that. And will it knock the confidence of Josias at all? Or will he just be able to get back on the pace immediately? That's one of the things that kind of really makes, you know, these amazing, talented drivers stand out. When they have little issues like that, can they immediately go back to how they were driving before? Or does the doubt creep in? Do they start doubting their own abilities? Patrikas Josias, at the moment, doesn't look like it's affecting him one bit. But Emilis Jozaitis, he can see that race win. He can see that final win. He knows what he has to do. Just go far, Patrikas Josias. I say just, it's nowhere near that easy. 6/10 between your top two. That's what it was when they came over the line. And that's with Josias having a bad exit. Still 6/10 of a second. Patrikas Josias with the fastest lap of the race, despite having made that mistake out of the final corner to start the lap. Well, I think that definitely didn't affect Josias one bit. if he went wide on the grass, did a tiny bit of grass karting, and then the very next lap pumps in the fastest lap of the race. That is absolutely fantastic. Well, Patrikas continuing to lap very well. The top three, they're kind of tantalizingly close, but not close enough. Salavait Guta is in, I think, about 9th place after the incident before. I don't know what has happened to Martins Lapins. Lapins is in 7th. Who was I thinking about? The 133, Mikael Grantins. Grantins is in 15th, 2 laps down. You've got a feel for Grantins. He's been having a really good day, constantly around those podium battles, starting races from 3rd or 2nd, and then one incident in the final, it all goes away. Jokubas Vaskelis, sorry, not Jokubas Vaskelis, Patrikas Josias is looking so quick. Who's that? Who's gone off there? Is that one of the leaders? We'll try to see if we can figure out what number plate it is. Well, there are your 3 leaders. So it's not any of your top 3. Josias, Joazaitis, and Stankovic are all untouched. Klaus Hans was in 4th, just ahead of Jokubas Vaskelis. So we'll see whether there's any changes for 4th place. Well, here come your race leaders over the line. 5.5 minutes to go then in this race. .4 seconds is the lead. And I think our spun driver, I'm not sure who it is. That's it. I think it's the 131. So it's Mark Kononovs, who has dropped down the order from about 6th place. And he has dropped down to 10th place now. Jokubas Vaskelis has found a way through on Klaus Hans. So Vaskelis is now up into 4th position. But Patrikas Josias looking absolutely rapid. Joazaitis looked like the quickest driver in heat number 2 today. He overtook Patrikas on circuit and pulled a gap. But here for the final heat, and indeed for the super heat as well, Patrikas Josias has just looked so quick. He's really come alive this year. Not that he wasn't alive last year, but Patrikas Josias just looks that little bit more fine-tuned. And he is a ruthless driver as well. I mean, we've seen it on the race start, you know, how he was able to get ahead of Joazaitis on the race start for heat number 2. Even in this heat on the first start, how early he went, trying to figure out every single possible way of gaining an advantage. And on this race start, when he lost the lead initially through turns 1 and 2, he fought back and somehow had the lead again a couple of corners. Patrikas Josias has not had this race easy. He has had to fight for it, and he has fought for it magnificently. Joazaitis takes 0.5 out of Josias, but he's unable to do that consistently, lap after lap. So Kononovs has gained 5 places in this race, which is weird because Kononovs just lost a whole bunch of positions as well. Jokubas Vaskelis 6/10 ahead of Klaus Hans. Did just get overtaken. Also, we'll keep an eye on Kita Spike. Is 1/10 behind Salavait Guta, who had that incident a few laps ago. Patrikas Josias with a new fast lap of the race. It's all about the battle for 2nd place now, you have to feel. does Joris Stankovičius have anything more available to really fight Emilis Juozaitis for second place? So Juozaitis in the 117, Stankovičius in the 199, green cart with the black middle strip. 1.7 seconds was the gap to the leader. Now it's 2.1 seconds. Patrikas Josias continues to put in these blistering lap times, and Emilis Juozaitis, one lap can kind of match it, then another lap loses 3 to 4 tenths. Less than a minute to go, plus 1 lap, and the race has certainly quietened down somewhat. But it is still Patrikas Josias who leads from Emilis Juozaitis, Joris Stankovičius in third. 4 tenths back, 2 laps to go as we start a new lap. Oh, Juozaitis has gained a lot of time on Patrikas Josias that lap, so Josias must have clearly made a mistake somewhere. But Juozaitis has put in some really good laps to be able to stay within, I wouldn't say touching distance, but maybe smelling distance, we could say. So into the final couple of corners to start the last lap of the race. And there is the last lap board for Patrikas Josias. Emilis Juozaitis, little look over the shoulder to see Stankovičius directly behind him, but about half a second back clearly. So Juozaitis can just focus on his driving. They'll put a lap on the 1, 2, 3 of Dominic Stargis. But coming into the final couple of corners, Patrikas Josias, fastest lap. He's been magnificent today and a fully deserving final winner as he celebrates over the line. Emilis Juozaitis, a very good second ahead of Joris Stankovičius, who should be very proud with that third place result. But Patrikas Josias has just been, he's just upped his game every single heat today. Heat 1, it looked like maybe Emilis Juozaitis was the quicker of the two, but it was close. And then in the super heat, Patrikas Josias just turned it up a notch, was slightly quicker than Juozaitis. But here for the final, it was quite clear that Patrikas Josias was hands down the quicker of the two, the quickest of the grid. Let's have a look then at our final results. Patrikas Josias wins from Emilis Juozaitis and Joris Stankovičius completing the top 3. Jokubas Vaškelis in 4th ahead of Hans Klavs. Then it is Martins Lapins ahead of Saula Vaitkute. Juris Pluksna, Marks Konanovs in 9th with Dominik Lep completing the top 10. Kita Spike in 11th ahead of Dominik Dargis. Ivo Os in 13th. Then it's Martins Dreiber and Mikael Grantins in 15th. Mikael Grantins, who had that incident at the start of the race, ended up not being able to return to the race. So really unfortunate for Mikael Grantins, because he would have almost certainly been in that battle for second and third place, maybe even in the battle for the race win. So that brings an end to our mini maxes. Our next race is going to be our junior maxes. which is scheduled to start about now. Now, that was the incident between Carlos Bensons and the 49. And this was Jokubas Maskelis fell behind at the start. And then he was able just to fight his way back so quickly, wasted no time whatsoever. Up the inside of one, up the inside of two. That move from Patrikas Josias is probably my favorite of the day. And oh, that was one that I don't remember seeing. Patrikas Josias, the slide out of the final corner. And it has been wet. It's been horrid weather at Madonas for round 2 of the RMC Latvia Championship. Sorry, round 1 of the Rotax Max Challenge Latvia Championship. Right, okay, so our Rotax Max Juniors then, Marco Plinta, Rudolf Alexis, Kristaps Lipins, Bennett Korius, Matas Balshus, Rodrigo Kakers, Marcus Yoke, and Majos Mažinas. Marcus Yoke has been, well, the driver to beat, really, having won both of today's races. And he's looked a bit untouchable, really. Not quite Tom Strel level, but at that kind of pace. I can't wait, though, for the Rotax Max Seniors. That has been amazing every single race, and presumably will be amazing again in the next one. Well, it's Marco Plinta. He'll be starting in second, and I think it was Kakers and maybe Balshus on the second row. I think you said Marcus Yoke starting in third, but that's wrong because Marcus Yoke is starting on pole. Keep your eyes out for Marco Plinta as well. He's been quite quick today. But all eyes then on Marcus Yoke as we cross the line to begin our Junior Rotax final. And it's been a very good start as well from third place on the grid, a little bit sideways from a couple of drivers. As there goes a move up the inside into turn 5. Really nicely done, but straight back goes the 252 of Rodrigo Kakers in the Lando Norris kart. As you can already see the gap that's being pulled by Marcus Yoke. Rodrigo Kakers pulling away from this group behind. As Marco Plinta drops down into 4th place. It was second momentarily. Plinta now down in 4th. That's the driver with the white helmet with the red visor almost. Majos Mažinas up into 3rd place. Mažinas, we know, has been very quick today in general. But have a look at Marcus Yoke just pulling clear of the field. Majos Mažinas has actually found a way through on Rodrigo Kakers. So Mažinas with a lot of pace here. Will he be able to hunt down Marcus Yoke? I feel like in every race, Mažinas has been fighting through from the back of the grid, and he's shown good pace. But let's see. So the gap was 7/10 to Kakers last time, or 8/10 to Mažinas. And Mažinas had to pull off an overtake on this lap as well. So, okay, he's lost 0.3 of a second. So definitely not fast enough for Majos Mažinas. It'd be for Marcus Yoke. But so far, Mažinas is looking quickly. So the gap was 1.1 seconds last time round. And this time, Majos Mažinas has had a clear lap. So If he can bring that gap down to 1.0 or 0.9, that is going to be really, really good for him. So let's see, the gap is 9/10 of a second. Myers Majinas is starting to put the pressure on. He's got the pace and he's got the lap times as well. Well, Plinto, we know, has lost a couple of positions. He started in second and has dropped down into fourth place. And that's Marco Plinto. Myers Majinas, what does he have? Interesting to see the different lines. You're seeing Jok taking that curb, Majinas staying away from it, as there is the 215 of Kristap Lipins. You can really see that inside rear tyre lifting up for the 252 of Rodrigo Kakers. Myers Majinas fastened up the race, 54.8. The pressure is certainly on for Marcus Jok. I don't know whether Marcus Jok will know how quickly Majinas is closing in. Don't know if he's had a look over his shoulder in a while, but if he does, he'll see Myers Majinas, well, pretty much half a second behind. I think that's what the gap might be at the end of this lap. So here we go then, into turns 10 to 12. And visibly, Majinas is so much closer than he was, well, not even 2 laps ago, to a lap ago. Out of the final corner of the gap was 7/10 of a second. That's going to be about 4/10. Indeed, it is. Well, we have a battle for the win, folks. And it's between Marcus Jok and Myers Majinas. Majinas has been, I mean, a little bit like Patrikas Josias today, just slowly upping the pace with every passing heat. And maybe now he has peaked at the perfect point to fight Myers Majinas for this final win. Myers Majinas, who has looked fairly comfortable in both Heat 2 and in the Super Heat as well today. I can't really comment on what happened yesterday. But it's one thing to catch up to someone, it's another thing to be able to stay on their bumper throughout a lap and to be able to go for an overtake. Well, the gap has come down by a couple of hundredths this time round. Nothing substantial. This seems to be everyone's favourite overtaking spot, down into turn 5. I wonder whether we'll see, never mind, into turn 6. Majinas goes for a move. Isn't able to get the traction on the tighter line. And well, Marcus Jok, never mind, up into turn 7, goes for the move again. Jok can't hang around the outside, can he? Myers Majinas bites while the iron is hot, while he's fresh, while Jok doesn't know what's about to hit him. And Myers Majinas takes the race lead. There's no dilly-dallying for Myers Majinas. He is fighting for the win from the get-go. Little look over the shoulder from Majinas. Now it's Majinas who's 4/10 ahead of Marcus Jok. Don't have any extra time. Now that he's behind Majinas, will he find a little bit of extra pace in this environment? Well, Myers Majinas just looks to be that little bit more planted. Marcus Jok a bit sideways as he gets on the power, whereas Majinas just seems to be so comfortable with how the kart's behaving and with just how he's driving it. You don't really see the kart on end being super sideways, which can sometimes be slower, but if you're right at the limit without it sliding, then, well, that's about as fast as you can go. And I think Marcus Yoke is pushing just beyond that limit, just trying to find that bit of extra time, whereas Myers Magenas has seemingly pretty much found the limit. Myers Magenas started this race in 4th place, now up into the race lead. Has gained more places than anyone else in this race. And Magenas is gone. I say gone, he's not completely gone, but I think the gap is going to be nearly a second at the end of this lap. We still have 6 minutes of racing left to go. I think we need to tell Myers Magenas to let Marcus Yoke back through so then we can watch some more battling over the next 7 minutes of this race. The gap is now 1 second. Pretty much every gap is at least 1 second across the circuit. On the left-hand side, we can see the gap, but those gaps are between individual drivers rather than gaps to the leader. But Myers Magenas showing no signs of slowing down, of dropping the pace. The only thing he's dropped is he's dropped a gauntlet to Marcus Yoke and said, see if you can match these lap times. Although saying that, this lap seems to be a bit better from Marcus Yoke. The gap was 1.0 seconds. It might still be hovering around 1.0 at the end of this lap. So maybe Marcus Yoke has started to find a little bit more time. I think he might have closed into Magenas. Never mind, 1.06. So pretty much identical to what it was on the previous lap. Myers Magenas, though, still leads, and there is Mr. Kakas, Rodrigo Kakas. Well, the gap was 1.0, it's now what, 1.2? Looks like it's got a little bit bigger than the previous lap. No, still 1.06. It stayed almost identical. But there doesn't seem to be enough speed from Marcus Yoke. The gap is now 1.1 seconds, so another 10th gained by Myers Magenas. Rodrigo Kakers, another 9/10 back. There you can see Kakers in the blue and green Lando Norris kart. Three minutes and a lap to go in this race. Myers Magenas now 1.5 seconds clear at the front of the field. Now, unless Magenas' tyres really drop off here or something, I don't think Marcus Yoke has the pace he'd need to be gaining. Well, about half a second a lap almost at this point, if he wants to take the challenge to Myers Magenas, who is still putting in these really quick, really consistent times. So the 1.4 second gap is now nearly 1.8 seconds. But Myers Magenas, well, He's upped his game over the course of today. He might not have won a heat today, but again, he's got to win it when it matters the most. And imagine this as well with the fast lap of the race of 54.5. The pace is very strong for Imagine as 1.8 seconds. Well, he's going to cross the line with about 1 minute 10 to go. So we're going to have 3 laps remaining of this race. But Myas Mažinas, again, you just cannot fault this drive. He's driven it so well. He caught up to Markus Jolk, overtook Markus Jolk without making a huge issue out of it. It was just a nice send on Jolk. Jolk tried to fight back, and then Mažinas bounced back almost immediately with a great send into turn 7. Well, we have just over 2 laps to go then for Myas Mažinas. I'm sure he'd be hoping that it was just 1 lap left. And meanwhile, I think Markus Jolk he just wants to find a second now because he's 1.9 seconds behind and has just been consistently Myas Mažinas gaining 10th every single passing lap. But Myas Mažinas, again, just absolutely fantastic. Rodrigo Kakers running in a very good 3rd, ahead of Marco Plinta in 4th. Marco Plinta, who had a pretty good super heat. Can't remember if he finished 3rd or 2nd, but he was right up on the podium. But here in the final, Myas Mažinas, well, before it was Markus Jolk who had the advantage over everyone else, who looked to be that little bit better, that little bit untouchable. But Myas Mažinas has come along and he has just upped the game ever so slightly. He might have lost a 10th to Markus Jolk on that lap, but I don't think that will bother him one bit. All he has to do is bring it home. He just needs to make sure there are no mistakes on this lap. He can take it a little bit easier. Make sure he's not going crazy sideways into any corners, but he'll be confident. He'll be comfortable in this kart, and he'll just be doing the same thing that he does every single lap. What has brought the stuff that's brought him to having a near 2-second lead over Markus Jolk. Markus Jolk was dominant in the heats, but in the final, Myas Mažinas takes the checkered flag, and he says that he was sleeping. That's the gesture. As he crosses the finish line, Markus Jolk comes home in 2nd place ahead of Rodrigo Kakers, with Marco Plinta in 4th position. But Myas Mažinas, fantastic stuff from him. And a very, very, very well-deserved victory. So, Mažinas, Jolk, and Kakers are your top 3. Marco Plinta in 4th ahead of Bennett Korius. Then it is Rudolfs Alexis, Matas Balchus, and Kristaps Liepins completing the field. Liepins was unable to finish the race, having had an incident, I think, pretty much on the opening lap of the race. So that brings another one of our finals to a close. With that said, we're going to be moving on to my favorite race of the day, which is the Rotax Max Seniors. And that is scheduled to be starting in 1 minute's time. So it should be very exciting to see how this goes. There's a lot of drivers to watch out for. I've been, really praising Alice Stolzermane for how well, how aggressive and great battles that we've seen courtesy of her. Tom Strel is just on another league. I'd be so surprised if Tom Strel is unable to win this. I might not be allowed to bet in my religion, but I don't think it'd be a bet to put money on Tom Strel winning this race. Bruno Perlet showed some really good pace in the superheat, but with that said, there were some issues. The pace started to fall off towards the end. Another driver to watch out for, if I'm not mistaken, is Arturs Danilevskis. He started really far down the order in one of the earlier heats, and he has been making his way up through the field with every passing race. So keep your eyes out for him. He could pull off something really, really special. Linas Volungevicius has also been rapid too. We've seen Roman Rodionovs hovering around that kind of top 5 consistently today. Maybe he can find that a little bit more. Same with Karlis Skrikovs, who was particularly good in Heat 2. Fell off a little bit in the Superheat, but maybe can pull that pace a little bit back for the final race of the day. And let's not forget as well the Estonian of Fernando Paimre. He has been also rapid. We saw him on pole for Heat 2. He fell behind Tom Strel because, let's be honest, no one can touch Tom Strel. That is not an insult to anyone at all. By he, I mean Tom Strel has been on another level entirely. Tom Strel and how am I forgetting his name? Edgar Svilkans. Those two have just been untouchable in these conditions. But wet conditions favour some, others hate it. But it looks like we are pretty much ready to get this race underway. Here we go then, round the final corner. Tom Strel starting this one from pole position. The green flag is dropped and we are racing for the final time for the Rotax Max Seniors. And it is a good start. It's the start that was needed for Tom Strel as he leads the field into the hairpin of turn number 3. And then down into 4 and 5. Strel taking that a wide line. He's clear of everyone. Now he just needs to do his thing of pulling through. But there goes Fernando Paimre up the inside into turn 6. A little bit of a squeeze on the exit of the corner as he tries to find his way through on Linas Volungevicius. Volungevicius back ahead, but here goes Paimre back up the inside into turn 7. He'll now have the outside for turn 8, but the 318 wants to get involved in this as well. Bruno Perla, can he get involved? Can he make anything? There's Karlis as well. Karlis Krikovs trying to find a way through, and Alice Stolzerman is there. Look at Tom Strel, he's gone. He's in a different country. He's already made his way into Lithuania at this point, but it is this battle for second that is absolutely fantastic. Volungevicius is your driver at the front of this train of cars, just ahead of Bruno Perla in 3rd position. Then it's Fernando Paimre who is in 4th, and that's Alice Stolzerman who's now going up the inside, makes it 3 abreast. Does she get the pair of them? Well, she gets one. Now she's going to fight for it into turn 6. Tries to park the bus in front of Fernando Paimre, and I think has pulled off the move as well. Paimre, they're going to fight back up the inside. Stolzerman hangs around the outside, and I think has held on to the position, or actually, is that Volungevicius? I think it's Volungevicius who might have gone around. Stolzerman was behind the pair of them. It's so hard to spot. They've all got very similar helmets and very similar liveried front ends of their go-karts. Well, this has been an exciting opening couple of laps. Fernando Paimre is still facing in the right direction. Sorry, it wasn't Stolzerman. I don't even think she was part of that battle. Stolzerman is outside of the top 20, so apologies for that. There is the 382, though. Sorry, it's at the 372, possibly. But it's Volungevicius in 2nd place, as there is Karlis Krikovs, who is trying to gain a position as the 362 of Romans Rodionovs sends it up the inside of Fernando Paimre, unable to make the move stick, however. And there is Krikovs, who is back at the front of this train, trying to hunt back up to the rear end of Fernando Paimre, who is 4th position. But your leading 3 is Tom Strel, then comes Linas Volungevicius, followed by, I'm trying to think, oh, that's it, Bruno Perla. Bruno Perla is in 3rd place. And and he's had a very good start. And then it's Fernando Paimbra ahead of Mr. Carles Kirikovs. Well, the 3:10, wow. That Endrik Beats, the Estonian driver, has gained 11 places on the opening 3 laps. That is ridiculous. That has to be the start of the day then from the 3:10. Endrik Beats take a bow as there goes Kirikovs trying to go up the inside of Fernando Paimbra. It now goes up the inside for certain into turn 8. Paimbra sits behind. I don't know if he was going for a switchback, but he now looks to the outside, heading into turn 10, maybe a send going into 11. Yes, indeed. Fernando Paimbra retakes fourth place, and look, he's closing in as well. It's Roman Rodionovs, who is just a little bit behind these two, and behind Rodionovs is, oh, who's that who spun? Is that Volungovicius? Oh, there's a few cars who have gone off. And it's in a bit of a risky part of the circuit because you're carrying so much speed into turn 2. I'm not sure who was involved in that. I hope Volungovicius wasn't involved. That's the 3. No! It's Endrik Pietz, the driver who had gained 10, 11 places on the opening couple of laps, is involved. I think he collected whoever had spun there. I don't know if someone had spun and then someone collected, or if there was contact between drivers. If we could get a replay, that would be amazing. But there's the 307 and the 355. That's Martin Waltz and Hans Markus Narusk, who are in, I think, 9th and 10th place currently, or they might have gained a few positions. Let's see then the order as we come over the line. No! It was Volungovicius, and he was by himself, but Volungovicius won on his own accord. He's dropped down the order to 5th. Now, the Volungovicius has some work to do. Well, dearie me, but Tom Strel, well, he saw the gap that Vilkens was able to win by in the superheat, and he said, oh, I see, challenge accepted. 6-second lead after 3-4 minutes. Well, Kirikovs, so Carles Kirikovs was involved in that incident then with Endrik Pietz. Whether it was his fault or not, I don't know. And now Carles Kirikovs, he has a mechanical flag because that mechanical flag has the 309 board. So unfortunately for Kirikovs, well, he is going to be out of this race. So disaster for both Kirikovs and Pete. Again, I don't know if anyone was at fault or if it was just an unfortunate incident. There is Fernando Paimbra with Roman Rodionovs directly behind him. And Kirikovs has dropped down to pretty much the back end of the field. And there goes the move up the inside of Paimbra from Rodionovs. Can't make the move stick though. Has to sit in behind for a little bit longer. Well, Fernando Paimbra holding on to 3rd place, a final spot on the podium. But there is Volungovicius closing back in. Volungovicius will be thinking, I should have been the driver in 2nd place. Volungovicius cannot afford more errors. Tom Strel, fast lap of the race. Who would have thought? He's going to end up winning this race by over 10 seconds. That is the pace of Tom Strel. We've still got 7 minutes to go as well in this race. And there is a lovely send up the inside of Fernando Paimbra coming through from Rodionov, sorry. Paimbra, can he fight back? Volungovicius just behind the pair of them as well. A little look over the shoulder from Romans. And we'll see that he's pulled out a nice little advantage. And there goes Volungovicius. Absolutely sent it into turn 11, slammed the door shut on corner exit. Well, I did say that the Rotax Max Seniors put on a great show for us, and we are seeing exactly why now. So Fernando Paimbra from 3rd drops down to 5th place. Roman Rodionovs, 4 seconds behind Perlet. So Bruno Perlet doing a fantastic job. And we'll see whether he can hold on to that 4-second lead. There's a bit of contact involving the 355. That's Hans Markus Narusk being overtaken by the 377, but Hans goes straight back up the inside, a little bit wide on exit, and that will make it not too difficult for Fernando Paimbre to reclaim the position. Paimbre really seems to be struggling at the moment. He started off the day really well, so I don't know if, for whatever reason, maybe his tyres have just fallen off a lot more than everyone else's. But you would have thought that there'd be a little bit more pace in the car, but clearly not. Fernando Paimbre has just dropped off the pace fairly substantially today. And I only say that because he was so quick at the start of the day. He was definitely the second quickest driver out on circuit. It was only Tom Strel who was faster, and now he's struggling to stay in the top 5. In fact, he is going to drop out of the top 5 very soon because Narusk is going to put a move on him, if Narusk hasn't already. So there's Paimbre. Paimbre is dropping down the order like a flat. There has to be something going on with Fernando Paimbre's car, because he's dropped now from 5th to, what is that, 9th or something? It's Fernando Paimbre clearly has an issue, because that is not what we'd expect to see from a driver of his caliber, all of a sudden dropping that many places and losing that much time. But it's nearly a 10-second lead now for Tom Strel. That is just ridiculous, as that was a 7:20.5 from the 338 of Elisabeth Sulzer. As a nice move from the 390, and that is Ilya Sheremetyev putting on a great little overtake on the 355 of Hans Markus Narusk, but Narusk able to fight back. Ilya looking into 10, sides against it, probably sensibly so. So this is Narusk in the 355, the blue and white car with the blue and white helmet, just ahead of Ilya Sheremetyev. Well, Tom Strel now nearly 10 seconds ahead of Perle, who is in turn 4.5 seconds ahead of Roman Rodionov. Blunjevicius a further 8/10 behind as he tries to clamber his way back up into the podium spots following the incident he had towards the start of the race when he was previously running in second position. And there is a nice move from the 357. Not going to be able to get it stopped. Contact as well with the 371. So that was Artyom Sestakov's going for a move on Adrian Stions, but unable to make it stick. As there is Bruno Perle running in second place, looking very quick. Carlos Kirikov still yet to come into the pits to serve his technical flag. I don't know if he's ignoring it or if he's just struggling to see the flag through the weather conditions. A little bit wide from the 390, but doesn't seem to affect Sheremetye's exit. Oh, contact 371, just a bit too late. I don't know if that was an attempted overtake or just got caught out by how early maybe the 307 braked to get their racing line. And there you can see, just could not get the kart slowed down. Adrian Stions drops down the order, and here is a bit of contact with a back marker. Well, Blunjevicius not too happy with that. He's saying, look, you're a back marker, you know you're being lapped, move out of the way. I'm trying to hunt someone down here. Well, Roman Rodionovs is doing a very good job of keeping that gap to Blunjevicius, and if anything, extending it. As that looks to be a good potential exit for Hans Markus Narusk. Markus Narusk goes up the inside of the 307, puts the move on Martin Waltz. Waltz, though, with a switchback on the outside, though, now into turn 9. And Narusk has to concede the position. This is a really good battle between the pair of them. The 307 holds on to the position. That is Martin Valt, who is running in 6th place ahead of Narusk, the Estonia driver, in 8th place. And just behind Narusk is Sheremetha, who has gained a bunch of places in this race. So Sheremetha. And there goes a move again from Narusk. These two are battling tooth and nail. It's fantastic to see. But I think Narusk is through. There's no real way back for Valt. So Narusk can focus on his own drive. Not have to worry about continuing this battle. Just behind them, you can see the 387. Oh, not the 387, the 390 of Ilya Sheremetha, who is continuing to do really good work up through the field. Sheremetha has looked very quick today. Well, not today, but in this particular race. I'm not sure how well Sheremetha did in the previous one. Takes that tighter line through 5. Brings them very close to the group up ahead. 12 seconds is the lead now from Tom Strel. We've kind of ignored Tom's. To be honest, I don't think the camera would be fast enough to see it going around the circuit. I think that's probably the mechanical flag for Karting Kirikovs. Ilya Sheremetha has been able to make one of the moves. And who is that? That is one back markers, Elizabeth Stulze. We saw having had that double spin. So also a change as well for 7th, as Sheremetha has been able to put the move on to Valt. Martin Valt drops down a position. There's Fernando Paimre, who, again, still struggling. And now has Stolzermane behind him. And there is a checkered flag. I didn't even realise we were on to the last lap of the race. Tom Strel has been absolutely dominant. And, well, that is absolutely fantastic. And that is a weight. That is what 13 seconds looks like to Bruno Perle, who should be so happy with 2nd, because that's practically a win. Volungevic is only able to come home in 4th and will be undoubtedly kicking himself for that mistake earlier on in the race when Jonas was running in 2nd position. But that's just how the cookie crumbles sometimes. Roman Rodionovs comes home in 3rd. So Tom Strel wins by a ridiculous amount to Bruno Perle. Roman Rodionovs in 3rd. Then it's Linas Volungevicius, Artus Danilevskis, and Hans Markus Norkus in 5th place, I think it was. Or it might be 6th. I think it was 5th. So Hans Markus Narusk in 6th, then Ilya Sheremetha in 7th, Martin Valt in 8th, Artyoms Sestakovs in 9th, Fernando Paimre in 10th, Alice Stolzermane in 11th, then Ricardze Keikuls in 12th. So that brings an end to our senior race. That was how it all started. And I wonder if we can see that big incident that happened at turns 2, because that was one of the biggest points of the race. And we saw some absolutely amazing sends and overtakes from a huge cohort. And there, that was Volungevicius spinning. And then got collected by another driver. Looked like a big shunt. And Fernando Paimre, this was just before Paimre dropped down the order and lost a huge chunk of time. And eventually Hans Markus Narusk was able to get the move on Paimre. And that was a pretty cool triple spin from Elisabetta Sulset. But some really good racing all round. And some feisty racing as well, including that rather unfortunate spin for Adrien Stions. So next up is going to be our DD2 race, our super penultimate race of the day, which is scheduled to be starting so we have our DD2 race, which should be starting about now, and there we can see our drivers taking to the circuit. So final race for our DD2 experienced drivers. We then have the DD2 amateur race after this, followed by our Titson T4s before we wrap up the broadcast. So will anyone be able to stop Edgar Svilkans? He's got about 12-13 seconds was the win that we saw from Tom Strel. We'll see whether Edgar Svilkans can do any better than that, because Svilkans and Strel have kind of been trading ridiculous results between each other. Matis Malinovskis and Martin Sianovskis have been putting in some good battles for second, along with Maxim Shurko. So those three are definitely the three to really watch out for that battle for second. Devin Sagadi and Nauris Danebergs might also be up there in that battle, as is potentially Tonis Johannes Tormingas. And there is Edgar Svilkans. And those are our next few races of the day. Here we go then. Two abreast. I think we're ready to start racing. There's a few people trailing by a little bit, but hopefully we are all gridded up nicely. The slow board is out and Edgar Svilkans is ready to lead us away. Martin Janowskis starts in second and away we go. It's the start that Svilkans needed, and now he can just try to get his head down and focus on the driving. Nice move up the inside of, is that Tormingas who has lost the position? It was, no, sorry, it was Devin Sagadi who dropped down into fourth. Svilkans, though, having to fight. There's a bit of contact going on behind him. And Svilkans has a little look over the shoulder, sees that there's now a gap and that he can focus on just trying to put in the lap times. Sagadi, though, down into fourth. Aggressive move up the inside into turn 8. I don't think that's going to work. I'm not sure who it was who went for that overtake, but they pulled it off now. This is a really good battle for second. I'm just trying to see the number. I know it's Martin Zianovskis who is still in second, but I'm not sure who is in third. It might be Malinovskis, Matis Malinovskis, potentially. I think it's 4-for-1. Yes, that is Matis Malinovskis. So Malinovskis really trying to make the most out of these opening laps, and I don't know what's going on, because right now Svilkans is being hunted down by Janowskis. Janowskis already bringing the gap to Svilkans back to under a second. It had grown massively large at the end of that opening lap because Janowskis and Malinovskis were trading places quite aggressively. Sagadi in fourth, and then just behind them is Danebergs, Nauris Danebergs in fifth place, followed by Tormingas and then Pritsei, the DD2 heavyweight driver, and leading in the heavyweight class. And there is Pritsei. So Edgar Svilkans half a second clear. And there was Devin Sagadi, who has got for company right behind him is Daneberg. So 12 minutes to go in this race. It's a 13-minute final. Sorry, pardon me, it's a 14-minute final. There is Sagadi, who has started to pull a bit of a gap to Dannenberg now. Just behind the pair of them is Domingas, who's looking to try to hunt down this group for 4th place. And to be fair, Sagadi and Dannenberg aren't too far away from Malinovskis. And indeed Janovskis, who is another second up the road. Through turn 6 they go. Edgars Vilkans not seeing the same kind of crazy pace that we saw from him in the previous heat. Still good pace nonetheless. As there is Sagadi with Dannenbergs behind him. As they go nose to tail out of turn 9 and into turn 10. Is that a potential send from Dannenbergs? No, he's just going to sit behind for now. Tormingas not too far behind. He was 8 tenths behind these two. Let's see what the gap is when they cross the line. And see if he's able to stick with them. Well, I don't think the gap has updated just yet, so we'll wait and see if it has. Okay, so he's gained a couple of hundreds, so the gap's staying pretty much dead even at the moment. But Dannenbergs having for a second I thought he was having a think about a send into turn 7. But again, slots him behind, and now he's going to go up the inside into turn 9. Pulls off the move as well on Devin Sagadi. And you can see Dannenbergs has already started to pull out a big lead. So he can now try to hunt down Malinovskis for the final podium spot. Got a 2-second gap that he needs to be able to hunt down. You know, full credit to Janovskis, who is just holding that 8-tenth gap to Edgars Vilkans. But Dannenbergs up into 4th ahead of Sagadi, and we'll see whether Tormingas can close in onto Sagadi. Less than 9 minutes to go in this race, the final race for our DD2 experienced drivers. And there is that a move for Fritze dropping behind Roland Student. However, not really an issue for Fritze, considering he's in the different class. As I think I saw Mikolas Mažinas dropping down, the order was in 10th, now down into 13th. And there is Domingas closing in onto Devin Sagadi. Battle for P5. Seven and a half minutes left then of our DD2 finals. And Domingas is looking quick comparatively to Sagadi in front. Oh, here comes the move. Oh, it's a bit late from Domingas. And instead of trying to get alongside, ends up having to just tap the back of Sagadi to avoid having what would have been a nastier incident. And Fritze has fallen behind and down a position. As Domingas still searching for a way through, taking that tighter line into turn 11. There's Nicolas Machinas, who lost 3 places. We mentioned that. Fritze as well, down 2. I don't think Fritze minds because he's still the highest placed heavyweight DD2 driver, which is all that matters, really. And still, really have to praise Janowskis for staying within a second of Edgars Villikans. I think Edgars Villikans' pace has dropped off a bit compared to the... I mean, it was just ridiculous what we saw in Heat 2 from him. I think Tom Starrell takes the crown of being the wet weather maestro here at Madonnas. Up the hill then, over the curb, and well, Sagadi still keeping Tormingas at bay. Unable to find a way through at the moment, but still 5.5 minutes left in the race for Tormingas. And well, it's 3 seconds after Sagadi up to the back of Dannebergs, who overtook Sagadi not that long ago. And when Dannebergs did get through on Sagadi, he was 2 seconds behind Malinovskis. That gap is now down to 1.7, and as I say that, it goes back up to 1.9. Tormingas still searching for a way through again. He had a little poke to the inside, but just didn't quite have the commitment to go for the move into turn 8. But you have to feel that if he goes for the move anywhere, it is going to be into turn. That hairpin seems to be where he's the closest every single time to making a move. And are those your leaders? I think that is. Well, Martin Janowskis is on the back of Edgars Villikans. Villikans, who was rapid in Heat 2, he was nearly a second quicker than everyone per lap, is now being hunted down by Janowskis. And I wonder if there is something going on with regards to tyres falling off, and maybe Janowskis just maintained his tyres a little bit better over the course of the weekend, and now finds himself in a better position than Edgars Villikans, because Janowskis has the fastest lap of the race. And for anyone who saw the super heat, and indeed Heat 2, you would not have thought this was possible. In a similar way, you would not have thought Tom Starrell could be beaten. Well, Edgars Villikans 7/10 clear of Janowskis. But we're starting to run out of time. Less than 3 minutes to go. Andreas Uppgaup has found a way through on Fritze. But again, different classes. And Fritze is about 5 seconds clear of the next heavyweight driver, which is us, down in 12th. There they go through turn 6 once more. The gap is now down to 0.4 of a second. The gap continues to drop. But does Janowskis have enough to be able to make the move? And can he get onto the back of Edgars Villikans? This is looking like it could be a really exciting way to end the day of racing for our DD2 drivers. Well, Vilkans still holding on. Tormingas still behind Sagadi as well in the battle for 5th place. And also, Danneberg has brought the gap down to 1.6 seconds to Malinovskis, but again, just too far back. Needs a bit more time. He was just stuck behind Sagadi for a bit too long. Otherwise, he had similar pace to Malinovskis, maybe even a little bit more. Well, here we go then. We're going to have 2 more laps as we cross the line, or a bit wide. Janovskis really pushing. I just think Vilkans has enough. I think he's got enough in the bag to be able to bring this one home. Tormingas might be able to get through on Sagadi. We'll have to wait and see what unfolds in that battle. But the gap is nearly back up to a second now. Deal. Edgars Vilkans, well, he's been looking very good today. He looked good in Heat 1. He looked absolute, well, I should say Heat 2, but Heat 1 of the day. He looked absolutely excellent. And one of the best performances I've seen all day long in the Super Heat. Here in the final, he's taking it a little bit more chill. The opening lap was a little bit sketchy at one point for him, but he has essentially led this race from start to finish. And, well, full credit to Martin Zianovskis, who has kept him very, very honest. Otherwise, well, you're looking at nearly a 5-second lead for Edgars Vilkans, which is similar to what he had in a previous race today, where he won by about 7 seconds in a 10-minute heat. Edgars Vilkans then only has a couple of corners to go to take this win, and here he comes then through the final 2 corners. Edgars Vilkans, he's going to make it a hat-trick of wins today as he crosses the line to win round number 2 of RMC Latvia, round number 1 of RMC Latvia here at Madonas. And full credit to Martin Zianovskis picking up the fast lap of the race as well. In 3rd place comes Matis Malinovskis, followed by Nauris Danneberg, with Dennis Sagadi beating Tormingas to the line. So excellent racing from our seniors and from our DD2 drivers today. They are seniors, not to be confused with the Rotax Max senior category. So let's go through our order again. Edgars Vilkans wins from Martin Zianovskis and Matis Malinovskis. Dennis Nauris Dannebergs, followed by Devin Sagadi. Tonis Johannes Tormingas in 6th, ahead of Roland Sprud. And then it was Andreas Opgaup in 6th place, I believe. So Opgaup in 8th place, ahead of Pritsei, who wins in the DD2 Masters category. Then it's Elmars Mikkelsons ahead of Sebastian Adari. Ivers Us in 2nd in the DD2 Masters, followed by Mikulas Mašinas, who completes the DD2 Masters podium. So with that all said, that brings our DD2 race to an end. Next up, though, is going to be the DD2 hobby category. Oh, sorry, not DD2 hobby. The DD2 amateur class. So for this race, we've got our DD2 amateur masters. Oh, sorry, it's heavies and DD2s. So we've seen some decent racing. Actually, there was a pretty good super heat for this group with a few position change Changes a few good battles across the circuit as well. And we'll see whether we can get more of the same in our final race, our penultimate race of the day. A 15-minute race for our amateur DD2s, followed by our Titson T4 race, which will round out the day. So, as always, we'll have one formation lap before heading on in to our race start. So, one lap for the drivers, just to get comfortable with the track conditions once again. And then once they are, they can get ready for their race start. Nice and slow as well. We've seen a couple of race restarts for drivers coming through that final corner a bit too fast, and as a result, the pack breaking up slightly. So hopefully we don't have that in these final two races of the day. Looks like it is still raining out on circuit. It's been wet, furiously wet all day long, really. And thankfully, every single driver has a nice wetsuit on to keep themselves dry, or maybe the better term is less wet. I think when you're karting in the rain, you always tend to get a little bit wet, no matter how hard you try. So let's see how Carlos Brickis gets along. He was very quick in Heat 2. Really struggled, though, in the Superheat. Not quite sure what was going on for Brickis. We'll see, though, whether he can pick things back up. Brickis is starting this race in, and no, that is going to be a false start. Tram lines were broken very, very early. So we'll get another attempt at it. I think that might have been Brickis who came out to our left, so the right-hand side of the circuit, to try to get a good run up into turn one. So I think it's Brickis who's starting in 4th place. I know it is Markus Spikis who won the second heat. Ooh, that was... For a second, I thought whoever that was who dove up the inside was completely out of control and was going to play Skittles with the other DD2 karts. But thankfully, that did not happen. That was the 507 of Martin Spikis, who stormed up the inside. Is that Brickis? That is Brickis who is starting in 3rd position, so watch out for him. And keep your eyes out as well for, I think that's a 575 of Artur Genis, who is starting in 4th position. Here we go then. Now drivers making their way into the final sequence of corners as we get ready to start the final DD2 final of the day and our penultimate race of the day as well. Here we come then, through the final corner. It's an all Spikis front row, Marcus on the inside, Martins on the outside. We're green, and this is a much better start. Brickis moves in to 3rd, but no changes between the top 3 heading into the opening sequence of corners. But a good start for the Spikis drivers as we head down into turn 5 and then back up the hill towards turn 6. All about getting a good exit out of this corner, as there's a move for 4th place. I'm not quite sure who that was who went for the overtake. It might have been Julius Spikis, actually, in the 5-3-4. We'll have a check of that a little bit later, as that's Brickis. Who is that who's made their way up into 3rd? That's a 5-3-4 of Julius Spikis. So it's Spikis 1, Spikis 2, and Spikis 3. Well, it's the perfect day for them, I think. And now Brikis is struggling a little bit. He's got the 5/5 of Dimitris Antonevics right behind him. Brikis is still leading in the lightweight category, but the heavyweights are seemingly enjoying conditions a little bit more than the lightweight drivers. And I know sometimes there are some disputes amongst karters of whether being a heavyweight is better in the wet or not, because you've got a bit more weight to lean on to get that front tire to dig in and give yourself some extra time. But I'll leave that up to people to decide for themselves. There's Antonevics trying to go for the move. Brikis now having to go defensive into turn number 9. And Antonevics gets the switch back and Brikis drops behind. And Brikis just really seems to be struggling. I wonder if he's... Because, so for those who don't know, in Heat 2, it was same conditions as we had here. Brikis was rapid. And now he's just seemed to have fallen off. So I don't know if it's the same as what we've seen from others, where maybe tires have fallen off and the pace has just completely changed, or whether he's maybe suffering some kind of engine troubles or something like that. He's not had any accidents, or no noteworthy accidents anyway, that could have affected his kart. The Brikis is already 7 seconds down, and well, it is the Spikis 1, 2, 3. Genis also struggles. Genis finished in 3rd place, if I recall correctly, in the super heat. Struggling a lot more now in this heat. But it is Marcus Spikis ahead of Martin Spikis, your top 2, separated by 2 seconds. And the field is really starting to spread apart now, and you can see your top 4 all kind of in no man's land. And then in 5th place is Brikis, who has a whole bunch of karts starting to close up to him, one of which is Artus Genis, who's just behind him. And then I think it's Edmund Susevics and Roman Padans, who are all part of this, well, 5-kart battle for P5. So this is actually a pretty exciting battle that we're seeing out on circuit. At the moment, Brikis will hold on to 5th place. As they head through the long hairpin of turn 6, and then down the hill through this little kink, and then hard braking into turn 7, which is practically a hairpin, really. But your top 3 have pulled far clear of everyone. There is Brikis in the 433. So Genis just behind as they head up the hill. But it's essentially the 3-way battle for the lightweight victory that we need to keep our eyes out for, between Carlis Brikis, Edmund Zusevics, and Roman Padans. Roman Padans has dropped down a bit, so it's probably just going to be a 2-way battle between Brikis and Zusevics. But then I guess we can keep our eyes as well out for Calixons and Antonevics, who are in the heavyweight category. As they make their way into turn number 9. And then back over to the right-hand circuit through the fast left-hander of turn 10 before the heavy braking into turns 11 and 12. There are your note. And then this long route. So Brikis 1.4 seconds ahead of Genis now. The Brikis has been able to find his feet a little bit. However, Genis has, for company, Zusevics right behind him. And then just behind Zusevics is Calixons. There's a further 3 seconds back to Padans. A little bit sideways there from your race leader, Marcus Spikis, out of the final corner. 8 minutes on the clock. Through turn 4 and 5, and now back up the hill into turn 6. Looking very quick, very rapid. 3-second gap to Martin Spikis behind. And that is an issue for the 575, which is Artus Genis. So that's Genis dropping to the back of the field. Ooh, and that's the 505. That's Dimitris Antonevics. I thought that was, oh, that front left tire is gone. So contact between two drivers. Where is that? Ah, that's on the exit of turn 12. So Genis and Antonevics with their incident. So we now just have this two-way battle between Calixons and Zusevics for 7th overall. Sorry, 6th overall. 5th overall, pardon me. But they are both in different classes. So through the hairpins come our drivers. And then into turn number 6. Always looks weird from different angles, especially turn 6. And then here we see down the hill into turn 8 and then 9 before heading to the final couple of corners at turn 11, turns 10, 11, 12. And then turn 13, which leads on to start finish straight at the top of the screen. But the Spikis drivers have been upping their game over the course of the day. Again, we've seen it in other categories. Some drivers just looking a little bit quicker come the end of the day compared to the start of the day. And that's been especially true for the Spikis trio. However, it's been Marcus has been the quicker of the three every single race. And he's continuing that here into this race ahead of Martin Spikis and Juris Spikis. Little wipe of the visor from Martin Spikis. Through the hairpins we go then. 4, 5, and then 6 for Martin Spikis. Just under 6 minutes to go in the race. You can just see that rear end twitching as he gets on the brakes into turn 7 and through 9 or through 8 and now into turn 9. Just making those slight small adjustments with the steering wheel as he gets on the power. The rear end will be wanting to step out the entire time. Oh, and you can really see that curve just violently sending the rear end of the kart out wide. Where we saw Patrick Kliosius having his moment, coming out wide onto the grass on the exit of the final corner. It kept it all together though. And there is Juris Spikis. And really trying to get that front end in. We did see some drivers in other categories really throwing that kart into turn 3 to try to get it to turn. Sorry, I should say turn 4 to get it to turn. Juris Spikis not seeming to have that issue, just a little turn and the kart seems to follow his instruction. You can really see him playing with the steering wheel, going through corners as he tries to find grip. Little turn in, then immediately having to counter steer. Sometimes you're counter steering before the rear end steps out because you know that's what it wants to do, and you kind of preemptively counter steer somewhat. Fine, tiny movements, lots of tiny movements from Juris Spikis running in third. And the gap that they have to Brikis is, I mean, it's 23 seconds. The Spikis trio have just pulled something out of the bag, out of nowhere. They were not this fast to start the day. And it's like they've just, got some nitrous going, and it's fantastic to see. Just how much they've come alive over the course of today. But it is absolutely ridiculous. You know, if you had watched the first race of the day, so heat number 2, and you had seen just how quick Brikis was, and you had come the final, Juris Spikis is going to beat Brikis by nearly 20 seconds. I would have laughed at you. And this is 20 seconds, not with Brikis having any issues. This is just from pure pace. Carlos Brikis Carlos Brikis' pace isn't quite what it was in Heat 2. But even if he did have this, he still wouldn't be as quick as the Spikis trio. So whatever they've done to look after their tyres or something, it has been an absolute masterclass by all 3 of them, because it has worked out to give them a 1-2-3, which is exactly what they needed. I think about 4 laps left, give or take. 4 seconds the lead for Marcus Spikis over Martin Spikis, and then Juris Spikis in 3rd position. Still a few tenths separating Zusevics in position to Kalexons in 6th. About 4.5 tenths precise. So much curbing taken by Marcus Spikis. Goes through that final complex. Gap is now 10 seconds. As Marcus Spikis exits turn 6. Heads down into turn 7. Well, it's 50 seconds separating the top 8. Artis Genis was involved in that incident on the exit of turn 12 between himself and Antonevics. And there we go. About 10 seconds to go when he crosses the line. Marcus Spikis then. 1.5 laps remaining for him to take the win. And it's been a rather undramatical race for him, which is probably what he'd like. Just bring it home, don't have to worry about too much. The first lap had a little bit of, I wouldn't say drama, but there were a few moments where he almost lost the lead. I recall with Brikis going for some moves, but then it all settled down after a few corners, and there was absolutely nothing to stop Marcus Spikis since. So he'll head into the final corner to start the final lap of the race. There's the last lap board. And now it is a 10-second wait for Martin Spikis. So he's looking to put a lap on Artis Genis. And there he goes up the inside. So here we go then through the final couple of hairpins out of turn 9. Marcus Spikis. He has driven absolutely excellently, not just in this heat, or this final I should say, but also in the super heat as well. And around the final corner, and Marcus Spikis will win round number 1 here at Madonnas. And then it is going to be about a 12-second wait for Martin Spikis to cross the line. And there is Martin Spikis, a little celebration. Yuri Spikis will make it a Spikis 1, 2, and 3, which is something that I'm sure they'll be fairly excited about. Just a little bit. And there, crossing the line, is Carlos Brikis, who was absolutely on fire in heat number 2. But in the super heat, the pace fell off, and then it fell off again here in the finals. You can see on the side of your screen before all of the Titson carts waiting to go out. Marcus Spikis, Yuri Spikis in second, pardon me, and Martin Spikis in third. So there was a Spikis change at one point that I don't think we saw. Carlis Brikis in fourth, ahead of Edmund Zusevics, then Kristaps Kaliksons, Roman Padans, and Artus Genis with his incident, ahead of Dimitris Antunevics. So Carlis Brikis, your highest placed standard amateur, and then the Brikis were all of your heavyweight top 3. So with that, we just have one more race to go. The Tillotson we saw Daniel like earlier races. Don't forget Daniel Christian's last stand also goes fast. A few drivers to watch out for. It was exactly the third car, and each previous still managed to finish so he's good. Two Titson T4s exiting onto the circuit. So here we go. One last huzzah for round number 1 of the Rotax Max Challenge, Latvia. We should, as always, see some pretty good racing here at Madonas. Circuit located in East Latvia, just over 1 kilometer long. A reminder as well that the next round of Rotax Max Challenge Latvia will be at Sauliai on the 20th and 21st of June for round number 2 of the season. So we hope you can either make it in person or at the very least join us for the broadcast. So, warm-up lap completed. They'll now see the yellow flags at the end of the start-finish straight. They'll slow down and get into order as we will try to figure out who is starting on pole, or essentially who are our top 4. That's the main thing that we want to see. Who is starting on that top 4, and then we can figure things out on there. So yellow flags being waved to signal to the drivers that their formation lap has ended. Right, and we should see who is starting where in a moment. So that's the 965 that will be starting in second. That is Kirill Dmitrievs, one of the drivers we said to watch out for. That is the 931 behind him of Edvard Skimenis. Will be starting in fourth. Starting on pole is the 919 of Daniel Petteris Berzins, and the 985 just behind, which is Christian's last dance. So watch out for Berzins and last dance on the start. Third place is always quite an exciting place to start from, because quite often you can find yourself in second out of the first corner. So we'll see whether last dance can get ahead of Dmitrievs, who's starting this race in second position. Here we go then. They're all keeping things nice and slow, nice and calm. And we'll go through the final corner and we'll be ready to go racing. Here we go then. Good start from the 919 as Bertelsins leads the way and into the opening sequence of corners. No visible drama for anyone to kickstart this final race of the day. And you can already see, oh, never mind, we do have a bit of drama. Well, there's a bit of contact down into turn 5. One driver lost all their momentum and then got semi-collected by another car and is now having some real issues. I think there might be damage to the kart. He's slowed down a bit. Hopefully, there isn't a big issue with the car. That's a send up the inside from the 967. Well, that was lovely to see. Sorry, I think that might be the 976 of Jakobs Abolins. So, pretty audacious overtake and pulled it off to pretty much perfection, really. Always like to see those kind of off successfully. Here we go then, round the final corner to start a new lap. 919 from the 985. Which is Bertelsins who leads from Lazdans. And then, after Lazdans comes Dimitriev. So Lazdans was able to get that start that we talked about and went from third up to second position. Now just needs to be able to hold on to second because I don't think anyone is catching up to Bertelsins. Through the hairpins they go. And they exit turn number 9. In fairness to them, Bertelsins isn't too far ahead. And 10 minutes to go in our Titson final. And Dimitriev still on the back of Lazdans. And Menace is further second and a bit back. As they make their way through this opening sequence of corners out of turn 6 and onto, I guess you could call this a back straight. This is either the back straight or the exit of turn 9, and I'm still not sure which. It's been a really good day of racing here at Madonas for round number 1 of Rotax Challenge Latvia. And there is a 929 that has spun. That is Dasi Grosberga. So Grosberga having even more issues today. Fortunately for Grosberga, this time it's in the race rather than just before the race. And I'm sure Grosberga will want to put this day of racing behind them. Tell you what, that's a nice little send up the inside. Really lovely switchback though from Lazdans to hold on to second place. This is all allowing Jimenez, Edwards Jimenez, to close in. We might be having a Bertelsins is gone up at the front and leading the way quite comfortably, 2.5 seconds after just a few minutes of racing. So we have 8 minutes to go in the race. So Lazdans gaining 1 position. Most positions gained those the 963 of Revels. There's Orestes Maris Revels, who is currently in 5th place, second ahead of Ralph Slayens in the 928. Jimenez just doesn't quite have the pace of the two in front, losing by maybe 0.4 a lap, something along those lines, maybe even less. But since Dimitriev's last overtake, he's not really been able to go for another move. And he's not really been able to stick to the back of Lasdans. Christian's Lasdans starting to pull away. Oh, that's an issue. That was a very slow Jimenez. I don't know if he made a mistake and then got on the powers. The 967 is off as well. I'm not sure who's in the 967. I actually don't have that on my list. Let's see if I can find it. 967. No, there's just a 976. So I'm going to guess that's Jakub Zabolins who has had that issue. There must have been a typo or something on the entry list from one or two of the drivers. Well, Lasdans still looking good ahead of Dmitriev's. A pair of them over 3 seconds behind Berzin's. Danielis, Dmitris, Berzin's looking to pick up another win today. And he has been on fine form over the course of today and indeed the weekend, I believe. Looks like there's a bit of a battle as well further down the order. Ralph Salayans is still just ahead of the 905 of Rem Schmitz. So that's the battle for 6th place. And this is the incident. Oh, that was just a big tank slapper. Well caught. I didn't quite catch the number. The driver who did that, as here is Dmitriev's, who has closed back in onto Lasdans. So the fight for second is definitely back on. 5.5 minutes on the clock. As they head through turn 4 and down into turn 5, and it's back up the hill into turn 6. So you can see the completely different lines being taken by everyone. Dmitriev's, I think he's got maybe a little bit more pace than Lasdans. They are pretty much nose as they head into turn 9. But that's a poor exit from Dmitriev, and that's going to essentially compromise him and ruin the last 2 laps of good work that Dmitriev did to get the gap down to less than 0.4 of a second, because that gap has extended up to about 0.6 of a second. We'll see as they cross over the line as we wait for the time to update. 4 minutes left in this race. Our final race of the day as well. Well, Dmitriev has been able to close that gap back down, but this is where he needs to focus. This is where he lost time to Lasdans on the last lap. He needs to make sure that the same thing doesn't happen again. Because if he can stick with Lasdans here, he'll be in a much better position to properly challenge Lasdans for second in the first sector of the lap. So they go through 11 and 12, and now down towards 13. The gap is still very tight between them. Here we go, less than 3 minutes remaining in the race. Berzins leads, as he has done for the majority, I think pretty much all of the day. Lasdans in second ahead of Dmitriev by just 0.4 of a second. Leyens has actually dropped behind Schmitz and has also dropped behind, who is that? That's Maya Gomberga. So Leyens has dropped back by a little bit. We'll see whether the 963 of Oris Maris Revels can hold on to 5th ahead of Schmitz. Currently 1.2 seconds ahead is the 963 against the 905. And there you can see Dmitriev has fallen back to nearly a second behind Lazdan's. 2 minutes on the clock. So we should have about 3 minutes left in this, 3 laps left in this race. Actually, sorry, 4 laps left in this race. But still a good gap for Daniels Petridis-Berzins at the front of the field. Still your top 3 as they were. Half a second now separating Lazdans and Dmitriev. You can see that it's definitely starting to get a bit darker in Latvia now. And we haven't had a moment of sunshine today. It's just been rain non-stop, but it's not been raining really for the 919 of Daniels Petridis-Berzins. He has been loving this weather and it has suited him to a T. And we might have a change as well for 5th. We were talking about Ores Maris Revels being closed in by Rem Schmidt. And that gap is now half a second between the 963 and the 985. 20 seconds on the clock. 2 laps to go for round number 1 of Rotax Max Challenge Latvia here at Madonas. And there is a slow car. I think that's one of the back markers pulling out of the way. It might be the 967 or the 929. So it's the 971. Which is Robert Genis, making sure not to interfere with any of the battling up ahead. However, Lazdans still 6/10 clear of the 931 of Edvards Kimenis. Sorry, Kimenis in 4th, Dmitriev's in 3rd. There is Daniels Petridis-Berzins. He'll see the last lap board. He looks over his shoulder and he knows that he's got this one. He just needs to not spin. Just make sure that he can bring it back home. I mean, even if he spins, as long as he doesn't spin onto the grass, he'd be able to get going again and still be fine. But Berzins has been fantastic. Less than a kilometer to go now of this fantastic circuit in Madonas, in East Latvia. Through turn 7 into 8, and now turn 9 coming up. And I'm sure Berzins will be counting down the meters, counting down the corners. Well, Daniels Petridis-Berzins, he has been so good today. And we've seen it again here in this final race. A 4+ second lead. He's already cheering, and so he should. What a drive from Daniels Petridis-Berzins to take the checkered flag. Fantastic job. Coming home in 2nd place will be Christian's Lazdans, and in 3rd place will be Kirill's Dmitriev's. And still cheering. It clearly means a lot to him. And to be honest, to be able to win 3 races in a row on an absolutely soaking wet Madonas circuit, yeah. I mean, even if it didn't mean a lot, celebrate, because it'll distract you from how wet and soaking you are sat in your carts. But this has been absolutely fantastic for Daniels Petridis-Berzins. Christian Lazdans comes home in 2nd ahead of Kirlis Dmitriev's. Edvards Kimenis comes home in 4th ahead of Ores Maris Revels. Then it's Rem Schmidt ahead of Maja Gomberga. Rudolf Toms Berzins in 8th ahead of Marcos Haidamanis. Valters Volosatovs in 10th ahead of Raifs Leyens, who dropped down the order in the final few laps of the race. Robert Jenis in 12th, and then Jakobs Bolins and Date Grossberger with DNF in this race. And that brings an end to our final race of the day. It has been an absolute pleasure to bring this racing to you. Hello everyone, I'm on the screen. So thank you guys for tuning in to all of the action from round 1 of the Rotax Max Challenge here at Madonas. We'll be back for round number 2 of the championship at Sauliai on the 20th and the 21st of June. If you haven't already, make sure you like and subscribe on the channel so you can stay up to date with all of the action for Rotax Max Challenge Latvia. And a big thanks, not just to our drivers, not just to the teams, mechanics, spectators at the circuits, but also to our wonderful production team who have had to go through quite a few issues. I've been hearing that there's been electrics, power outages in Madonas as a city as a whole, and then they've been able to power through it and keep the stream running smoothly. But from us here at RMC Latvia, thank you very much, and we'll see you at Sauliai for round 2.